reining in the whips. Let me get my.
Is he using the restroom or something? Okay. A little quicker on the draw. Thank you. You may be seated. We're back on the record for CR 2022-093102 and 2022-062276, both State of Ohio versus Quinton Nixon. Day 2 of our trial. Mr. Nixon is present representing himself. Standby counsel Attorney Perry is present. Also, Ms. Easter and Mr. Villette on behalf of the State of Ohio. That we will continue. So, Ms. Easter, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is calling Ron Crew. Jeremy, walk him through that.
Yeah, he's a no.
Oh,
Thank you. He signed one yesterday saying no. Thank you. Yep. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat right there in that chair. Make sure that the light on the microphone is blue. Keep your voice up and speak into the microphone, please. You may proceed, Ms. Easter.
thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Ron Crew, C-R-E-W,
How old are you, Ron?
52.
Do you mind if I call you Ron?
No.
Okay. You're 52. Do you know why you're here today, sir?
Yes.
Why are you here?
Because someone's accused of killing someone.
Okay. And that someone will be in the case of State of Ohio versus Quinton Nixon?
Yes.
And what happened on July 25th of 2022?
You asked me what happened?
I'm saying it would have been July 25th
yes.
of 2022. Okay. And at that time, were you staying on 2260 Maryland Avenue?
Yes.
Is that in Summit County, Ohio, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that time frame, okay?
All right.
Okay. Prior, who were you staying with on 2260 Maryland Avenue?
Angel.
Angel, would that be Angel McLean?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been staying there?
I probably was there at this time, probably maybe 3 months.
Okay. Now we've been talking about people visiting versus living there. Were you actually living there?
Yes, I was living there.
You had your own bedroom?
Yes.
And which bedroom was that in the house?
On the back bedroom, we call it the back bedroom. So there was 2 rooms in there in the apartment. Mine was, if you went straight back, it was off to the left with the had the balcony attached to it.
Okay. All right. And during that time frame, was anyone else there around the time of July 25th?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go slow because I want to get out everyone. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Ashley Broughton?
Yes.
How do you know Ashley Broughton?
She was a friend of mine.
Okay. And how long have you been knowing her?
3 to 4 years.
Was she present around July 25th?
Yes.
Okay. How long has she been, was she living there or has she just come to visit?
She was just visiting.
Approximately how long has she been visiting prior to July 25th?
A couple weeks.
Okay. How did she come to visit or stay there for a couple weeks prior to July 25th?
We just ran into each other, and she needed a place to stay for a while, so I let her stay there.
Okay. And was that cleared through Angel, or you both agreed that was okay?
I talked with Angel first about it,
Okay.
and she said it was okay.
And when Ashley was staying there, where did she sleep, or where did she mostly be?
In my room.
Okay. I want to go to another individual by the name of Quinton Nixon. Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
Do you see Quinton Nixon in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please point to Quinton Nixon and describe what he's wearing?
An orange jumpsuit.
Your Honor, will you let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Was the defendant present on or around July 25th?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long he had been there prior to that date?
A little over a week, I'd say 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay.
For sure 1 week.
For sure, 1 week?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was a while ago, so if you don't remember something, instead of guessing, say I don't remember or I don't know, okay?
All right.
All right. So you said for sure at least 1 week. Okay. Did you know Quinton Nixon?
No.
When he came there, were you two introduced?
Yeah, Angel introduced us.
Had you met him prior to him coming there?
No.
Had you ever seen him prior to him coming there?
No.
How did you two get along at that time or during that time?
We got along good. I didn't really hang out with them. They were a little younger than me, but we got along okay. In passing, we talked for a second, but.
Okay. Okay, and you did say you're 52 and they're probably in their 30s?
Yes.
Were you working at that time?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. I believe the next individual, who else? I asked you about Ashley, Angel, and Quinton. Were those including yourself, 5 individuals that would have been at that house or apartment prior to July 25th?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to July 25th, were you all taking drugs or using drugs?
Yes.
Were you using drugs on a daily basis?
Yes.
What was the drug of choice?
Meth.
Okay. Was everyone using drugs?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see other people using drugs?
Yes.
In particular, did you see the defendant using drugs?
Yes.
Okay. How about sleeping? Was individual sleep patterns normal, okay, irregular?
They were irregular. I mean, everyone would be up for days,
Was that because of the drug use or brought on because of the drug use?
Yes.
Individuals' demeanor or how people were acting, did the drugs have an effect on that?
Oh, yeah. The longer you're up and stuff, the more, you just don't think clearly, you don't make good choices. It's just,
So it's a combination with the drug use and lack of sleep or staying up that comes with meth?
Yes.
Do you know where the defendant was sleeping or staying while he was there?
Yeah, he was staying in Angel's room or on the couch.
Okay. So it sometimes could vary?
Yes.
The drugs you were using, did a particular person buy it? Did everyone have drugs? How did you get a hold of the drugs?
Everyone would, get it from whoever, I don't know where everybody got their stuff from.
Would you share the drugs?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's talk about what happened on July 25th of 2022. Will you please tell the court about your day starting within the morning? Did you have to work that day?
No, I believe I was with Ashley in the day. I think we went to the stores or something for a while, and then I came back and hung out at the apartment for a while. I think I hung out in the apartment for the rest of the day.
Okay. Who all was at the apartment that day?
It was me, Angel, Ashley, Quinton, and Slim.
Slim, would that be Adam?
Yes.
Did I ask you about Adam?
No.
Oh, I left him off the list. I apologize. Do you know Slim or Adam?
Just from over there.
Prior to Adam, what do you call him, Adam or Slim?
Adam.
Okay. Prior to Adam coming over, had you met him?
No.
Approximately how long had Adam been at the apartment prior to July 25th?
A couple weeks.
Okay. Was he there prior to the defendant getting there?
Yes.
Was Adam partaking in drugs with everyone?
Yes.
How did, when you were around and from what you saw, how did Adam and the defendant get along?
They got along. They got along good. I mean, those were the two that was always hanging out together. Whenever I'd come in, they'd always be together.
Okay. And from what you saw, you said when you came in, you saw them together, but you didn't really hang out because you're older.
Right. I mean, yeah, I just.
Where was Adam sleeping?
In Angel's room or the couch.
Okay. All right. And with him as well, did he get much sleep being high on drugs from what you saw?
No.
Okay. All right. So now I think I have everyone. Let's turn to July 20, am I saying the wrong? Yeah, July 25th. Again, up to that point, had anybody argued or fought or things of that nature?
No, I think maybe Quinton and Angel may have had an argument, but so it was just, I really don't even know what it was about. I probably only lasted an hour or so, and then everyone was back to normal, getting along.
Okay. How about Quinton and Adam? The defendant.
Yeah, we got along.
Okay. All right. You woke up that day, left for a little while, and you said you came back and you were home the rest of that day?
Yes. As far as I remember, I don't believe I left anywhere else. So,
Yeah, got to turn in and speak into the microphone. I know you're facing her to answer her questions, but you have to speak into the microphone, please.
yeah, I didn't go anywhere else until later in the evening.
Where did you go later in the evening?
Me and Angel went to the gas station just to get some pop and snacks and stuff.
Now, prior to you going to the gas station with Angel, had you seen Toni Westover or Brian Fielders, the two other people?
They were pulling up when we was leaving.
Okay. I want to go back a little. Prior to you leaving, were you aware if anyone in the house had a gun?
Yeah, I believe Adam did.
Okay. Adam had a gun. How do you know Adam had a gun?
Well, he didn't try to hide it. I just, he'd always have it on him. He'd just be walking around with it or whatever.
When you say on him, in his hand, like in a holster, in his pocket, what does that mean?
He'd have it usually like tucked in his pants.
And he would have that just walking around the house?
Yeah.
Now, while you were there, did you ever see Adam pull the gun on anyone?
No.
Okay. Did he ever use the gun in an argument or anything?
No.
Okay. He just had it on him when he was walking around the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get back. You said you were leaving with Angel to go where?
We were going to just the gas station.
And as you were leaving, what did you see?
Brian and Toni was pulling up.
Do you remember what kind of car they were in?
I don't.
Okay. What happened as you were leaving and they were pulling up?
I believe we talked to him for a second, told him, what was going on, and told him he was inside and that we'd be right back. And I know Brian started heading up to the stairs, and we left.
Okay. And you said you talked to them. That was Brian and the female. Had you ever met Brian before?
No.
Okay. And had you met the female before?
No.
And when you say we talked to them, did you talk to them or did Angel talk to them?
Angel.
Okay. All right. And you said when you were leaving, you saw Brian start to head up to the stairs towards the apartment.
Yes.
What was the female Toni doing?
She was still sitting in her car. I think she may have been on the phone, or I'm not sure. But he started heading up there first.
Okay, that's fine. Did you see her go up, or did you leave out the parking lot?
But we left out the parking lot.
So you don't know how long she was in the car?
No, I don't.
Okay. After you left, she could have went right upstairs, or she could have stayed on her phone downstairs.
Correct.
Okay. When you saw when you saw Brian, the guy who got out the car and went upstairs, did you see him with any weapons on his person?
No, I didn't.
Okay. When you were talking to, or when Angel was talking to Toni in the car, could you see any weapons on her?
No.
You left, went to the store. Approximately how long were you gone?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And while you were gone, you did not have any knowledge or was unaware of what was going on at the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Was Ashley still at the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. When you left, where was she?
In the bedroom.
Okay. And when you say the bedroom, your bedroom?
My bedroom.
Tell the court what happened once you got back.
So when we get back, I came in. I put some of the pops in the refrigerator. Everyone, Brian and Quinton and Toni and Adam, they was all out there. They was talking. They was all getting along. I don't know what they was all talking about. And I went back in the bedroom. I was probably in the bedroom probably about 5-10 minutes, and Angel asked me about some poster that she had, and so we got that out and we rolled it out in the hallway, and was looking at it. It was some kind of a wall sticker or something, and it had other pieces that you could buy that went with it, and we probably looked at that for probably about 15-20 minutes or so, rolled it back up, and she asked me if I could help her with some lights in her room.
Okay. Let me just step back. You said a lot. You got home. Where were the people? And let me just start. Was Toni in the house at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And where was she?
She was on the couch.
Okay. And where was Brian Fielders, the guy who came with her?
The other three people was in the kitchen.
Okay, so that would be Brian Fielders, Adam Wright, and the defendant, Quinton Nixon.
Yes.
Okay, so when you came home, those three were in the kitchen, and just Toni was in the living room?
Yes. Well, it's a small kitchen, but it was all like gathered right in that area.
Okay. And, excuse me, Your Honor, Ashley was still in the back in your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Next, you talk about a poster. Can you describe how big was this poster, or what was it?
It was a city view. It was like a night. It was nighttime, and it was like a view of the city, and it just had like it was probably maybe about 3 foot wide by 4 foot tall, and it just had like different cutouts on it, so where if you bought the other piece, it would connect to it, and we were just trying to figure out what other piece went to it. We was looking it up online to see what other piece it was. We were just looking at it. We just rolled it out and was looking at it.
Okay. And who all, you said we, who all are we?
Me, Angel, and Toni.
You, Angel, and Toni. Where was everyone else? Where was Brian and the defendant and Adam?
They were still in the kitchen.
Oh, okay. So they did not help do all of this?
No.
And you said, how long were you all looking at this poster?
I mean, at the longest, maybe 30 minutes
Okay.
at the most.
Now, while you all were looking at that poster, did any of the individuals in the kitchen come out and try to help?
No.
At any point in time, did you or anyone else try to roll the defendant up in this poster?
No.
Okay. At any point in time, did you threaten to roll the defendant up in this poster?
No.
Did you hear anyone threaten to roll the defendant up in this poster?
No.
Okay. And after you got done, you said you rolled it back up. Where did you put it, or where was it put?
They're in the hall closet.
Okay. All right. You said after that you go back in your room?
Yes. No. Well, yeah, for a second, just Angel wanted me to help her hang lights in her room.
When you went in Angel's room to help hang lights, do you know what everyone was doing in the kitchen or living room area?
I believe they was all sat down by then. Well, Brian and Toni were sitting down, and Quinton was sitting down, and Adam was still in the kitchen.
Okay. Do you recall where everyone was sitting?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 12.
Sir, that monitor is on a swivel. Go ahead and swivel that around so you can see it. There you go.
This is State's Exhibit number 12. It's kind of hard to see on the screen. State's Exhibit number 12. You recognize State's Exhibit number 12?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put this up on the screen. You remember what it looks like?
Yes.
Okay, now, but for the table being knocked over and the mess in there, is that approximately how the living room looked prior to it getting messed up?
Yes.
Okay. No, you're fine. Thank you. Okay. Now, you see the little pencil icons that are in different color at the bottom?
Yes.
All right, you can touch one of those. I'm going to ask you some questions, and you can mark on your screen. Where, before you went into Angel's room, where was Toni sitting?
You need me to pick a pencil and mark it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which is it?
Where was, who else? Was anyone else in the living room?
Quinton and Brian.
Okay, where was Brian sitting? And where was the defendant sitting? Okay. So those were the locations that everybody was sitting when you went into Angel's room to help hang lights?
Yes.
Okay. Will you please tell the court, well, first, will you hit the button clear? There's a button to clear those X's off. Thank you. Will you tell the court what happened once you got into Angel's room?
Well, yeah, I started hanging up the lights, and then well, we heard a commotion and people yelling and stuff, and so we came out to see what was going on, and at that time, I seen Quinton. He was by the door. He was holding Toni. Had her by her shoulder. It looked to be a shoulder. Could have been shoulder or neck area, but he was holding on to her, and I believe Brian was Brian was on the floor, I believe.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay. I'm going to go backwards from what you said. You said a lot. I'm going to go for it. I'll start with State's Exhibit number 20. You said you went into the room to hang lights. Do you see the lights that you were hanging?
Yes.
Okay. Will you please use one of those pencil icons and circle them? Okay. How were you hanging those lights?
Just with thumbtacks,
Did you use anything else to hang them?
a hammer.
Okay. Can you describe the hammer you used?
It was just your standard claw hammer.
Okay. Do you see the hammer?
Oh.
Is this the hammer on the bed that you were using?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay. Can you circle that, please, so we all know what you're talking about, or I'm talking about? Okay. And that's the standard claw hammer you stated you were using.
Yes.
Now, with that hammer, did you ever leave out that room with that hammer?
No.
Did you ever chase the defendant with that hammer?
No.
Did you ever hit the defendant with that hammer?
No.
Did you ever threaten the defendant with that hammer?
No.
Did anyone else take that hammer from you and threaten the defendant with it?
No.
That hammer was solely used to hang the lights you previously circled with thumbtacks.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you were in the room and you heard you were in the room and you heard a commotion. Approximately how long had you been in the room before you heard the commotion?
Probably about 30 minutes.
Okay. Describe what you heard for the court.
First, we heard a little bit of yelling, and then we heard a bigger bang, and that's when we went out. I didn't go all the way out. Angel went out first, and I believe she went out more towards the living room and was yelling, and then I just made it to about the hallway.
When you said you heard a bang, was that a bang of stuff knocking down or a bang of a gunshot?
It was just a bang of something being knocked around.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 10. Will you please hit clear? Okay. You stated that. Sorry, Your Honor. You stated that you went out into the hallway. Okay.
Yes.
Will you please put an X where you believe you were standing in the hallway? You also stated that Angel went in the hallway. Will you please put a circle or a different X where you think Angel was standing? Okay. At any time, did Ashley Broughton come into the hallway?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You told the court when you were in the hallway, you saw the defendant and he had the Toni up against, let me not put words. What did you see when you came into the hallway?
I seen Quinton, him and Toni looked like they was arguing or whatever, but it looked like he had her up by the shoulder and neck area.
Okay. In that picture, exhibit number 10, can you mark where he had her? Now, before you do, that states exhibit 10. I'm going to show you states exhibit 12. Which photo do you think you'll be able to better mark where she was, number 12 or number 10?
Number 10.
Okay. Will you first push clear, or no, leave it. Will you please put an X where you believe Toni and the defendant were? And it's fair to say in this picture that door is open and that door would have been closed during the incident.
Correct.
So they would have been approximately standing in front of the door near the wall.
Yes.
Okay. Whew. When you said he had her, where was the defendant grabbing onto Toni?
He had her by, like I said, I couldn't really tell, but it was like the shoulder or neck.
At this point in time, did you see the defendant with a weapon?
Yes.
What type of weapon?
It was just, it was a pistol, that's all I know.
Okay. Can you describe it? Do you remember what it looked like?
I mean, it was just just a standard pistol. I don't mess with guns very much, so I don't really know.
That's fine. Had you seen him with a gun prior to this?
No.
Okay. Can you tell the court what he was doing with the gun? How was he holding it? Was he pointing it?
It was pointed at her. He had it, and the gun was up probably about chest high.
Okay, so he had the gun pointed at her and had her by her body, holding her somehow.
Right. He could. I mean, they were so close together. He couldn't extend the gun out. That's all he could do would be to lift it up.
What was her appearance, demeanor? Could you see her facial expression? What was she doing?
I couldn't see her face. The way he had her, her head was pulled down.
Okay. Could you see his facial expression or what he looked like?
Yeah, he glanced over. He just, I don't know. No, he just maybe scared would be a good way to put it, or that's how he looked. I mean, angry. I don't know what. His eyes were bigger than normal.
Okay. So you don't know if they were scared, angry. His eyes were just bigger than normal.
Yeah. I mean, he just. Yeah, it was bigger than normal.
And again, if you don't know, say, I'm not trying to get you to say anything. If you don't know, say, I don't know. If you don't remember, say, I don't remember. Did you see Brian or Adam at this time?
I didn't see Adam, and Brian was, I did see Brian, yeah.
You said you did?
I did.
What was Brian doing?
Brian was, I don't know if they just got done wrestling around or what, but Brian was on the ground.
Okay. Brian was on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see Brian with any weapons at this time, any guns?
No.
Okay. And you didn't see Adam, so you don't know what Adam was doing?
No, I don't know what he was doing.
Okay. Approximately how long did you stay in the hallway?
Maybe 3-4 seconds. It wasn't real long.
Okay. What did you do after you saw this?
I grabbed Angel and brought her back and was bringing her back into the bedroom. I told her we needed to call the police, and I grabbed her, got the phone, and we just headed back towards her closet. So,
Okay. You said her closet?
yes.
Okay. What happened once you got back in the bedroom with Angel? Was Ashley in there or no?
Yeah, actually, at that time, she came in there. Because she came out the hallway for a second, like right when we was going back in the bedroom. And I told her to come in there with us.
And you said you got back in the bedroom, so now it's three of you, Angel, and Ashley. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do once you got back in the bedroom, or what happened?
Well, we heard some shots go off, and then when we got back in the bedroom, I believe Quinton, he came in the room for a minute, or opened up the door, and Angel was yelling at him, and then he had the gun in his hand and a purse, and then he just left.
Was it the same gun you saw him with when you was in the hallway?
Yes.
And you say he had a purse in his hand?
Yes.
Do you know whose purse that was?
I don't know whose it was. I mean, I can assume, but I don't know for sure.
That's fine. Had you seen him with that purse prior to July 25th?
No.
Did he say anything when he came into that room?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And you said Angel was yelling at him?
Yes.
Do you remember what Angel was yelling?
No, I don't remember. I don't recall what was being said.
Okay. How long were you in the room prior to the defendant coming in?
Maybe a minute.
Okay. How long were you in the room prior to hearing the shots go off?
We didn't even make it all the way back in the room.
And you heard shots go off?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately how many shots?
3.
Could you tell, I don't know if you're familiar with guns, could you tell if it was the same type of sound?
Yeah, it was the same sound.
Okay. Did a bullet go through the wall in Angel's room?
Yes, but it wasn't from those 3 shots.
Okay. What shot was that from?
I don't know where it came from or whose gun it was, but it was just a single shot that came through the wall.
And that was after the first round of shots you heard?
Yes.
Okay.
And probably 1 or 2 minutes later after.
Tell the jury about that shot coming through. Did it get you, or where did that bullet go, if you know?
It came through the wall, and then it grazed my chin. Like I had a burn on my chin from the bullet.
All right. After the defendant came in and Angel told him to get out, tell the court what happened, or what you remember after that.
Well, I know Ashley, she was panicking, wanting to get out of there because she had warrants. And I think Angel told her, everyone else's, because Angel, by then we had the door back open. I was calling the police, and everyone, I think, already had left. Maybe Quint may have still been there. But everyone was just going out my room and jumping off the balcony.
Okay. Did you see Adam at all after you went back in the room?
No, I didn't see Adam.
Okay, so you don't know if Adam had a gun or if he didn't have a gun?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you see Brian Felders after you went back in the room?
No, I didn't.
Okay, and after you went back in the room, did you hear any more noise or any more scuffling?
No.
Okay. During the initial scuffle, did you hear a female voice, Toni, yelling, arguing?
No.
Okay. And when you went in the room to hang lights and you demonstrated where everyone was sitting, was anyone arguing or yelling at that point?
No.
Was there any fighting going on prior to you going back in the room?
No.
Okay. And you stated you called the police?
Yes.
I'm going to play that 911 call for you, but 1 second. I want to ask you about your room. During the time that the defendant was at the house, you all doing drugs, was he able to see in your room?
Yes.
Did he ever go in your room?
He came in and talked to me like, I think he probably just stood like in the doorway.
Okay. Did you all ever do drugs in your room?
I did. I don't know.
Did he ever do drugs or anyone else when you all were doing drugs together, do drugs in your room?
I don't know if Quinton did or not, but I know everybody else did. And I just can't remember if he came in and did any or not.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 18, 19, 20, 21. So that's 18 through 21. Take a moment and look at these exhibits, please. I got it.
Silence your phones, please. Silence your watch, please.
All right, States Exhibit number. States Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes,
Whose bedroom is that?
it's my room.
And the items in that bedroom belong to you?
Yes,
Do you notice the sword and the shield on the wall?
yes,
Okay. And is that your sword and shield?
yes,
Okay. Was that sword and shield on that wall the days leading up to July 25th?
yes,
And that sword and shield would have been visible walking past your bedroom if the door was open?
yes.
Did you ever remove that sword or shield off the wall?
No,
Did you ever use that sword to attack anyone?
no,
Did anyone else, to the best of your knowledge, remove that sword off your wall and attack anyone,
no,
specifically the defendant?
no.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states. And also in that photo, do you see the blue clothes basket that's on the floor?
Yes,
And there's an item up under that blue clothes basket. Let me see if I can circle it. Do you know what that, for the record, Your Honor, the state circled an item under a blue clothes basket. Do you know what that item is?
no, I don't know what that is.
Here, let me bring the picture back. It's hard to see.
I know what you're getting. I just don't know what it is. I can't make it out.
Okay. And for the record, I just showed you States Exhibit number 18 and pointed to the item that is now circled up on the screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you state you cannot make what that exhibit, well, what that item is up under the clothes basket out?
No, I can't.
Well, let me just ask, do you own a machete?
No.
Okay. Were there any machetes in your room?
No.
Do you know if anybody had a machete during that time span, July 25th or before, when the defendant was there?
No.
Did you see anybody with a machete?
No.
Did anybody threaten or try to use a machete on the defendant that you saw?
No.
Did you threaten or try to use a machete on the defendant?
No.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 20. Is that the doorway leading to the back balcony?
Yes.
And that's your room, and you're the only one who had had a balcony off their room, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you normally open that door?
No.
Was that door hard to open, if you remember?
Yes, it was hard to open.
And was that door broken after it was open? Or is that just the way it looked prior to it being open?
No, it got broke from them opening it.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. All right. Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 46.
With the court's permission, I'll just play it from here since I've been on.
That's fine. Are you on picture?
No, ma'am, I just have it up to the mic,
Oh, all right.
since it's just audio.
Why is it not working?
I was just thinking use, but I can.
All right, go ahead.
2 minutes, 34 seconds. Akron 911, what's the location of your emergency?
2260 Maryland Street,
You said 2260 Merlin.
Maryland.
All right, and what's going on?
There was a shooting.
There was a shooting?
Yeah.
A gentleman shot?
Yeah, I believe she might be dead.
You think she's dead?
I think so, yes.
All right. Do you know where the shooter is?
No, I don't.
When did this happen?
Just a couple minutes ago, we heard that a ruckus. I was in the bedroom, heard a ruckus, and we came out. And,
How many shots did you hear?
I believe it was 3 or 4.
All right, where is the victim at?
In the living room.
And is this at the living room of the 2260?
Yes, the upstairs apartment.
Do you know where she was shot at?
No, I don't. I really don't want to go look.
Okay, are you in that same apartment? Or is that
Yes.
the apartment above you?
No, I'm in the same apartment.
Are you with her right now?
No, I'm in the bedroom. I was in the back bedroom. I
Okay,
was going to come out and
I
and
need you
pull
to
it
go
into
over
the
to
door.
her and tell me if she's breathing or not. Are you able to do that for me?
Yeah, no, she's not.
She's not breathing?
No.
Are you able to tell where she was shot at?
No.
All right, is there anybody else in the apartment with you?
Yes.
Who?
The person that lives here.
Okay, do you know if someone broke in and shot her, or do you know who shot her?
Huh? What did you say?
Do you know who shot her?
No, I don't. I was in the bedroom.
Do you know if someone broke in?
It sounded like it. and then I heard some people, they started yelling, and then I heard gunshots. I started to come out, and the bullet come through the door, so I just kind of hid in the closet for a second.
Okay, who is the female?
I don't even know her name.
You don't know her name?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Does she live there?
No, she didn't live here, no.
Okay, what is your name?
Ron Crew.
All right, just so you know, we do have multiple units en route to you, okay?
Okay.
Do you know where the gun is?
I don't. No, I don't. Huh?
All right, do you believe this woman is beyond help?
I do. I think so, yes.
Was she shot in the head, do you know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. We're just trying to get some information so that the officers know what they're walking into when they arrive, okay? Is there anybody
Okay,
else that we can talk to?
she's right by the door.
Okay. Is there someone else that we can talk to?
Yeah, but she's really freaked out. I don't think she's going to be able to talk. Looks like
Okay, we just need to know where she was shot at. If you're able to look at her and just tell us that.
Hold on.
Do you know how this lady was
I can't tell.
Okay. That's
I mean,
fine.
I can't tell.
Do you know how the female who was shot, do you know how she got inside the house? Was she your roommate's friend or something?
Yeah.
And where's your roommate at?
She's panicking right now.
Where is she, though?
In the bedroom.
Can you ask the roommate, did someone come and break into the house and shoot her?
She was in the bedroom with me. We was hanging up the lights, like the lights in the bedroom, and then I don't know. I don't know.
How long ago was she shot?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay, we do have units on scene. Are you able to go outside and tell them which apartment you're exactly in?
Like, I'll talk to him through the window because she's right in front of the front door.
Okay, they're going to have to come in.
I know, I understand, but I mean, okay. Well, can I open the window right there by the door?
Does the door open outwards or inwards?
Inwards.
Okay, unfortunately, is she blocking the door then?
Yeah.
Okay, unfortunately, you're gonna have to move her so the officers can get inside.
Okay, I'm opening the door. Hold on. Hold on, her foot's right here. I'm talking to the officer on the phone.
All right, are the officers inside?
Yes, they're here now.
Okay, I'm gonna let you speak with them, okay?
You want to speak with one of them?
No, you're going to speak with them. I'm gonna let you go.
I'm going to speak with them? Okay. 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 It's just a little who lives here? Adam's right. Adam right. Adam's right there. Right now. One word. What is he wearing?
I don't know.
Can't remember. A shirt. 37. black man. Nixon?
Yes.
Black man, how old do you think he is?
31. No, no, it's fine. I don't know what.
Okay, who was shot?
He went into the room. He was like,
I mean, you didn't get your heart down, did you? What's your name? Yeah. Eagle? Eagle? How do you spell your last name? What's your code? 33? 7? Uh-huh. Your phone number. Your phone number. Yep. Yep. 9791.
July 25th, 2022, 2 hours, 30 minutes, 53 seconds.
Did you recognize the voice on that phone?
Yes.
Was that you?
Yes.
Was that a fair and accurate representation of
Yeah.
the 911 call you made July 25th?
Yes.
Okay. A couple things. That was Angel McClain we heard in the background crying and sobbing.
Yes.
And you stated that you did not see the person who shot her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When we talked about the defendant, you only saw him with the gun pointed to her prior to walking in the room.
Correct.
Okay. And when you got in the room is when you heard the shot. Well, I think you said as you were walking in the room, you heard the shots go off.
Correct.
Okay. And you said you thought it sounded like a person breaking in.
Yes, when we first heard the noise, it was,
The commotion.
yeah.
Okay. Did you realize it was not someone who broke in? Like, was the door still intact and all that type of?
Yes.
So it was not someone who came from the outside in and did this.
Correct. I mean, he just asked me that question. Did somebody broke in? And I was kind of, panicking a little bit. I just said it sounded like it.
That's fine. And when you came out to look at Toni, can you please describe for the court how she was positioned and where she was?
She was on the couch by the door. Her feet were still on the ground, and then she was bent back on the couch.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 47. It is a picture of Toni Westover. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 47?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of how Toni Westover was laying when you came back out?
Yes.
Okay, and again, in this picture, the door was open. Was this after you moved her feet out the way?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that at the instruction of law enforcement?
Yes.
The defendant at the apartment when he was staying with you, an Angel, will you describe him? Did he have hair? Did he have no hair?
Yes, he was thinner. He had dreads.
Okay, did he have facial hair?
Yeah, he had a thin beard.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis?
I was never provided a picture of that picture in discovery.
That is a still photo from a video he has in discovery.
No, it isn't. I do not have that video in
We're not
discovery.
arguing. Okay, we're not arguing. So, did you show him? Can you show him?
I absolutely can. I can show
And
you
it's a
video.
still picture from where?
A body-worn camera that is in evidence that he has.
All right. Your objection's noted and overruled, but show him the picture, which you did not do before you posted it. Anything else, Ms. Easter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nixon, questions of Mr. Crew?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Crew, I believe you testified today. You said everyone was getting along in the apartment prior to the incident, leading up to the incident. Everyone was getting along, correct?
Yes.
You said we were doing drugs and we were up for days, correct?
Yes.
Where would you happen to know where the drugs were coming from?
No, I don't know where everyone was getting their drugs from.
Do you know where you were getting your drugs from?
Well, yeah.
You said that you don't know Adam, or no, you said that you didn't know Brian prior to this incident?
Correct.
So before that night, you never met Brian, excuse me.
No.
You stated that me and Angel argued prior to the incident as well, correct?
Yes.
Would you happen to know what that argument was about?
I think she wanted you to go home and get some sleep. But I mean, there was more to it. There was something before that. I don't know what it was, but I know she was wanting you to go home and get some sleep.
Did I leave?
No. Not, I don't believe so, no.
You also stated today on the record that Angel and Tony and Brian were in the driveway prior to the incident, correct?
Yes.
Did you happen to see Brian with a gun?
No, I didn't.
Did Angel call anyone in the home when Tony and Brian were in the driveway? Mr. Crew, you stated you seen me leave the apartment with a gun in my hand and a purse, correct?
I never said I seen you leave the apartment with it. I seen you when you was in Angel's room with it, with a gun and a purse.
Okay. So you do not remember, or you have no recollection of pulling out a machete?
No, I never pulled out a machete.
And the state's exhibit 18 in the room, when they circled the picture, you couldn't make out what that was, correct?
Correct.
But it was in your room, correct?
Yes.
Would you say that you're in control of everything that's in your room?
For the most part,
And everything in your room would belong to you or whoever you allowed in your room, correct?
correct.
May I ask why you don't recognize what is under the basket that was shown to you in the picture?
I just can't make out what it is under the basket.
Did you ever see me and Brian or Adam fighting at the time of the incident?
No.
You stated on record that you seen Brian on the floor.
Yes.
May I ask what position was Brian in?
He just, I don't know, he was just kind of on his side on the floor. I mean, he was maybe in a laying down position almost.
Was he in pain? Was he just on the floor? Like, what was his demeanor? What was he doing?
I mean, he could have been getting up. Like I said, I was only out there for, 4 or 5 seconds, if that long. So, I mean, when I seen him, he was on the floor. He could have been in the process of getting up. He could have just fell. I don't know. But when I seen him, he was on the floor.
Correct. Do you remember giving a interview to a detective on scene that night?
Yeah, I talked to a bunch of different people that night.
Do you remember what you told the detective?
Be a little more specific in that question.
Well, so, Mr. Crew, you do remember talking to I guess, a plethora of officers that evening. Do you remember having gotten to a squad car and given an interview to a detective?
Yes.
Do you remember what you stated to the detective as far as what happened that night?
I mean, no, I don't really remember everything that was discussed. I just answered his question, whatever he asked me. I mean, honestly, there wasn't a whole lot of talk about what went on. He was trying to figure out some other stuff, so.
Do you remember telling the detectives you heard no, no, and then you heard gunshots?
I don't remember telling him that, no.
So you're stating for the record that you don't remember saying it, or you didn't say that?
No, I don't recall saying that to him. I mean, I may have. I just, there was a lot went on that night. I can't recall everything that I said.
Your Honor, I would ask that I could play his interview.
Overruled, denied. It's not proper impeachment. You've asked him, he says he doesn't remember.
Mr. Crew, do you remember prior to the incident, do you remember me us having a conversation about boat magnets?
Boat magnets?
Yeah, boat magnets and EMPs. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I believe I remember something about that.
Do you remember me having the boat magnet and twisting it?
No.
Do you remember me acting crazy in any way before this happened?
I wasn't around you a lot, so, I mean, I really can't, say on that.
Are you familiar with a person named Joshua Baker?
Yes.
Can you state for the court who that is?
Years ago, he was my stepbrother.
Does Joshua Baker know anyone as far as Adam or Brian?
I mean, I don't know who he knows.
Hold on a second. Do you know, yes or no? You don't have to ad lib, just ask. Do you know whether or not Joshua Baker knows Adam and or Brian? Was that the question, Mr. Nixon?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I don't know.
All right. Overruled on the objection.
Do you remember a conversation about me being the police?
No.
Do you remember a conversation about Toni being the police?
No.
Do you remember any conversation about an app that can be put on your phone to spy on a person?
No.
Do you remember where Adam was at the time of the incident?
In the kitchen.
Do you remember what Adam was doing?
No, I don't. I don't know what he was doing.
So you were technically a resident considered a resident. You lived there at this apartment, correct?
I rented a room off Angel.
Okay. Did you give permission to Brian or Toni to go upstairs?
Angel did.
So you're saying Angel gave permission. Can you elaborate on that? Like, how did she give permission? Did she say, yeah, going on up, or what, like?
I mean, she just told Brian, hey, me and Chip's going to the store. Quinton and Adam upstairs, going up. We'll be back in, a few minutes.
So she did say, go on up. That's what you're stating?
Yes.
Do you know if Angel knew Brian before this?
Yes.
How long would you say Angel knew Brian before this incident?
I don't know.
Was Brian there prior to this incident?
I don't know if he was or not. Not while I was there.
Okay, but you know for a fact that you don't know Brian prior to this incident?
No.
You've never met him, never spoke with him, never heard of him?
No.
How long have you known Adam?
For a couple weeks he was there.
You never heard of him before the couple weeks he was there?
No.
So you don't know Brian, you don't know Adam, you guys are not considered any type of brotherhood or brothers or nothing like that, correct?
Correct.
You stated that you looked out and you seen my face at the time prior to the shooting, around the time I had the gun and allegedly had Toni by the shoulder, correct?
Correct.
You said it looked to be like I was scared or angry or my eyes were big. Could you clarify what it looked like?
I mean, just what I said. I mean, when I came out there, Angel was yelling, and you looked over, and you just had a surprised look on your face, scared. I don't know what it was, but it was some kind of emotion going on.
And you say today you don't do drugs anymore, correct?
Correct.
And you're not high right now, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, can I ask that the witness be drug tested?
No, you may not. I mean, you can ask, but it's denied.
And you don't know what that was in your room under the basket?
No, I don't. I couldn't make it out. And I don't know what it was.
Your Honor, can I have a minute to look for this picture, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think we're on, is he on C?
Your Honor, may I ask if it's one of the exhibits that I have already marked? I'll be more than happy
I do not believe so.
to oh.
Your Honor, I have an array of exhibits, C, D, E, and F. I would like to show the witness.
All right, first, show him to Miss Easter.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, do I have permission to use the...
You do.
Thank you.
If something needs to be handed to the witness, though, you'll have to ask Mr. Perry to hand it to the witness, all right? No, you can use the machine, but if for some reason you want to show him something and hand him something, Mr. Perry will be the intermediary. You may. Yes, sure. Go ahead and ask him.
Mr. Crew, can you take a look at those pictures? Mr. Crew, do you recognize the pictures?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I would like to also show State's Exhibit 18 over again.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
Can I see that one picture again?
Your Honor, may I see 18, because it's not mine. I just want to make sure it's the same picture.
Sure, hold on. Mr. Perry, will you just show Ms. Easter that one that's in your right hand? Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. And it's
then-
not.
Is that marked?
No.
Okay.
Do you want State's Exhibit 18 for him
Is
to
it
use?
the same picture?
It is.
Yeah, go ahead and use the one that actually has the exhibit sticker on it, please. Thank you. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Nixon. Other way, all the way around.
Okay, Mr. Crew, this is State's Exhibit 18. Can you identify what this is a picture of?
My bedroom.
Okay. And once again, right by that blue basket, can you identify what you see?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay. But this is your room, correct?
Yes.
What exhibit letter is this, Mr. Nixon? You have it marked on the back, I think.
This would be Exhibit F.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, can you identify this picture?
It's my room.
Correct. And can you identify what is on the ground now by that blue basket?
No, I mean, I don't know what that is. I mean, I can't make it out, and I don't recall what it is. I don't know what it is. It don't even look familiar. I mean, I'm sure it's mine. I just don't know what it is.
So, visually looking at this, you can't tell what it is. You can't tell if that's a machete or not.
I mean, it's not a machete because I didn't have a machete, so but I don't know what it is.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit C. Mr. Crew, can you recognize anything in this picture?
Yeah, it looks like a magnet and a phone, a lighter, dice, remote.
And if you could please select a pencil and trace the magnet for the court, please. Thank you. Would this be the magnet that you remember us having a conversation about?
Yeah, it could be. I mean,
Is this a boat magnet, a fish magnet?
it's a magnet. I don't know what kind of magnet it is. Has an on-off on the front of it.
Like a switch, maybe like a...
Yeah, like a little knob that you turn.
Do you know anything about this type of magnet?
No.
You have no recollection of telling me anything about this type of magnet, correct?
No. I mean, just a magnet.
Do you remember a conversation about between me and you, if you put this magnet on a electronic device and turn that switch, it would distort the electronic? Do you remember having that conversation?
No.
Thank you. And one more time, just to clarify. You don't, can you see, you see the object under the basket, correct?
Yes, I see something under the basket.
Right. Can you see what's on top of that object that's under the basket?
No, I don't know what that is either.
But you can see it though, right?
Yeah, I can see there's something laying across whatever's laying under the basket. I just can't make them out.
Okay. Can you see what direction is laying on top of whatever that is? The object that's on top of the other object that's under the basket. Can you see which direction it's laying?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the view from walking into your room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now in this picture,
Is that F
oh,
again?
excuse me.
That's all right. Is it F?
Exhibit F, yes, ma'am. Exhibit F, in this picture, that same object that was laying on the other object under the basket, can you see the direction it's facing in now?
No, I don't see the one that's laying on top of it now.
So you can't see the object anymore that was laying on top of it?
No. Can you see it?
Don't ask questions, just answer.
Oh. Okay. No, I don't see it.
So would you say that object is moved? From the picture you just seen to this picture, the object's been moved?
I just don't see it in this picture.
Okay. Zoom, maybe? Alrighty. Can you see it now?
I can see the object under the basket. I can see there's an object under the basket.
Correct. Does that object appear to have jagged edges on one side?
I mean, it looks like it now that once you blew it up.
And on the other side, it appears to have smooth edges, correct?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a machete?
Have I seen a machete?
Have you ever seen a machete ever in life?
Yeah.
Does a machete have jagged edges on one side and smooth on the other?
I mean, some of them do, some of them don't.
Okay. One more time. States Exhibit 18, zoomed in. That same object under the basket. So, State's Exhibit 18 shows, or can you tell me what it shows? What do you see now?
I can't make that out. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Does it look like a machete blade to you?
I mean, it could be. I mean,
So I don't think I can zoom in any further.
It just doesn't, the quality isn't very good.
Yeah. Does that not kind of look like a big knife or a big machete? Not the handle, the blade.
I mean, yeah, it resembles a machete.
Okay. But you said you didn't have a machete.
No, I don't have a machete. I never have a
Never
machete.
had a machete. And this is your room, though, correct?
Correct.
So one more time. Look at Exhibit F. One more time, a little bit closer. I think now that I zoomed in more, you can clearly see. Can you see the ridges on the, now that I zoomed in? I don't know what that object is obscuring it, but can you see the ridges on one side and the smooth?
Yeah, I see that.
And there's also a line that looks like it was, where it was grinded out as a blade, correct?
Yeah, the lighter area.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Does this resemble a machete?
Yeah, it resembles a machete.
Correct. No further questions, Ryan. I have no further questions for
Okay,
the
thank
witness.
you. Go ahead and have a seat. All right, Ms. Easter, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, a couple questions. Ron, you were asked on cross-examination, do you remember a conversation about the defendant being the police or Toni Westover being the police? And you stated no. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
If those conversations would have occurred while you were in the room, you would not have been able to hear that. Is that correct?
Correct.
You also were asked, do you remember a conversation about an app? Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about an app?
No.
If those conversations occurred with other individuals while you were not around, you would not be aware of those. Is that correct?
Correct.
You also stated that you do not, you were asked on cross-examination if Brian had come over. And I believe you stated not while you had been staying there?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, and you had been staying there for how long?
But probably about 3 months at that time.
So at that time, you had not seen Brian at that house for the prior 3 months?
No, I never seen him there.
Okay. And if he was there, you weren't there?
Right.
Okay. And I believe on cross-examination, you were asked about a brotherhood or who you knew and who you didn't know. At the time of this, you didn't know the defendant. Is that fair?
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, yeah, I just met him at that time.
That week or so prior that he was there. And you didn't really know Brian. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't really know Adam,
Correct.
but for the time he had been staying there.
Right.
And you didn't know Toni.
Right.
Okay. So you really don't have a dog in this fight, so to speak. You're not for one side or the other. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair.
You're coming here to testify about what you saw and what you heard on July 24th through the 25th.
Correct.
And you were asked multiple questions about what was on the floor. Now, after all those questions, you were asked on cross. And what I asked you, do you know what was on the floor under that basket?
I don't know what that was.
Okay. Oh, you were asked on cross-examination about the conversation that the defendant and Angel were, well, not conversation, but the argument between the defendant and Angel. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Angel wanting him to go home?
Yes.
Okay. And go home to get some sleep. I'm sorry, I didn't finish. Wanting him to go home and get some sleep. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
When the defendant was there, from what you observed, could you tell he had not gotten any sleep?
Yes.
And could you tell that from his demeanor or his behavior or the way he was acting?
Yes.
Could you tell that he had been taking drugs? I know you said you saw it, but by the way he was acting, could you tell he was high?
Yes.
You were asked about the poster board, and I think you said it was paper. Now, first of all, you were asked about the poster. I said board. What was that poster made out of?
Like I said, as part of that, I'm pretty sure it was just regular poster material, heavy paper.
Okay.
You know.
So if you buy a poster, a regular generic poster you could put up on your wall, that kind of paper?
Yes.
Okay, it was just bigger, 3 feet by 4 feet?
Yes.
And that poster, just to clarify, when you rolled it back up, where did you put it? How did it stay rolled up? Where did you put it back
I
up?
put it back in the plastic sleeve.
Okay. And that plastic sleeve, was that a round plastic sleeve? You just stick it back in?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Do you have anything? No further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. You're excused.
Your Honor, I would
Yeah.
like to cross-examine.
Based on what? What was elicited in redirect that was outside the scope of cross?
That plastic
Okay.
poster.
You can ask about that specific issue only. We're not going into a whole bunch of other issues. So you're still under oath. Go ahead.
Mr. Crew, that you testified today about the poster board or the poster rolled up. Did it come in a box?
I don't know if it did or not. It may have. I know when I got it, it was just in that plastic wrap.
So you didn't take it out of any box or anything like that?
No.
Did you buy this from the store? Was it mailed or?
It was Angel. She had it when I moved in there.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. The exhibits I just had. Oh, I think I'll put them back in. So you stating that it didn't come in a box or anything like that, correct?
I don't know what it came in. I know when Angel brought it to me, it was in the plastic wrap.
Your Honor, I would like to show him the previous exhibits, E and F,
All right.
pertaining to the poster.
So F was shown. E he looked at previous, but there was no testimony, but he's looked at them, so you can either have Mr. Perry put them up right there and you can ask the questions.
Yes.
Or Mr. Perry can hand them to him, it's up to you.
Yeah. You could just ask him yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Crew, do you recognize the pictures you see?
Yes.
In that picture, is there a placard, which is a police marker that they use to mark evidence? Do you see the placard?
You say it's a marker?
Like a marker, like it's a yellow plastic thing that they use with a number on it.
Oh, like you talking about this number 7?
Yeah, that's a placard. To the left, can you tell me what that is in the corner? In that box right there?
It's a box. I don't know what's in it.
You don't know what that is in your room?
It's a box. I don't know what's in it.
Okay, because you had testified earlier saying that you put the poster back in the closet.
Correct.
You didn't put it in that box? It didn't come in that box?
I didn't put it in that box. I don't know what came in that box, but I put the poster back in the closet.
Okay. That was it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Crew, you're excused. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and just take a short restroom break
Yeah.
till 11:30, and then we'll pick up with the state's next witness. We're adjourned. So help you God. Go ahead and have a seat in that chair. Speak into the microphone. You may proceed, Ms. Easter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your first and last name? Spell your last name for the record.
Adam Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T,
And Adam, how old are you?
39.
And you're in Orange. Are you currently in custody somewhere?
I am.
And where is that?
Summit County Jail.
And you were brought here from a facility?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, was that a prison facility?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're serving time out of a different county, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and you're here to testify in the case State of Ohio versus Quinton Nixon?
I am.
Okay, and that is for what occurred on or around July 25th of 2022?
Yes.
And that was at 2260 Maryland Avenue?
I'm not sure of the address, but yeah, I think so.
Okay, was that the apartment Angel McClain was staying in?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now, before I get to the actual date, July 25th, had you been staying at that apartment, visiting there for a while?
I could be off a few days, maybe 2 a week, but around 5 to 7 days, maybe.
Okay.
Something like that.
And who did you know at that apartment? How did you get there?
Angel is a longtime acquaintance slash ex-girlfriend. I kind of grew up, I was best friends with her brother. I dated her. I know her whole entire family for at least 20 years now.
Okay. And why did you end up staying at her apartment?
I just got back from Alabama. Me and my girlfriend at the time had splitting up, and I hadn't been in Akron for a couple of years. And like I said, she is kind of family of mine. So.
Because you had known her for so long and been dating her off and on for so long.
Yep.
And you two just created a friendship, or a friendship grew out of that?
Yeah, I've known her daughter since almost like the day she came home from the hospital. So, and she's 18 now, so I've been around the family for a long time.
Okay. When you were there, where were you staying?
In the living room. Me and her weren't active in a relationship or boyfriend or girlfriend or anything. We've been friends. I mean, we're better friends than lovers, and we accomplished that a long time ago.
Okay. So if you did stay in a room, there were no sexual relations going on at that time?
No.
Okay. When you got there, who else was at the apartment?
Like the first day I got there?
Yes.
Chip, his name's Ron. Chip was there. Ashley was in and out. I don't know if she had something going on with Chip or not. Angel, myself, and that was it.
Okay. Was the defendant there?
When I first got there?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So he came after you got there?
Yes.
So if he was there approximately a week, then that makes, do you believe you were there approximately more than a week?
I don't believe he was there a week, but I mean, I could be wrong. But I was probably there 2 or 3, maybe 4 days before he showed up.
Okay. Now, prior to him showing up, let's talk a little. Did you know Ron?
No, I was really close with his brother, so I know of the name, but I'd never met him before that day.
Okay, so before you showed up there, you had never met Ron?
No.
Okay. Did you and Ron get along? Was there any arguing or anything?
No.
Okay, you all were fine?
Yeah, we're fine.
How about Ashley?
I grew to know before the incident, but after my arrival, that she's from a small town in southern Ohio. I was born there as well. Crazy thing is our mothers were like best friends growing up. I had no idea. I'd never met her before. But after talking with her, we figured this out. But I didn't have no issues with Ashley whatsoever.
And you figured that out after you got to Angel's house? not-
Yes, yep.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, the defendant got to the house?
Yes, I'm not sure what date or anything. I was aware that he was coming over. Like I said, man, Angel had kept me informed that her friend or whatever he was to her was coming over.
Were you upset?
Absolutely not.
Okay. When he got there, did you two interact?
Very little at first. He was kind of standoffish as well. I kind of mind my own business. You know what I mean? I do my own things. So, I mean, maybe like I'm me and he's him. Nice to meet you. That kind of ordeal. We didn't. I mean, we grew to be cordial and stuff like that. There was no hostility whatsoever.
So in the beginning, you two were standoffish because you didn't know each other.
Yeah.
As the
much.
days went on, did you two get to know each other?
A little bit, yeah.
And you were more cordial with each other?
Absolutely. Mhm.
Did you know he could rap, or did you rap?
I don't rap myself at all. Yeah, no, I don't rap. I mean, we would conversate. I mean, we were it's a very small place, the apartment. And I mean, he hung out in the living room with me for quite some time. I mean, like I said, I can't recall how much time or whatnot, but we kind of grew to, kind of be tight within the days that we were around each other.
Okay. Did you know he could rap, though? Did you two go back and forth, or?
Not myself. I had witnessed him, like kind of doing the rap thing with somebody else and all that.
Oh.
But like, I don't rap. I'm not.
Okay, that's fine.
Talented like that.
So prior to July 25th, did you ever get into any arguments with the defendant?
I did not.
Did you threaten the defendant?
Absolutely.
Now, did you have a gun?
I did.
What kind of gun did you have?
Smith & Wesson 9mm.
Okay. Where did you carry your gun, or how were you dealing with your gun or handling your gun?
My gun never leaves me. I never leave it laying around. It's always on my side. I don't go anywhere, including the bathroom, especially if I'm around people that I don't know or do know. I'm not allowed to carry a weapon, but I try to practice proper gun etiquette to the best of my abilities.
But you admit you had that gun on your person the entire time you were there?
The entire time.
Okay. Did you ever point it at the defendant?
Before the incident?
Before the incident?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you ever threaten him again before the incident?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did anybody else ever threaten him with your gun?
No. Before
Did
the incident?
Yes.
No.
Before the incident. Did anybody have your gun before the incident besides you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's move further. Was there any drug use going on?
There was lots of drug use going on.
What was the drug of choice?
Methamphetamines.
Who all was using drugs?
Everybody.
Did you see everybody using drugs?
Yeah.
Did you see the defendant using drugs?
Absolutely.
Did you all use drugs together, separate?
Like, the apartment is like a fourth of the size of this room. I mean, we were, it's a kind of cramped quarters. Everybody was doing drugs together at some point throughout the 4 days that we were all, 3 or 4 days, and I could be off a day, missing a day. I got around, I'm going to say 3 days, within that 3 days, we were all hanging out together, almost as like a family, but not family. Like, we were all very cordial, we were all very acquainted, and we were all doing the same thing.
And that was drugs?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you all get much sleep?
No, probably not. I slept the first night or the second night that Quinton was at the house. I slept on the couch. I don't know if they went to sleep. I don't know, because I was sleeping.
Okay. Do you know what meth high looks like?
What it looks like?
Yes, when somebody is high on meth.
I mean, everybody reacts differently, yeah, but in a roundabout sense, yeah.
Okay. And you've been around people high on meth?
Yeah.
I want to turn our attention more to July 25th, 22, the day this happened. That morning, can you just tell the court what did your day consist of?
The morning as in like the 24th?
Correct, I'm sorry, yes, the 24th going into the 25th.
Okay. I don't know exactly what I did in the morning. I think my brother Ed came and picked me up for a little bit. I went with him. I believe that like something happened between Angel and Quinton to where Quinton was like outside, like in a vehicle, maybe her vehicle, I want to say for almost the entirety of the night, like the night before, the 24th, like the 23rd going into the 24th. I think I went with Ashley and Chip to like Big Lots or something because we were looking for, I had a cell phone and like it wouldn't charge like the charger part, and we were like trying to get a wireless charger for my phone because I didn't have a phone. So I think I went with her and him, Ashley and Chip to Big Lots. And then when we came back, like Quinton was still in the car, and I want to say this is like noon or so. Like again, with the times, it could be off hours, but I know that it was daylight and it was early to mid-afternoon. I got him some water. I got him a big glass of water. I didn't know what was going on between him and Angel. I went into the house. I don't know the conversation. Can't remember the conversation that I had with Angel, but I know shortly thereafter, Quinton was allowed to come back into the apartment.
Was it getting dark at that point in time?
No,
Oh, it's still daylight?
still daylight.
Okay. So he comes back into the apartment. Who all is in the apartment at that time?
I was in and out. I believe like Chip kind of always stayed in his bedroom. He never really came out. I don't know if he had company at that point in time or not. I don't know if Ashley was there. I was there. I believe Quentin's uncle or maybe acquaintance. I don't know if they're family. But Mans was there for a little bit. I don't know his name. I was there. Angel was there.
Okay. Was everybody getting along at this time?
Yeah, everybody got along the whole entire time, except for whatever him and Angel had going on that led him outside. He wasn't forced outside by me. He wasn't. I think that may have been a self-inflicted situation with him that he might have removed himself. I don't know. I'm not like I wasn't in the mix at that point. I don't know.
That's fine.
So,
You mentioned the defendant's uncle. I think you said his name was Mans.
I don't know, something like that along them lines. Yeah. I don't know. He was there for a little bit. I don't know if it was that day or the day before. I can't really remember. It was a long time ago.
Okay. Well, the bottom line, was he there for when the incident occurred?
No.
Okay. Did you all smoke meth that day the incident occurred?
We were all getting high the entire time.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's talk about later on in the day. At some point in time, Brian Fielders and Toni Westover came over. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. Now, before we get to that, do you know Brian Fielders?
I do.
Will you tell the court how you know Brian Fielders?
I met him through Chip's younger brother, Josh. Me and Josh were like really good friends slash brothers. Josh and Brian are like, like best friends, brothers, or not real brothers, but street brothers, or whatever you want to call it. And me and Josh's relationship was like his and Brian's. So we all kind of came together, and that's
Who
how
is
we
his
met.
and Brian's?
Josh and Brian's. My relationship with Josh is like Josh's with Brian's, and that's how we all met each other. Like, does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
And just throughout time, me and Brian became close. And my addiction, I had known him at this point probably 3 or 4 years. My addiction at 2 years prior to that, like I said, I had been in Alabama and Florida and the Carolinas for a couple of years before I came back. I removed myself from everybody just to get away. And so I had kind of fell out of touch with everybody. That's why I ended up at Angel's house, because she was the closest thing to family that I have in the area.
Okay.
So, yeah, I do know Brian.
Was there any ill will or hard feelings between you and Brian?
Yes, when I first came back, before I left, I ended up leaving in a vehicle that I assumed belonged to him. And, you know, there was a picture or something in the sort of the car. I can't remember what it was, but Brian was highly upset with me. And when I came back, everybody was kind of saying that Brian was mad at me, you know, and I can't really necessarily remember the conversations, but in a roundabout, in the gist of it all, Brian was upset with me. And so, therefore, it was brought to my attention from Angel, and I just got tired of hearing about it. So, Angel and Quinton, I decided I wanted to go over to Brian's house. I was in communication with him on the telephone.
Okay.
I decided I wanted to go over there, okay? And Angel was like visibly upset, like she was like highly upset, like crying and all this other stuff. Like I said, me and Quinton, we weren't like best pals, but we were talking enough at that point to where, you know, he rode in the front passenger seat, Angel drove, I rode in the back seat. They took me over to Brian's house, and this was like maybe the night before the incident. And before getting out of the car, somewhere along the lines, Angel was hysterical. Quentin was kind of like, "Are you sure this is a good idea?" And I'm like, and I told them both, "Just leave. I'm cool. Just leave. Just get up out of here."
So let me just stop you. So they never got out the car?
No,
Okay. So, okay.
they never got out of the car. They dropped me off at Brian's and wherever they went.
Okay. And was Brian still in the house when they dropped you off?
Yeah.
Okay. So Brian did not see Quentin, the defendant did not see Quentin that night? The defendant did not
Not the
see
first.
Brian?
Not the first time. No.
Okay. Okay.
I go into Brian's. How it went is I walked in, I put my gun in between his feet. I said, "It's there if you need it." And I went and I sat on the other side of the room. He was kind of blown away by this. I didn't even expect I was going to do that. I don't know. I was just trying to kill the beef. I didn't want the beef.
Did it work? Did you two squash everything?
Only thing he said was, he said, "You got extremely big balls, and I'm glad to have my big brother back." And he hugged me, and we hugged it out.
Okay. So no beef between you two?
To my knowledge, at that point, no.
How did you get back home? Or how did you get back to Angel's?
I called Angel, and Angel, it was that night. It was the night that they dropped me off, maybe 2-3 hours later, or maybe it could have been shorter than that. Called Angel, and I said, "Hey, come pick me up." Her and Quentin came and picked me up. They pulled into the driveway. I opened up the door, and like I'm almost all the way, like I opened up the door to the vehicle to get into the back, and Brian comes out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, comes up to the car like he's trying to hang out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already in the car. I don't make the decision for him to come along. It ain't my house, it ain't my car. At this point, I'm just kind of like, I'm just ready to leave. You know what I mean? He gets into the car, but nobody opposes. Nobody. Okay? So we go back to Angel's house, and that's when him and Quentin, they do the rapping thing or something. Like, it was, you know, they instantly hit it off. And like, I was hanging out in the living room. They were sitting in the kitchen at the table, and I fell asleep that night. That's the night that I went to sleep on the couch. I don't know what everybody else did. I know that when I woke up, everybody was still there. And soon after that is when everybody kind of went their search. Brian went his own way. I believe that Quentin stayed at the house, at the apartment.
Okay. Do you know how Brian left since you all drove him?
I did not drive him.
Well, Angel came and picked you all up.
Yeah, but we all went back to her apartment together.
Right.
And then I fell asleep that night while they were rapping and doing whatever they were doing. And when I woke up, I can't remember how Brian got home, who came and picked him up, but like, I believe Quentin stayed, Brian left, and that was that.
Okay. So when you woke up, And that was was that the 24th going into the 25th or the 23rd going into the 24th?
That was the 23rd going into the 24th.
Okay, so now we're back at the 24th at night. So you talked about what you did that morning already. We kind of
Yeah,
went back.
I went to Big Lots and all that good stuff with Chip
Yes, sir.
and Ashley. Yep.
So was there any arguing the night before between Brian and the defendant?
If there was, I couldn't tell.
Okay. You said they were rapping, getting along, everything was fine.
They were getting along better than me and Brian was getting along. I felt like, I mean, I wasn't jealous or nothing, but I didn't see, if there was tension, I could not tell I couldn't tell at all.
Okay. So let's get to the night of the 25th. At some point in time, did Brian and Toni come over?
Yes.
Okay.
It was late, close to midnight, something like that. It was like late. To where normal people are about to go to sleep or sleeping at this point.
Okay.
Chip and Angel come out into the living room to where me and Quinton are sitting, and it says, hey, we're leaving, and da-da-da. I don't know if Ashley went with them or not. I believe if she was there, she went, but I remember Chip and Angel for sure. And they leave, and like no longer than they like close the door and walk down the steps. It couldn't have been more than 2 minutes. My phone rings, and it's Angel, and she's like, hey, Brian's in the driveway. And I'm like, okay. I kind of like startled, like, why wouldn't he knock on the door? And I'm like, tell him to come up. And I believe at that point I heard Chip in the background say, hey, tell him he's got a gun on him. And I'm like, okay. Like, at this point, like I carry a gun everywhere I go. So like it didn't bother me. I was kind of expected, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, but the only person that comes up is Brian at that point.
Okay.
And he comes in and like immediately he's like, I don't know, talking about some whisper app stuff or some shit. And like,
Watch the language.
my apologies. He's like talking like you can clearly tell he's high.
Okay.
You know? And I kind of like, I'm not into that kind of stuff. Like,
Who all was with you when he was talking about this?
me, him, and Quinton.
Okay.
So after a little while, I kind of gave up. And them two were talking, and I got up and I was back and forth from the kitchen into the living room, and like it kind of like dawned on me, and I'm like, where's Toni? And Brian's like, she's down in the car. And at this point in my head, I'm like, dude, this has been like at least an hour and a half. Like, I feel like you've been here. Like, she can't sit in the driveway, bro. She's got to come upstairs.
Was Ron and Angel back?
I can't remember if Ron and Angel came back after Toni came upstairs or if they were already back.
Okay.
I want to say that Toni came up before Angel and Chip got back.
And so you think Angel and Chip were gone for about an hour and a half?
No, like I said, man, we were all high. I don't.
Okay. So you may be a little off on the time.
Yeah, as I've said from the beginning,
okay.
I don't know. They said they were going to get something to eat or sheets or something along them lines.
Okay.
And so I believe that Toni was in the house when they came back, but like I said, I'm not sure 100%. But they instantly go, like, she shows me this picture or whatever they got, like a
Who is she?
Angel.
Okay.
Like whatever they went to pick up. It was like a poster or something along them lines. And they go back into her bedroom, which is a little strange to me. Like, she's kind of like nosy and she likes to like know what's going on. Whatever, I don't, So at this point, so there's a couch, a table, and a couch. And Toni's very quiet when she's like in the house. And It's different than every other time I've ever known Toni. And I don't question it because she's not my girlfriend. It's not my place. I kind of mind my business with that. I don't know if she's like, it's new people, new environment. I had met Toni several times over the years.
So you knew Toni before that day?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Toni?
Through Brian.
Oh, okay, but
Brian's
you've known her
girlfriend.
for several years. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And even before they were boyfriend and girlfriend, they were friends, you know. So, like, she was very quiet. She didn't say much. She was on her phone the whole entire time. You know, Brian, you know, he's just being Brian, just kind of like, I don't know, him and Quinton are talking. Like, I'm back and forth from the kitchen, and like.
Where was Toni?
Okay, Toni. Okay.
Hold on. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit number 13. Do you recognize? Hold on.
That monitor right there to your right, it's on a swivel. Oh. Thanks, Deputy.
Okay. Toni was sitting.
Okay, before you start, there's you see the colored pencils at the bottom?
Yeah.
If you touch one, you can actually put a mark, an X, where she was sitting.
So I'm going to tap the green one.
Whatever color.
And Toni was sitting right here.
Okay,
Do you want where everybody else was sitting?
correct. Or where everybody else was, yes.
Okay. Brian was sitting right here. The table wasn't tipped over. Quinton was sitting like right here. This is like a two-person like love seat thing.
Okay.
And then when I was in the living room, was sitting right here next to Quinton.
Okay.
Okay.
Ashley,
and Chip and Angel were in one of the two back bedrooms.
Okay.
Nobody was else in the living room.
okay.
I mean, they came out periodically. Like, Angel would come out, go in the kitchen, get something to drink or something, and go right back into the room. It sounded like they were, like, remodeling or something, or hanging pictures up, or
Okay.
whatever they were doing.
Okay.
The table was upright, and we were kind of all just sitting there, like, talking. I had like a Nike bag, and I was sitting in the living room. It was kind of like we were smoking, because we didn't really smoke that much until Brian came over, and then like he must have had some dope with him, because that's when we like really was smoking, and like so.
And when you say we, is that you, the defendant, Quinton, and the defendant, Brian and Toni?
Yeah, we were all like, I didn't see Toni smoke.
Okay.
Like, if I must say, like, before I had left out of town and was gone, on my trip and all that, Toni didn't get high, okay? Like, she never, like, I never seen her high. I never seen her, none of that. And then when I came back, she was different,
Okay.
okay? So it was kind of like, I realized this the night that I went over to Brian and Toni's house when they were living in Springfield or wherever that is out there, and that's when I learned that she was like getting high. But so I had like a Nike, like a drawstring bag that I was keeping. I had like colored pencils and stuff like that, and I had it all out on the floor. And I was sitting next to Quinton on the couch, and Toni and Brian were sitting on the couch as well. And I had disengaged from the conversation almost from the minute that they had walked into he had walked into the door, because he was doing the whisper rap thing or whatever, and I just wasn't into that. Like,
Where did that conversation take place?
as soon as he walked into the door,
So it took place by the door?
it was
Was it
taking
the
place the
kitchen?
whole entire time.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I just disengaged myself from the conversation. I didn't want conspiracies and all that. I don't know nothing about, like, it's not my kind of thing. So I remember, like, I'm sitting on the couch, like half kind of on the couch, half off the couch, leaning down, and I'm like putting everything back into my bag. Like I said, I had colored pencils and all that good stuff, And Quentin looks over at me and gives me like a weird look. like questioning me without questioning me about what I'm putting in the bag, right? So I literally dump everything back out onto the floor because I don't know if he thought I was stealing from him or whatever was going on in his head, right?
Okay.
So, and I kind of dumped everything out on the bag, on the floor, and I put everything back into the bag so he could see. And he seemed like he was all right with that. I didn't ask, he didn't respond, and I kind of got up and I went into the kitchen.
But there's no arguing, no fighting up to this point?
No,
With
there was
anyone?
never any arguer, never any fighting, ever, the whole entire time.
And none between Toni and the defendant?
No.
Okay.
Oh, listen, she didn't, to my knowledge, she never even spoke to him. Like, because she didn't even, she might have said hi to me, and that was it.
Okay.
Like, she was quiet. She was like sitting quiet, okay? And then I go into the kitchen
Okay.
after I put everything back into my bag.
Was everybody still in the same spots when you went in the kitchen?
Yeah, everybody except me remained where they were.
Okay. And the people in the back were still in the back?
Yep.
What happened when you went in the kitchen?
I had my back to everybody that was in the living room because, like, if you exit the living room, you can literally walk straight to the kitchen sink without having to make any turns or anything. It's kind of like an open kind of area for the kitchen and the living room.
Okay, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 14, 15, and 16.
Just put them up, please.
States Exhibit 14.
Hit the clear button down there at the bottom. Thank you.
Okay, so I get up and I walk through here, and like, so if you just keep walking straight into the kitchen, that's where the sink is. So everybody still in the living room can see me at this point. So,
And States Exhibit 15, you referenced the sink.
so the sink is right here.
Okay.
Okay? So literally, my back is to everybody that's in the living room. They can see me. And for whatever reason, all I heard was the sound of Velcro.
Okay.
And at that point, I heard, hey, something, like, don't quote me because it might not be exact, but it was something along the lines of, hey, man, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Okay.
And at that point, something in me said to turn around, and I started reaching for my weapon, and I started to turn around.
Up to that point, had you seen any other gun in the house? Did you see?
I did.
Okay.
There was a weapon sitting on the table in between everybody.
Okay. How did the gun get on the table in between?
I do not know.
Okay.
I don't know who put it there. I know that it was not my weapon. And that's, at that point, that's all I know.
Okay. Did you see Brian come up? Did he have a weapon on him when he came upstairs? If you remember.
Not that I seen, but there was a weapon between the two of them.
Okay. Did you?
Two of whom?
Between Toni and Brian.
So when Brian came up, did he have a holster on his person? Did you ever see a weapon that Brian had?
I didn't see him personally have a weapon, but I know of them to have a weapon. Okay?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you don't know where this holster was prior to you seeing it on the table?
I don't know who put it on the table.
Okay. And when you said Velcro, I'm showing you States Exhibit number 38. Is that the holster you saw on the table?
If that's not it, then it's something similar like that.
Okay. Okay, and you said you heard Velcro. Tell the court what happened after you heard that Velcro.
So I'm still standing like my back towards everybody in the room. I hear the Velcro. I hear it's clear panic, okay? And like questioning real fast. Hey, man, hey, what do you do? Like something like that. Instantly, my body tells me something's wrong. I start to reach and I start to turn. And before I even, like, I have my weapon out at this point, and may I stand up to show? Okay. So I'm standing like, so this is the sink. So I start reaching for my weapon and I pull it out like this. And I'm not even all the way turned around. And Brian is so close to me at that point that I cannot even up my weapon at this point in time.
So did Brian have a weapon in his hand when he came in there?
No.
Okay. So you heard somebody say no, and you heard Velcro.
No, I heard Velcro, then I heard somebody asking the questions. Like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know who said what. Like, my brain at that point, like, I knew that it just sounded like something was wrong.
Okay. So Brian comes in the kitchen. Where is the defendant and Toni?
At this point, he's like, oh, so if you guys, I have to explain. It's so small of quarters in these rooms. Like, so the table here is like, literally, I mean, there's only body space to get in between the refrigerator and the table at this point.
Exhibit 16. Is that the table you're talking about in the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So, like, you can see the distance between the refrigerator and the table. Like, and so he's already in between the table and the sink where I am before I even have a chance to up my weapon. Like, so I can't really see anything at that point. And he's like, hey, give me the gun, give me the gun, give me the gun. And like, naturally, like, at this point, he's already got his hands pretty much on the weapon. So I just surrendered to it. And then so it's maybe a half a step for me because, I mean, I'm tall. Like, I literally am behind him, and as he's going down, I'm going down, like, protecting myself.
What do you mean going down?
Like in a protective, like something's wrong's happening. Like, you know what I mean? Like he has the gun, I'm behind him, and he's like crouching down, like almost like trying to get small in a bad situation, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And I'm behind, and I go down directly behind him, and at that point, I roll underneath the table.
Underneath the table we see in State's Exhibit 16.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Like, so he's right here. Okay, hang on. He's right here, like literally on his knee, with his shoulder maybe slightly behind or against that half wall right there.
As in ducking for cover with a gun?
Pretty much.
And you're under the table?
Yeah, I go down behind him, and like at this point, something's definitely wrong. And that's when my ears just started ringing.
Why?
Clear gunshots.
Did Brian shoot your gun?
I don't believe so.
Okay, but you heard gunshots at that point.
For sure. And it's such a small space, I couldn't hear anything.
Okay.
So immediately,
When you heard gunshots, Brian was still ducking down?
I'm not sure exactly what he was doing. I was like in fear for my life at this point. Like, I'm hiding in the corner.
Okay.
And so he like, after the gunshots, or I don't, like it's kind of a mixed thing. Like, I don't know. Like, until you've been in a situation like that, it's hard to explain. And so I get my gun back. He just hands it to me, right? And I jump up and I come around the corner and I see Quinton standing there. Toni, at this point, is motionless, like on the couch. She's not moving.
Okay.
Okay? That's the first thing that I seen when I came around, was somebody laying on the couch, and Quinton was standing there. So I upped my weapon at that point. Quinton threw the gun in the middle of the floor, put his hands up, and said, "I don't want to die."
Okay.
That's when Brian attacked him.
Okay.
At that point, I look down and I see Toni again, and she's not moving. You can just tell, okay? And I attacked Quinton as well. I kicked him a couple times, and without swearing, it came out of my mouth. I said,
You can say if it's something that you said that day.
I said, "You killed her, bitch." I said, "You killed her, bitch." And I said it twice. Well, I kicked him. I might have punched him. Like, I don't know. Like, I was freaking out at that point. And then him and Brian were in a struggle, okay? I was like, I'm getting out of here. I don't know. At that point, my instincts told me I needed to leave. I couldn't go out the front door.
Why?
Because Toni was obstructing the front door. And I don't know, my instincts told me not to go out the front door. I don't know what my brain was telling me, but I needed to find a different way out.
So let me just make sure I get the chain of events straight. Brian, you hear Velcro. Brian comes in and gets your gun. He stands, you put a mark on the wall, he stands right there.
Yeah, and like not standing, he's like down.
That's why, okay, down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you would do, like you see in the movies when like gunfire's going off. I don't know, some like you. I guess in a situation like that, you would want to make yourself as small as possible.
Okay,
Like,
so he's crouching down, and then you start hearing bangs go off. Okay. You start hearing bangs go off. Is that correct? I don't want to put words. Okay.
Yes,
Then you
ma'am.
start hearing bangs go off. And then you said Brian gives you back the gun?
yeah, in a roundabout way. Like I was in it. I'm a bigger dude, and like I'm completely underneath this table, like in the corner of the exterior wall in this half wall. Okay, like in the fetal position, like pretty much like I'm scared for my life. I don't know what's going on. Like, and so when everything ceased, which was not very long after, like I couldn't give you a time frame, but it felt like forever. You know, I got my gun back, like and like here, like a here kind of thing. I didn't think, and I still don't think anything of it. Like at that, I felt that Brian was trying to get to his girlfriend or to whatever the situation may be, because I was behind the wall. When I came out from, when I crawled out from underneath the table, when I stand up, I'm already at that point being seen by everybody else that's in the living room. Because that wall, when you climb out from the table, you're visible at that point.
Okay.
Okay? Like, and then I stand up and I up my weapon. Quinton's holding a gun, and that's when he sees me and I have a weapon pointed at him. He threw the gun in the middle of the floor, put his hands up, and said, "I don't want to die."
Okay.
At that
That's
point,
when the fight started between Brian and the defendant and you and the
and
defendant.
then at that point, I came in and I don't know, man. I remember saying, "You killed her, bitch. You killed her, bitch." And
Did you hit him with the gun?
I don't believe that time. I believe at that time I was kicking him, but I could be wrong.
How did that altercation stop?
I was like, I need to get out of here. I ain't gonna lie, I had warrants at the time, and I just didn't want to be a part of the situation at all.
What did you do?
I remember going into the back. I had been in Chip's bedroom a couple of times. I knew that there was a door in the back. So I opened up his bedroom. Nobody's in the bedroom at that point.
Okay.
So everybody else must have been in Angel's room. And I remember like the door was either I was panicky and I couldn't figure out how to open it, or it was like screwed or something shut, or I couldn't get the door open. I remember that.
Okay.
And like, so I'm like rocking it, like panicky. So my strength's probably a little higher than it normally would be, but I ended up getting the door open about this far. And like I squeeze through the door, and that's when Quinton comes running into the bedroom.
What happened? I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 20. Is that the door you were referring to and you opened?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember, is that an accurate representation about how far you were able to open the door?
Yeah.
Okay. You said you were getting through, and you said, what happened now?
Like as I'm like squeezing through the door, because I felt like I got home. If I didn't get stuck, I was very close to being stuck. Because as you see, the door isn't open very far. And as I'm like, I get out onto the balcony, Quinton comes running into the room trying to get out the door as well. And that's when I upped my weapon again on him and told him to not follow me, to get back in the house. Because I knew 911 was coming at some point. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and we're in an apartment complex. So at that point, I did not want him coming after me. I don't know what the hell transpired. I'm just trying to leave.
Okay. And you said you upped your gun?
Yeah, I pointed my weapon at him once again.
Was Brian in the room with you, or just Quinton?
Just Quinton that I remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's in mark. It State's Exhibit 48 and 49.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit number 48. Who do you recognize that exhibit as?
That's me.
And what are you doing in that exhibit?
I'm pointing my weapon.
Okay. Is that what you just described to the court?
It is.
And you are pointing your weapon at who?
Quinton.
And State's Exhibit number 49.
That's myself.
Okay. And is it fair to say you are still pointing that weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
What
Because
did-
he kept trying to come out the door, and like at that point, I was trying. I knew that. All I know is like I didn't want him coming after me. Like I don't know what had transpired at that point. Like I was trying to leave the situation. That's all I wanted to do.
At that point in time, well, tell the court what happened after you got down that time.
So I remember like I took off running down the street, but I didn't make it very far because Brian started yelling. I heard my name plain as day. It was like, Slim, Slim, Slim. That's what they call me. That's my nickname. And for some strange reason, I just happened to turn around and go back. I don't call it a God moment or whatever you want to call it. I just happened to go back. And I went back into the apartment.
Okay.
When I went back into the apartment,
How did you get back into the apartment?
I had to climb back up.
Okay. And how much time had passed?
Ma'am, that seemed like a lifetime. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, let me put it this way. It was quick enough for him to say your name that you still heard it. Is that fair to say?
Oh yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I might have made it a house or two.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, in my world, it seemed like a lifetime.
Okay.
So when I get back into the apartment, I go back through the same door, and I go down the hallway. So when you come out of Chip's room, there's another bedroom directly across.
Yes.
Okay, that door's closed. I go back in, and like I still have my weapon at this point, and I come to the corner where like Toni was originally sitting before this all happened, like right there at that corner. And I pause for a second, and then I come around the corner, and I see Quinton. Brian's face down on the ground.
I'm putting up State's Exhibit 10. Is this picture okay for you to demonstrate that, or do you want a different angle?
I mean, I can somewhere in the living room, and I don't know where. Okay, my focus isn't like at this point. I don't plan on, you know what I mean. Like this is so. I see Quinton. Brian is face down on the floor. Quinton's on top of him with a gun.
Okay. So the defendant had the gun back at this point?
Quinton.
Yes.
So I up my weapon one more time, and he sees me. Does the same stuff. Throws the weapon in the middle of the floor, puts his hands up, and says, "I don't want to die." This is the time I hit him with my weapon.
Okay.
I went into the living room, and I hit him with my weapon, and freed Brian from whatever was going on. And that's when I exited the house. When I ran down the hallway, that's when I opened up Angel and Chip's door, and I said, "Call 911, call 911." And that's when I went back through Chip's bedroom and back through the door, and I jumped off. And I ran from there. At that point, I could hear the police and everything else coming, and I took off.
Okay. You weren't around when, did you see Brian Felders leave, or did you see the defendant leave?
I didn't see anybody leave.
Did you see the police come?
I did not see the police show up. I was already gone at that point. I could hear them, though.
Okay. And from there, did you leave town?
No, ma'am. I made it like one. I went, when I jumped off that time, it was like slightly up the back. There's like a hill or something right there. And I went behind I went behind the house that was next to it and onto the next street, maybe a block up. And I found, it was like maybe where they tore a house down or something. And there's like a field with like some weeds and some trees. And there was a fence. And I laid down by the fence, and I just laid there. And within 10 or 15 minutes, there was like a torrential, like tropical rainstorm that I laid there through all night long.
Did you talk to the police anytime?
I did not, ma'am. Not until I hadn't talked to the police until they came and picked me up on Tuesday of last week.
Okay. Did you stay in, at some point in time, you left Akron,
Yes, ma'am.
and when they picked you up, and that was from a prison facility,
Yes, ma'am.
were you later or subsequently interviewed by Detective Hornacek?
I was.
Okay. While you were there, did you see anyone try to attack the defendant with a machete?
Absolutely not.
Did you know a machete was in the house?
No, ma'am. If there was, like, it was never brandished by anybody or brought out or any of them things. I was not aware of a machete being anywhere.
How about a hammer? While you were there, while you were there that day, did anybody come out with a hammer and try to attack the defendant?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't have either one of those things and try to attack the defendant? Is that a fair statement?
It's extremely fair.
Okay. How about plastic? Did you see any big plastic? Anybody try to roll the defendant up in plastic?
No, ma'am.
Did you threaten to kill the defendant?
I did not.
Did you hear anyone threaten to kill the
I
defendant?
did not.
Okay.
He was there with us for 4 days under his own free will.
Okay. And you said some of those days he was actually outside in the car, like Angel, they had got into it and he was outside.
Yeah, if there was any type of argument or any type of beef inside that house, it was between him and the girl that he was there to see. It never spilled over to anybody else in the house, including myself. I took him out water to the car because I felt bad because he was sitting out there.
And you said he was there, your words, on his own free will. Could he have left at any time?
At any time. I was in and out of the apartment for 4 days. I didn't stay there the whole entire time. He was outside of the apartment. I believe that he left. He left the day before for a little bit and came back because I remember him telling me something along the lines of he had issues with somebody on either 18th or 17th Street or something along the lines off of Kenmore Boulevard. And I was actually going to go with him to settle this dispute, and we decided not to go.
Did you ever have your gun like down to the side? Did you ever point your gun at the defendant?
Prior to the situation?
Correct. Prior to the situation.
Never. Never, and like I would feel that it's safe to say if he ever felt threatened by me having a weapon, he sure didn't show it in the 4 days he was willingly at the apartment.
You said he didn't show it. Did he say it?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Never. Not one time.
Did you have your gun trained on him, so to speak, focused on him at any time?
Before the incident?
Correct.
Absolutely not. That's not who I am. That's anybody that you would ever ask about me with a weapon will never tell you that. I've never been convicted of a violent crime, accused of a violent crime, or nothing of the sort.
Did you ever tell the defendant that Toni was the police?
No.
Did you ever tell the defendant to shoot Toni?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever hear anyone tell the defendant to shoot Toni?
I did not.
And when I first showed you States Exhibit 10 and the other exhibits of the living room, you stated the table wasn't knocked over and all of that. By the time you left, is this a fair and accurate representation of how the living room was?
After I left the second time?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, everything was, like, to be honest with you, I didn't take the time to take inventory on how the house was. I was freaked out. But, I mean, it seems to be about right. I mean.
I'm showing you States Exhibit number 11. You talked about a Nike bag. Just curious, is this the, I'm doing it on the wrong one. Is this the bag you're referring to, or?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Your Honor, please. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nixon, you may proceed.
Mr. Wright, you testified today stating that Brian and Toni came to the apartment and you got a phone call, correct?
Yep.
And who was that phone call from?
Angel.
Where was I at the time of this phone call?
In the apartment with myself in the living room.
You're stating that I was in the living room with you when you got this phone call?
Yes, sir.
During that phone call, you stated that one of either Angel or Chip said that Brian had a gun.
Yes. So when the phone call came in, Angel said, "Hey, Brian is out here in the driveway." And I said, "Okay," which I felt, I mean, like, okay, tell him come in. And that's when Chip in the background said, "Hey, tell Slim that he has a gun."
Did you see me with the gun at any time before this situation or any days prior?
Before the gunshots went off,
Before
I
the
did not.
incident. Can you describe your gun for me?
My gun?
Yes.
Silver and black, silver up top, black on the bottom. It was a Smith & Wesson 9mm.
Does it resemble a ACP 45 caliber?
Does it resemble?
Yes.
I don't know what an ACP 45 looks like, so I don't know how to answer that question.
A 45 caliber handgun. ACP.
Does it resemble one?
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer the question.
You don't know,
okay.
you don't know.
I don't know.
Could your gun be mistaken as a 45 caliber pistol if you didn't know the caliber?
Again, I mean, that would be an opinion. I don't know how to answer that in a factual sense. I could never have mistaken it for a 45 caliber because I owned the weapon. I don't know how to answer the question.
Understand. At the time of the incident, were you on parole?
No.
At the time of the incident, did you have any warrants?
I did.
Have you ever been to prison?
I have.
So are you allowed to, at the time, were you allowed to have a gun?
No, I made that very clear at the beginning.
But you still had a gun, correct?
I did.
Did you ever tell me that Brian and Toni was coming over or coming up and that Brian had a gun?
Did I tell you that?
Yes.
I did not. But like, so the night before all of this had transpired, you and Brian stayed up. Hang on, let me speak factual. When I went to sleep, you guys were rapping in the kitchen and like nothing was wrong. And when I woke up, the same thing was going on. So I'm going to assume it's not a fact that you guys had an all-night event together. So,
Mr. Wright, the only way we're going to get through this is if you actually just answer his question.
okay. What's the question again? Sorry. Did I ever tell you?
Did you ever tell me that that Brian had a gun on the way up? Did you ever tell me that Brian had a gun prior to him coming up to the house?
No.
You're stating that Angel called you and Chip told you, correct? In the background.
Angel called me on the phone, and Chip was in the background.
And told you that Brian had a gun, correct?
Yes.
What were we doing before Brian came up?
Getting high. Like the same thing we'd been doing for 4 days.
Where were we at?
In the living room.
So I was in the living room with you before Brian came up, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that you're under oath?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to a Detective Hornacek and being interviewed?
Tuesday of last week, I do.
Do you know that interview was recorded?
I assume it was.
Do you remember stating to Detective Hornacek that I was in the room when you got that call?
I don't believe that I ever told the detective that.
You don't believe, or you? I need a more clarified answer. Do you remember or do you not?
I do not remember.
How was the demeanor of Brian when he first came in?
High. Sketchy. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And so would you say Brian is an aggressive person?
I've seen him both ways. And overall, not unless he has to be, I guess.
Is Brian known to carry guns?
Say that one more time.
Is Brian known to carry guns?
Is he known to carry guns?
Yeah.
I've seen him with a gun before. I can't say that he's known to carry guns.
So when Brian came in, you stated that I was in the living room with you.
I did.
And we were getting high. And you also stated that Toni was in her car for about an hour prior?
Like, I cannot be certain on the times, but Brian came up before Toni did, for sure.
And you told Brian to call her up, like, right?
I said, "Where is Toni?" He said, "She's in the car in the driveway." I said, "Hey, dude, she can't be sitting in the car at the wee hours in the morning. Tell her to come up."
So you did tell him to tell her to come up, correct?
In a roundabout way, yeah.
And we were having a conversation about the Whisper app still, correct?
Who is we?
Me, Brian, and you.
I was not engaged in that conversation after the first 5 minutes that he was there.
So you didn't hear what Brian was saying about the conversation? I mean, about this app?
When you guys were talking,
Yeah.
I did not hear when you guys were talking, no. How it was described to me was that it was an app that if you whisper into it, okay, if I'm holding a telephone and I say, hey, what are you doing? Right? I can whisper into my phone, and wherever it is sent to is played in full volume.
Okay. Do you ever remember Brian stating that it was on my phone or on Tony's phone?
I don't remember anybody stating it was on anybody's phone.
Do you ever remember Brian having my phone and checking my phone for apps?
I do not remember that.
But you do remember Brian, you do remember getting a phone call stating Brian had a gun prior to this?
I've said that, yes.
You testified today and stated that you don't know how the gun came about on the table. Because
Correct.
You were in the kitchen, correct?
I said I did not remember who put the gun on the table, how the gun had gotten on the table. I was in the kitchen when the gun was picked up.
Was the gun in, do you know if the gun was inside of the holster?
It was inside of something that I assumed to be a holster. Like I said, it wasn't my weapon. I didn't pick it up. I didn't verify what it was or whose it was. It was not mine.
Are you scared of Brian?
Am I scared of Brian?
Yeah.
I am not. That's why you guys dropped me off at his house.
Did Angel know Brian prior to this situation?
To my knowledge, no.
Did she give you any reason to believe that she knew him?
No. No. But it was a weird situation because, Chip is, the older brother of, Brian's, best friend. So.
Is that Joshua Baker you're referring to?
I am. Or it is.
Does Chip know you?
Me and Chip had never met before I showed up back from Alabama.
Has Chip ever heard of you?
Objection.
Oh,
Like-
sustained. That's way beyond. That's calling for mere speculation.
So you, Brian, Joshua Baker are all known like your brothers, correct? Considered. That's what you would call it, correct?
I mean, we were all good friends at one point.
Prior to you coming back from Alabama, right?
Correct. Me and Josh had fell out before I left. So, at that point, me and Josh really weren't talking.
Why did you and Brian fall out again?
Because I left in a car that didn't belong to me, that he let me use. And I took off and went to Alabama.
Do you remember stating to the detective it was something about a picture of his son?
Yeah, in the car it was said to me that there was a picture of his dead son that was in the car, and that was the biggest issue.
Earlier you stated you didn't know what the picture was.
Still to this day, I've never seen the picture.
But I'm saying earlier today when you testified, you said you didn't know what the picture was in the car, but now you know what the picture is, correct?
I'm confused. We never talked about the picture.
The prosecutor asked you about the beef that you guys had squashed, and you said that you took the car and
There was something in the car that belonged to him.
Okay.
Yeah, it was we never talked about a picture.
So when Brian came up, would you say that he was aggressive?
That night?
Yes, sir.
No. Not aggressive enough for anybody to want to leave the apartment. If that's what you're asking, nobody felt afraid.
Was I aggressive that night? Prior to the incident?
Nobody was aggressive the whole entire time. I've stated that at least 3 or 4 times.
Did you, inform me that, did you ever inform me in the time of me being there that you and Angel had been a thing before?
Yeah, like the first or the second day. Like we were friends, you knew that. Like it was like, that's one of the, if we had ever had a conversation, that's one of the first conversations we had, and we both had an understanding.
You stated that I was a little standoffish, correct?
Yeah, that's a fair assumption, yeah.
Do you know what the argument was as to why Angel allegedly wanted me to leave?
I do not, and still this day I don't. It's not my business.
You stated today that you pistol whipped me in the process of trying to save Adam from me being on top of him with a gun, correct?
Brian.
Brian, yeah.
Like I don't know how well I connected, but I know that I did try to hit you with my weapon. If I did, if I didn't, is unknown to me. Like I said, it was a kind of panic situation.
When you did that, where was you standing? Like, where were you at? And like, where were we at? What was going on?
I cannot say exactly where you guys were in the living room, but you were in the living room somewhere.
Okay. Do you know if you was facing towards the door or facing towards Angel's room?
I came into the back door. Like, sir, I don't.
Okay, so the question was, were you facing the front door or were you facing Angel's room?
When I hit him?
Yes.
I'm going to say I was facing towards like the TV. Like.
Okay.
Because like you guys were facing the kitchen. Like, and I came into the back door, which would put us face to face, kind of.
Okay. When you pistol whipped me, did your gun discharge accidentally?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever rack your pistol at any point?
I did not.
Do you know the color of the bullets that was in your pistol?
I cannot remember.
Did you ever rack your gun, or did Brian rack your gun, or chamber, shall I say, chamber a bullet when you guys were in the kitchen?
I did not chamber a round. I cannot state if he did or not. Like I said, I was in a panic situation, and I've told you like what had happened. I handed my gun, and I got underneath the table.
I understand. So is it safe to say that your gun was operable? That it fired?
I cannot say that my gun fired. I can say that my gun was more than likely operable. I didn't test fire it.
Can you state for the court how many times you heard gunshots?
I never stated at any time how many gunshots.
No, I'm asking you, did you hear any gunshots? And if you did, how many did you hear?
I don't know how many I heard. My ears were just ringing. It was hard for me to hear anything.
So you said that you left the apartment through the back door. You pointed the gun at me because I was trying to come out. And you also stated that Brian wasn't there at that time, right? When you did that, you pointed.
It was me and you. When I went to when I exited the first time, You were the one that were behind me. I don't know where Brian was. I did not see Brian. Like, I was trying to keep you inside of the apartment.
And you said you ran down the street, several houses maybe? Is that what you said?
If I ran down the street, any houses, I only made it to 2 at the most.
Okay. And you said you heard Brian yell for you?
I did.
And that is when you climbed back up, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a video I would like to play.
What is it?
The video of everyone exiting the home.
And what's the relevance?
The defendant is, the witness is stating that he climbed back into the apartment, and that video shows something different.
Go ahead. You got to plug the click share back in, Mr. Reed. Is this going to be G, Exhibit G? Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
God bless you. If you sneeze, I didn't know.
Oh, thank you, but it was a call. Go back down to the yellow folder at the bottom.
Mr. Wright, can you tell by the video, can you tell who that is?
Yeah, that's myself.
Okay. Mr. Wright, can you tell who that is leaving the...
It's Brian Fielders.
Mr. Wright, can you tell who that is?
It's you.
So I guess the dilemma I'm having is if you were the first to leave, then Brian left, and then I left, at what point did you come back and pistol with me?
Okay. So when I got stuck into the doorway, like, listen, I just have to state this is a traumatic experience for me. Okay, like,
Answer the question, sir.
I might not have jumped off the balcony. Like, yeah, I was dazed, I was confused, but like, what I said had happened, I might not have jumped off the balcony. Like, I've stated to the detective when he questioned me, I felt like there was a piece of this tape that was missing.
Your Honor, is it possible that I can play the the witness's interview?
For what purpose?
He doesn't remember what he said to the detective.
Ms. Easter?
Thank you, Your Honor. The proper,
No, what I think he said was, what he just said, was that when he was talking to the detective, he said there's a piece of this video missing, not a piece of Detective Hornacek's questioning missing. And so, again, ask him the question about his statements to Detective Hornacek. You have to establish that there's an inconsistency first.
Yes, ma'am. So is it true that you stated to Detective Hornacek that Brian called you back, you ran a couple houses down, or however many houses you say you ran, and Brian called you back, and you were already out of the apartment by this time. You heard, you don't know, you said, I believe you said something like the universe opened up or by the grace of God or something, that you heard Brian call you, and you ran back, you climbed up, went back through the apartment into the living room, said that I was on top of Brian with a gun to his head, you pistol whipped me, and then that's when you and Brian were able to escape, correct?
I said when I came back around the corner, Brian was face down on the floor. You were on top of him with a gun. And then when you seen me and I had my weapon drawn and upped on you, you did the same thing that you did the first time I pointed my weapon at you, threw the gun in the middle of the floor, put your hands up and said, I don't want to die. That's when I ran up and hit you with the weapon.
But my question was, is this what you said, what I just said, is that what you said to the detective, yes or no? Did you said that you climbed back in, seen me on top of Brian.
Yes, that's what I said, yes.
Does this video depict that?
Like I've said from the beginning, I felt like there was a piece of this video that was missing.
Answer the question, though. Does that video...
This video does not.
Thank you. So your request, Mr. Nixon, is denied because he's admitted that's what he said to Detective Hornacek. He just said, he told Detective Hornacek that he climbed back up the balcony. So there's nothing inconsistent. Whether or not he's changing his statement now, that's what's happening in the courtroom. But as for his statements to the detective, he's agreed that's what he's told him.
Okay. You stated to the detective during your interview on September 24th, 2024, that things were weird that night and Quinton Nixon and Brian Fielders were tweaking out on drugs. Correct?
I said that we were all high on drugs.
Listen to the question. Did you tell
Yes.
that to Detective Hornacek?
Maybe not those exact words, but like, yeah, in a roundabout way, yeah.
You stated that they were talking with each other about a conspiracy theory with an app called Whisper, some kind of spy app, correct?
Correct.
You also stated to the detective that things were strange the whole night, correct?
Correct.
So earlier you testified stating that everything was fine. We were all getting along and there, correct?
Correct. I said that there was no aggression the whole time that we were around one another. I didn't say everything was comfortable the whole entire time. I said that there was nobody aggressive towards anybody the whole time we were around one another.
You also stated to the detective that Tony's gun was laying on the living room table and you weren't sure if it was in the holster. You don't remember seeing the holster, though. That's what you said, correct?
Correct, sir. I didn't have a mental note because I didn't know anything was going to happen. It's not something that I could put a Post-it note on. No disrespect, but I mean, I feel like these are rhetorical questions.
Okay, so again, you know how it's going to go so much faster if you would stop editorializing and just answer the question. Please, or we're never going to get through this testimony. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon. Next question.
In your, do you remember how you described Brian in your interview as far as the type of person he is?
I do not.
Earlier you testified that the gun was between Toni and Brian on the couch.
No.
You saying no, you didn't testify to that?
Correct.
So where was the gun?
On the table in between all four of us.
Earlier you said that the gun was between Toni and Brian. You do not remember saying that? Today. You just said that earlier.
The gun was on the table. Brian and Toni were sitting on the couch. The gun was in between all of us. That's where the gun was on the table. That's where I had seen the gun.
Do you remember having your gun out on the couch, on the arm, when we were all sitting in the living room talking?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember getting up, not walking all the way in the kitchen, using a hot iron, press iron? You were, do you remember that, using the press
I do.
iron? You do?
I do. That was right after I dumped everything out for you because I felt like you felt that I had stolen something from you. That was right after that, correct?
Don't ask questions, just answer them. Next one, Mr. Nixon.
Do you remember me ever asking Angel to tell Brian to chill out?
I do not.
Do you remember Angel coming in and out of the bedroom, as you said earlier, kind of like being nosy, checking on us? And do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember Angel being kneeled down at the table where that hot comb is, and where you were at, where that hot comb was, right in front of the kitchen, and me saying something to her along the lines of, asking Angel for help, basically? Do you remember me asking Angel for help?
No.
Do you remember Brian stating that I was not going to make it home to my children that night?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember a conversation with all of us and Brian stating that people get caught in situations and they just don't know what they're in?
I do not.
Do you remember telling me, stating, I told you so, you should have shut up? Do you remember telling me that?
No.
Do you remember telling me that I should have left?
No.
What were you doing when you were there? Like, what were we doing?
Hanging out, socializing, or don't understand the question. We were just there, getting high.
What were you doing in the kitchen at the time that you heard the Velcro?
I was washing my hands in the sink.
Do you remember stating to the detective that you thought it was weird that everyone, right before the incident, you thought it was weird that everyone went into the room and they got quiet? Do you remember stating that to the detective?
I thought it was weird. It wasn't just right before the incident. It was like the entirety of the night.
Do you remember stating to the detective that Angel was just hanging out with these people and you thought it was weird that she went into the room? Correct?
Please state the question one more time.
Do you remember telling the detective in your interview that you thought it was weird that Angel went into the room prior to the events because she was just previously hanging out with all these people and entertaining them as company?
I told the detective I felt it was weird that Angel was in her bedroom because, quote, she's a nosy little bitch, unquote, and this is her house. That's what I told the detective.
Who opened the door for Brian?
I don't remember that. If anybody did, I did.
So it's safe to say that you opened the door for Brian.
It's safe to say that.
You state that I was in the living room with you. You opened the door for Brian, and you didn't think to tell me that Brian had a gun on him.
I never stated that I opened the door. I said it was safe to assume that if anybody opened the door, I did. And no, I never did say anything to anybody about Brian having a gun, because I didn't even see him with the gun. And as I stated, I don't know who put the gun on the table.
Who called Brian over there to the house?
Brian just kind of showed up. He was sitting in the driveway, unaware. Everybody in the house, including yourself, was unaware, and myself, that he was in the driveway, because Angel called when she left and said, hey, Brian's in the driveway. And that was my hesitant saying, okay, well, tell him to come up.
Do you remember stating to the detective that you said I was in the bedroom at this time, that you opened the door?
I do not recall that.
Your Honor, may I play?
No, he said he doesn't remember it. You're stuck with his answer. You can ask the detective when he takes his stand.
So, Adam, your gun is a 9mm, correct?
It is.
You don't know what bullets were inside of your
Correct.
Had me and you ever had any conversation about your gun?
None that I can quote back to you.
Do you remember telling me that it was a .45 and you needed bullets?
No.
Do you remember me saying, hey, I can call my cousin, he might have some bullets for you?
I had a 9mm Smith & Wesson SDVE 9mm. That's the kind of weapon I have. I would never have asked you for .45 ammunition.
So, you stated for the detective that, and today you testified that we drove you to Brian's house and Brian and Joshua Baker were there to squash the beef, correct?
Incorrect. I never said that Joshua Baker was there because I did not see him there.
Okay. Well, Brian was there, correct?
He was, and Toni.
Okay. And you stated that Angel was crying, saying that Brian's going to kill you?
She was crying for whatever reason she was crying. I told you guys to leave. I was fine.
In your interview, you stated to the detective that when we dropped you off there, Angel stated that Brian was going to kill you because of the picture in the car, and you found that weird because Angel didn't know Brian. Is that correct?
Yes, I did say something along them lines, yes. I felt that it was strange because at that point, I did not think that they knew each other.
So now, moving forward, is it safe to say that Angel knew Brian prior to the incident?
Objection.
Only
Speculate.
if you know.
Don't know.
Mr. Fielders, have you ever had a gun pointed in your face?
It's Mr. Wright.
I mean, Mr. Wright, have you ever had a gun pointed in your face?
I have.
Can you tell the court how you felt?
Scared.
Have you ever had a gun pointed at your body?
Same incident, yes.
Can you tell the court how that made you feel?
Same reaction.
Do you know if you were high at those times?
I was.
So you being high didn't stop you from being scared, correct?
Me being high didn't stop me from being scared.
That the gun was in your face, correct?
There was nothing in life that would stop me from being scared.
When I say that you were high, were you high off methamphetamine?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when the gun was in your face, you were scared, correct?
Correct. We're not talking about this incident, right?
No.
Okay.
So you were scared, correct?
Yes.
So methamphetamines did not stop you from being scared, correct?
Correct.
So that night, you had a gun, and between Brian and Toni had a gun, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see me with a gun prior to the incident, correct?
Prior to the incident, I did not.
Anything else, Mr. Nixon?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Easter, redirect.
Have about 5 questions, and I'll be brief.
Stop telling me how many numbers, because you always exceed them. So do your redirect.
All right. You were asked on cross-examination about the video that's still up. Okay. You were also asked about the interview you gave with Detective Hornacek, correct?
Correct.
You told Detective Hornacek you jumped off the balcony and came back, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you jumped off the balcony and came back.
Correct.
You also stated that you believe a clip of this video is missing.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the second time when you came back to help Brian, what order did you leave the house in at that point in time?
What do you mean?
The second time after you came back and you said you saw Brian on the floor, the defendant was over him, and you hit the defendant, or maybe not, with your gun. At that point in time, did you leave first?
Yeah, I was out of there after that. I opened the door to the bedroom that Angel and everybody else was in. It said, call 911, and then I exited the same way.
Okay. Did Brian leave after you?
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know who left after you?
I know what the video shows.
Okay.
I didn't stick around. I didn't see. I didn't wait for anybody. Like, I was scared. I was trying to distance myself from the situation.
Okay. So the video you saw Brian Fielders leave after you. Is that a fair statement? You just saw it?
Yeah, in the video, yes.
Okay. So if you went back to help him, that would have had to be before that video. Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
correct.
So that means there would have been a clip before these clips. Is that a fair statement?
Very fair.
Okay. Have you seen that video?
I have not.
That part of the video was not played.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. You said they were, on cross-examination, you were crossed about, they were acting strange, saying strange the whole night. How would you characterize the conversation about the Whisper app?
That's what made the situation strange.
You testified before you did not want to be part of that conversation.
Yeah, just didn't like the aura that it brought. Like, if that makes sense. Before that, the night was fine. And then, like, I'll just speak for myself. I've been an addict for some years. And, like, once something kind of gets in your head, it seems to resonate there, okay? And, like, so I'm experienced enough, as sad as it is to say, but, like, I just didn't want any part of that. Like,
Is that what you were referring to when you said strange and things of that nature?
yeah.
Okay. You gave a time frame where you thought Toni was sitting in the car. Do you know what Toni was doing when she was sitting in the car prior to coming upstairs?
I do not, ma'am.
You don't know if she was sitting there, if she was on her phone, or what she was doing.
I do not.
I have no further questions.
You may step down. Now, I think it's my understanding you have the coroner ready to go.
I text and let her know that we would be running late, so she would not be sitting.
What time do you have her coming?
I told her I would call her once we adjourned, and I knew what time lunch was.
All right, well, we are going to go ahead and take a break, but it's not going to be very long.
Okay.
I want everybody back in at 10 till 2, and then whoever you have ready to go will proceed.
Okay.
We're adjourned.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jesse Dresser. I represent Mario Fernandez. I am present with Shannon Day, James Hill, and Frank Tassoni is on Zoom.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Spring Peoples on behalf of Shannon Gardner and on behalf of the ISD.
Thank you. Good morning. All right. Is there anything I want to take up first?
The parties emailed about a trial date and a discovery schedule. We have an agreement as to that, and it sets out deposition dates as well as the trial date. The trial date we proposed is October 20th to begin jury selection 2025. We believe originally there was some discussion about 3 weeks. For totality, I think we should build in the 4th week just in case things bleed over.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, we don't have an agreed date as yet. I think we're close. It's just that the defense team, we have been communicating back and forth, but I got confirmation of the October dates from the prosecution this morning. It's not to their fault. They received the final dates last night, but we've got members in our team that are in trial right now, so I haven't heard back from them yet. So I anticipate that those dates may work, but the larger issue that the defense, I can say both teams have, is that we're still in the throes of discovery, and we're not picking dates. So we can't hold ourselves to any dates when we're still going through discovery. So the dates that we're proposing, which I think may work in October, is with a caveat that the discovery is completed no less than 6 months prior. So as long as we have all the discovery, and I know there's still some motions to compel outstanding, the last one was in May, and we're still waiting for the returns on that. So as long as the discovery is done, then we can anticipate 6 months from that. So I guess that would put us sometime in April if the state could complete. If not, then we would need to revisit the trial dates.
Okay. let me ask this. So the state believes your case in chief would be what? And you're also factoring in jury selection.
Factoring jury selection, I believe 2 weeks.
So what do you, tell me exactly. So you believe like, what, a week of jury
I believe
selection?
jury selection will last a week. I believe a guilt phase for both defendants will last approximately a week. And I think penalty phase will last 2 or 3 days. I'm building a little bit more time on the back end in case the guilt phase ends up and or jury selection ends up taking longer. But we can, as we get closer, we can obviously cut from the back end. We're like, oh no, we'll get this done early. But since we're setting it out so far, I think it's intelligent to add a few days. The last week that we proposed is includes Veterans Day, so it's not a whole week. We did it 10. So it's really just 4 extra days for the back end in case we have some major issue. I think we can accomplish guilt phase from the state's perspective in a week. And that includes the guilt phase. It would be a full.
Given the large number of discovery, text messages, electronic discovery, cell phone issues, experts that the defense has hired in regard to the cell data issues, albeit very early to say what our trial schedule would be like. A week for both the state's case and the defense case seems unrealistic to me at this point.
What I would ask is that, and as people's, I hate to push, but I think that I understand that y'all are in the middle of discovery. I just, like I said at the last court date, I think that if we keep kind of just going this path without any kind of end date and goal or goal in the resolution of these matters, this case could take 5, 6, 7 years, because I think that the way things are going, I think that we all need, and it takes a lot of preparation. It's not like this is a week-long trial. There are lots of considerations, I think, on all sides, and I think the number of lawyers, and the earlier we get a date in mind, the better off we will all be. That will be marked off in everyone's calendar. We will make the appropriate sacrifices or whatever we have to do to make it happen. And I'm committed to give y'all whatever time you need, but I have to be able to communicate within the circuit the number of jurors. That is not easy, and that's not something that could get turned around in a short period of time. So as much heads up, that would be a year from now, more than a year actually. And so who is in trial that you can't hear from?
Pat Carmody, we literally just got the message this morning, and he's...
All right, I'm going to pass it to Berlin.
Pass it to...
In a moment. Go give him a call.
No, he's actually in jury selection right now.
Okay. I'll wait.
All right.
Appalachia. It's a place where folks get to know each other because there just aren't a ton of people living here. That community gets even smaller when you talk about the criminal justice system. Public defenders can become prosecutors who can become judges. People who are related by marriage can be on opposing sides inside the courtroom. And people seem to get along with it and figure it all out. It's just the way things are. That's why no one suspected anything violent or dangerous was going to happen when the local judge, Kevin Mullins, and the sheriff, Mickey Steins, had a closed-door private meeting inside the judge's chambers. But what happened inside there, no one in this small town expected. The sheriff asking the judge for his phone, then making a call from that phone, then shooting and killing the judge. All of it was recorded on video. Sheriff Mickey Steins is now charged with first-degree murder after surrendering immediately afterwards. And now the community is finding out a lot more about what happened as the first court hearing takes place in Kentucky. Tonight, we'll show you exactly what happened in court and then break down the potential motive and what this trial will be all about as folks in Appalachia try to heal from this shocking courthouse shooting. I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. We learned a lot. We learned a lot today about the shooting of Judge Kevin Mullins. First of all, what became very clear is that the judge knew he was going to die moments before he died. That was crystal clear. He was apparently unarmed. The sheriff had a gun, and it was pointed right at the judge, and he started firing. The judge knew what was going to happen. He knew how it was going to end. The reason we know is there is shocking video of what happened inside the chambers. I'm going to show it to you in just a few moments. But the video is rolling. There's no audio, it's just video. But you can see everything that transpired inside the judge's chambers. Now, it is kind of unusual to have a video camera in the judge's chambers, but other things have happened in that chambers that likely required it. Sexual assaults, not by the judge, by one of the sheriff's deputies inside those chambers. My guess is that's why they have a camera now. Probably didn't have it beforehand, but they have it now. And it recorded everything that happened, which brings us back every time we do the story. Why? Why would a sheriff, knowing that as soon as he does this, he's going to be locked up, knowing as soon as he does this, he'll be charged with murder, knowing as soon as he does this, he's facing the rest of his life in a potential death penalty sentence when he does this? He knows the law. So what we learned today is that those rumors that have been circulating on social media and all over Letcher County have some basis of truth to them. In answering the question why, it appears that moments before the shooting, the sheriff's daughter, her name, her phone number became part of all of this. So it appears much clearer today that answering the why of this is somehow, some way connected to the sheriff's teenaged daughter. Now, I told you I was going to show you the video. I'm warning you, it's real. This is what happened. This is the prosecution's case, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't last long, but you can see the sheriff pointing the gun. You can see the judge in the corner trying to take cover, but it just doesn't happen. And then the sheriff exits. Once again, you can see right in that moment, the judge knows what's about to happen. Now we don't hear the conversation, so we don't know what's being said, but you can tell by the body language. You can tell by what we see in the video. So today was a preliminary hearing. Because he hasn't been indicted, within 10 days of arrest, the state, or the Commonwealth in this case, is required to put some evidence in front of a judge to prove that there's probable cause to send this case up to the circuit court. So that video pretty much is the prosecution's case. Like, that was the sheriff. Here's the video of what he did, and we have evidence that the judge is dead, requiring probable cause for the elements of the crime. Very quick. What was more, I'm not going to say interesting, but what was more probative of trying to unwrap and uncover why this is happening came through the cross-examination of Clayton Stamper, who is a detective from the Kentucky State Police. He is the case agent. He is the one who is leading this investigation. Take a listen to some of these details wrapped around the why of it and what the rest of the story is. Take a listen.
It's my understanding that video lasted much longer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the video
I have.
Of the prior incident?
I have.
And can you describe for us what happened immediately prior to the clip that we saw?
Sheriff Steins uses his telephone to make some phone calls. He then borrows Judge Mullen's cell phone and appears to make a call on that. And that led to what you just saw.
Okay. So it's my understanding there were some people who were having a meeting with Judge Mullins prior to the sheriff's entry into the chambers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you identified those witnesses?
I don't know the names of them. There's about approximately 4 people in there. Then Sheriff Steins enters the judge's chambers, and everybody else clears out.
Once the 4 people that were inside that we don't know their names, once these 4 people had left the chambers, were they in an area adjacent where they could hear anything that was going on?
Yes, I believe some of them did remain in the next room.
Okay. And what did they tell us?
Do what?
What did they hear?
I've not been part. I wasn't part of those interviews.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you're prepared for a preliminary hearing on a murder, and there are witnesses in an adjacent room.
I mean, they heard gunshots.
Can I put my question, please?
Yeah, please ask the question.
Thank you, officer. So you are investigating a murder and testifying in a preliminary hearing, and there are witnesses who may have overheard what preceded this edited clip, yet you can't tell us today anything that they said?
I've not personally listened to those interviews. I've talked to the other officers that did those interviews.
Fair enough. And I mean, we're here at a preliminary hearing, as you know, that you can testify to hearsay. I'm asking you what they said.
They heard gunshots.
Okay. Was there any statements that they overheard?
No.
Were there raised voices?
There, one person stated that she didn't recognize him as being Judge Mullen's voice, but heard somebody say, "Help, help."
Of course, your investigation, did you ascertain that prior in the day there had been a lunch meeting between Sheriff Steins and Judge Mullins?
There was.
Pardon?
There was.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear your response. I wasn't being right. So where did this take place?
It's a restaurant called Streetside, and it's just down the street from the courthouse.
Okay. And it's my understanding there were a couple of other people who attended the luncheon?
There were several, yes.
Okay. And at some point after that, they wrapped up lunch and left, obviously, and went back to the courthouse. Are you aware of anything so far in your investigation that would tell us there was any issues at lunch between Judge Mullins and Sheriff Steins?
No.
Okay. But someone on behalf of the KSB has spoken to those witnesses?
Yes, they've all been interviewed.
And there was nothing unusual that had arisen during that luncheon?
I was told that the judge made a statement to Mickey about, do we need to meet private in my chambers? That's all I was told.
Do you know the context of what the conversation was before that they would need to discuss in chambers?
I do not.
So it's my understanding that in the larger portion of the video that we haven't had access to, that there is a point when Sheriff Steins asked for to see the telephone of Judge Mullins.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And I would presume that you and the other officers you mentioned, when you secured the scene, that you secured those phones as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you reviewed both of those phones?
They're currently at the forensic lab at this time being downloaded. I have had discussions with the people at the lab regarding the downloads.
Based upon your conversations with the officers, are you aware of any recent content that was up and could have been relevant at the time of their discussion?
I was told that Sheriff Steins had tried to call his daughter, and he had tried to call his daughter from the judge's phone also.
Have officers confirmed that the sheriff's daughter's phone number was on Judge Mullins' phone?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
So that number had been called from Judge Mullins' phone?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
There's your case. There's what this is going to be all about. Why is the sheriff's daughter's phone number on the judge's phone? And what exactly is the nature of that connection? And is that, and it seems to somehow be related to the sheriff's daughter, the factor that made the sheriff do what he did? Like, he took these actions for a reason, knowing what the result would be. Big day in Kentucky. Court TV producer Cody Thomas on the case tonight, joining us live from West Liberty, Kentucky, where this was taking place, not in Letcher County. All right, Cody, let's start first. You were inside the courtroom. I saw you there. Describe what's happening in that courtroom. I'm interested in who was there, how they were reacting, interaction. Are the families there? Set the scene for us.
Well, of course, Vinny, the families of both parties were there. Judge Mullins' family sitting right behind the prosecution table. And of course, once that video played, that was the biggest moment of the day, just seeing, the point of death once Steins pulled that gun out and shot at Judge Mullins. And I can tell you, Vinny, as soon as that video played and the family saw that, there was maybe a quiet hush for 1 to 2 seconds before his family just burst into uncontrollable tears. There was lots of hugs, lots of consoling. And I want to let you listen to some of that raw emotion right now so you can fully get a grasp of that moment when they saw that video.
Is that a portion of the video? Yes,
So, Vinny, you could really hear it right there, just that raw sadness, that detriment in those yelps and wails that came out of them. And, of course, that wasn't the only thing that was talked about. You just mentioned it, the phones, the Steins' daughter's phone number in Judge Mullins' phone. That was a huge development in this hearing today, huge development in this case. There was no official word on the record about, again, the nature of that relationship, whether there was inappropriate or not. But again, a crucial piece of evidence for the state coming on the record to say that that number was in his phone.
Well, let me ask you, Cody, you mentioned the families. Does that mean that the sheriff's daughter also inside that courtroom today?
There were a bunch of people speckled on his side. There's more people on Judge Mullins' side, less people on the sheriff's side. But I did see two teenage girls sitting over there that did resemble his daughters, and they kind of sat there stoic, as did the sheriff when the video played. He didn't really have any emotion. He kind of just looked at it. He didn't look away. He just accepted it for what it was, and his family didn't hear any cries from that side of the courtroom. But I did see them holding each other, just kind of, again, accepting what was being shown to the court, as gruesome as it was.
What a moment. I can't imagine being that family. You're watching your loved one being executed, defenseless, cowering in the corner, trying to get some protection, trying to just get away, and unsuccessfully, obviously. Okay, let's get into some more of what we learned today. How about the sheriff? I know he knows he has the right to remain silent. He's learned that many years ago. What did he say after he was arrested, after he surrendered himself?
Of course, we saw the lead investigator, Clayton Stamper, on the stand testifying today, giving all that evidence that came out of this hearing. He said that once Steins was arrested, they had a conversation, and Steins made a statement to him asking him to just treat him fairly, but he also mentioned something about someone threatening to kidnap his wife and kids, which is interesting. Take a listen to this.
He was in custody when I arrived at the courthouse that afternoon. He was calm. He was kind of afraid that basically all he said was, treat me fair. That's basically the comments he made. I wasn't present, but when he was taken into custody, I was told by one of the other officers that were there that he made the comment, they're trying to kidnap my wife and kid.
So, Vinny, of course, as you know, we still don't know an official on-the-record motive as to why Steins would have shot Judge Mullins, but after hearing the statement he made to the lead investigator, that could insinuate some sort of speculative motive in this case.
I'm looking at those. I wrote it down. They're trying to kidnap my wife and kid. We've been talking about this being personal. It doesn't get more personal than that. This is a man, this is his family, his wife and his daughter. That's it. You go on his Facebook page, that's what you see. You see pictures of the sheriff and his daughter and the sheriff and his wife and the daughter. That's what you see, that's his life. But this kidnapping is throwing me for a loop. Was there any other reaction from the courthouse from anyone about this kidnapping? like maybe other journalists covering it? Did anyone see this coming?
Will you state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record?
Dr. Christy Waite, W-A-I-T-E.
Where are you employed, Dr. Waite?
At the Summit County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been there?
5 years.
All right. And what is your position at the Summit County Medical Examiner's Office?
I am a medical examiner.
Okay. And are you the medical examiner?
I'm one of 3.
All right. And prior to working at this medical examiner's office, where were you employed?
I was a fellow at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Richmond, Virginia.
And how long were you employed there?
1 year.
What type of training or education do you have to be, is it a deputy medical examiner?
Yes.
All right. What's your training and education?
So I have 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency, and 1 year of forensic fellowship.
Okay. Excuse me. And are you a pathologist as well?
Forensic pathologist, yes.
What is a forensic pathologist, or what does a forensic pathologist do?
So forensic pathology is specifically the study of cause and manner of death. We perform autopsies as well as investigations into natural and unnatural deaths that fall into our jurisdiction. We do that by performing autopsies, external and internal examinations, doing reports, taking photographic evidence, and determining cause and manner.
All right, and you're a licensed physician as well?
I am, yes.
All right. Have you ever testified in court as a pathologist before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Over 10 here in Summit County as well as in Virginia.
Okay. And in those instances, were you certified as an expert in the area of pathology?
Yes, I was.
All right. All right, Dr. Waite, I would like you to go over how an autopsy is conducted at the medical examiner's office.
So if a person dies in Summit County and they are either not attended by a physician within the past year, or they die of unnatural circumstances, they arrive to our office and we do an investigation. So first we gather all of the information that's relevant pertaining to the case, where they were found, stuff like that. So a scene investigation is done usually if they're not transported to the hospital. So when they get to our office, we do an external examination first. We take photographs of how they arrive to the office with all their clothing, everything like that. Then we remove clothing, take more photographs, diagram everything, examine for external injuries, anything unusual or identifying like tattoos. Then we do an internal examination. We open up the body cavities, remove the organs, as well as open up the head, remove the brain, go through the organs, dissect things, and determine cause and manner of death.
Okay. Is there any laboratory testing done as well?
Yes, so we do toxicology testing, either on blood, urine, or whatever fluids that we can obtain.
Okay. Did you have a chance to perform an autopsy on Toni Westover?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked for, what is it, Exhibit 50? What's been marked as State's Exhibit 50? Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What compromises, well, first, how are you able to recognize that exhibit?
So this is the investigation report, my autopsy report, as well as the toxicology report for the case.
Okay, and is your signature on that report?
On the investigation report as well as my autopsy report, yes it is.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report you generated?
Yes.
And are these reports generated in the normal course of business at the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they are.
And kept in the regular course of business as well?
Yes.
And the first thing that you stated that you had is the report of the investigation, and that's what you detailed to the court when you first started explaining how an autopsy is conducted?
Yes, so the investigation report is our investigators who get the call of death. They gather the information of who is reporting to the death, the name and date and location of the decedent, just general information pertaining to the death.
In this case, do you know how you identified Toni Westover?
She was identified by radiology means. So I examined postmortem and antemortem radiology and compared the two and made the identification myself.
Now, in this case, did she come straight to your office from the scene, or do you know if she came from a hospital?
So, per the investigation report, she went to the Cleveland Clinic Akron General Hospital Emergency Department first.
Okay. So when she came to you, are you aware she was wearing the clothes she had on that night, or do you believe that she came to you in the hospital gown or what she had on there?
So what I have, she did not arrive in clothing. I do not have any clothing for her.
Okay. All right. One thing I didn't ask about is cause and manner of death. What is the difference between cause and manner of death?
So a cause of death is how somebody dies. It can be cancer, it can be the flu, it can be hanging, it can be fentanyl intoxication. So all of those things cause death. The manner of death differs, and there's only a certain number of manners. So it can be natural, which would be cancer or the flu. An accident, which drug overdoses and motor vehicle accidents fall into accidents. Suicide, somewhat self-explanatory. Homicide is death by hands of another. It is a medical definition. And then there's also undetermined, where we either don't have enough information or we have conflicting information and we can't make a determination.
Okay. Now I would like to talk specifically about the autopsy involving Toni Westover. Did you perform that autopsy on July 26, 2022?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare a PowerPoint to assist or aid your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 51. It was, how do I get it back up? You have to sign back in. And how do I, wait a minute, first of all, I don't want the next slide. Can you do a slideshow? Normally it's animation or slideshow. Okay, thank you. Okay, can you turn, there's a swivel screen. If you want to turn that towards you, you'll be able to see what I'm looking at. And will you please detail what we're looking at on the first screen?
So this first slide is just a title slide with the decedent's name of Toni Marie Westover, a face identification photograph, the case number that was assigned by our office, and the date of death.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this slide?
So these are 3 pictures of her right hand, the back of the hand, the top of the thumb, and the palm all of which are depicting that there are no injuries on her right hand.
So no defensive type wounds.
No.
And the left hand?
Again, 3 photos demonstrating no injuries to the left hand.
All right, and again, no defensive wounds on her left hand.
Correct.
Is it standard that you take photos of the hand?
Yes, it is.
And please describe for the court what we're looking at.
These are 2 photographs of a gunshot wound to the back of the neck. So A is a further away photograph showing more so of a general location, and B is a closer up image of the gunshot wound.
Okay, and you said intermediate entrance gunshot wound?
Yes, it is.
Was stippling, well, let's break that down a little. What does intermediate entrance gunshot wound mean, intermediate?
So an intermediate gunshot wound means that there is stippling surrounding the wound, and stippling is particles of burnt and unburnt gunpowder that then partially burn the skin and leave a mark. So it cannot be wiped away, it is not dirt, it is gunpowder. And in B, it is faint, but it is there at the more right-hand side of the wound. There is some black speckles as well as some red pinpoint marks. Those are areas of stippling.
Okay. In terms of the range of the gun, based on your training and education, what does seeing stippling indicate?
So range is difficult to pinpoint. It depends on the weapon as well as the ammunition. However, a general range for an intermediate gunshot wound is anywhere between like 6 and 8 inches to about 10 to 12 inches, give or take, depending upon, again, the firearm and the ammunition.
And when you say 8 to 10 inches, what are you referring to?
The distance away from the firearm to the gunshot wound.
Okay, and when you say the firearm, is it the muzzle?
Correct.
Okay. From the stippling, can you, based on your training and education, get or discern how the gun was pointed from the stippling wedge, or from the stippling?
So this stippling is generally on one side, and it is kind of conical in shape. If you were to look at the wound as a clock, it is generally about from the 1:30 position to about the 3 to 4 o'clock position. So in this instance, because it is only there, I can somewhat discern that the gun may have been held at an angle, but still close enough to leave stippling.
Okay, and when you say at an angle, can you describe it? I can't see your hand. Can you describe what you're saying at an angle?
So if...
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
She was not there, and she is not investigator. This is...
Overruled. Based on her training and education, she can opine her position as to the gun and the angle of the entrance wound. Go ahead, doctor.
So due to the stippling and because it is a conical shape coming from the wound, to make this conical shape, the gun is usually held at an angle, which doesn't allow anything from like this side to impart, and it only imparts at where it was deposited.
Thank you. May I ask the question, Your Honor? Can you, are we able to circle and do stuff because it's a PowerPoint or no? I don't know.
I hit the annotate. Well, we're about to find out.
Thank you. Okay, so if you can see those pencils, okay, if you touch, hopefully, if you touch one of those pencils, can you circle where the stippling that you were talking about is? Is it working? Oh, it is working. Okay. All right, and I'm going to go to the next slide, so can you hit clear, please? Thank you. Will you please describe for the court what we're looking at?
So these are 2 photographs of the projectile that was recovered from within the decedent. The first photograph is the projectile itself that was recovered. The second photo is a X-ray showing the projectile within the body.
And will you please describe what we're looking at now?
So this is a photograph that I took from Google and placed the dotted arrow indicating the trajectory of the projectile. So it is a 2D photograph, so it came in from the back of the neck, traveled down across the spine through the left lung, and I was able to recover the projectile from within the spleen. So the wound path trajectory is from the back to the front, right to left, and downwards.
Would you consider it steeply downward?
Relatively, yes.
And I say that if we're talking about the anatomical position.
Yes.
Okay, and just for the sake of clarification, what's the anatomical position?
So anatomical position is standing upright, face forward, hands down by the sides with the palms facing forward.
Okay, now with this trajectory, will you please describe the associated injuries that would have come from this bullet?
So this trajectory perforated the 5th through 7th cervical vertebra, so those are within the neck, so it broke through the neck vertebra as well as through the 1st and 2nd thoracic vertebra, which are up at the top of the neck, where the neck meets your torso. It went through the spinal cord, the left lung, the diaphragm, and the spleen.
What effect, if any, would that have had on breathing or the diaphragm?
So the nerves that innervate the 4th, 5th, and 6th, they come out of from those nerve roots from the neck. Those go down to the diaphragm, and the diaphragm helps breathing. So as well as with the spinal cord transection, very, very difficult to breathe.
And can we talk about the amount of blood that was found in her body?
So there was 1,000 milliliters within the left chest and 50 milliliters within the abdomen.
Does that have any significance to you in terms of when the neck wound occurred?
She was still alive when it occurred.
Will you please tell the court what we're looking at in this picture?
So these are 2 photographs of entrance gunshot wounds to the inside of her left arm. I imparted the arrows to indicate the directionality of the wounds. The first wound depicted in picture B is the one that's up closer to her armpit, and from the image you can see there are again black particles surrounding the wound. So again, this is an intermediate gunshot wound.
Can you please circle where so everybody can see those? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess speak into the microphone.
I sure do. Will you please circle where you see those black stippling particles you're referring to?
They're essentially everywhere, but so those are easier to see. These are easier to see.
And can you hit clear, please? Okay. Will you please tell the court what we're looking at now?
So again, this first picture depicts the 2 gunshot wounds. The second picture is the second gunshot wound, which is on the inside of the elbow, and again, traveling up towards the shoulder. This one is a distant gunshot wound. There is no stippling.
Okay. And in terms of, can you say what is distant or what is meant by distant?
So distant range means that there is no evidence on the skin indicating a closer range, as in like a close range or intermediate range. There could be clothing blocking any further evidence, but it is also dependent upon the firearm and the ammunition. Distance is generally about 12 inches or so, give or take, away.
And you had started to mention some of the things that can affect whether stippling is left, such as clothing or things of that nature, and you did not get any of her clothing. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct. I did not receive any clothing.
Okay. Were these fatal? Would these be considered the fatal or non-fatal injuries?
The wounds to her arm are not fatal.
Okay. Will you please describe for the court what we're looking at in this photo?
So these two photographs demonstrate a possible association between the most medial gunshot wound, so the one that's closer to the armpit. That wound had stippling surrounding it, and there's also stippling on the front left of her neck. So it is a possibility that these findings are related. So her arm could have been up in this situation where stippling was able to deposit on her neck from this wound.
Okay, and you just did a demonstration that her arm could have been up like this. Is that what you just did?
Yes.
All right, will you please describe for the court what we're looking at?
So these photographs are of the projectiles recovered within the left shoulder. The first is a X-ray demonstrating the multiple projectiles within the area. B and C are the two different projectiles recovered. One was more intact, the other is more pieces of the projectile with the jacket.
Okay, were each of these projectiles similar?
These two are similar to each other, yes. They each have a more darkened jacket.
Okay, and the other one that we saw, did that one have a black jacket with stripes? Can you discern the third one as well?
Are we able to go back to that picture?
We sure can.
So this picture also looks like it has a darkened jacket.
Okay, so that is the one that was taken, the projectile recovered from the spleen, that one right there, a darkened jacket with the stripes. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, now let me go back to the other one. Oops, sorry. And these are the ones that were taken out of the left shoulder?
Correct.
Okay. And that is a darkened jacket, and I say jacket, the projectile's jacket with the stripes on. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, they all look similar.
Excuse me. Will you please describe for the court this?
So this slide is just a summary of the injuries that occurred from the gunshot wounds. There were fractures of the cervical and thoracic vertebra, which is in the neck and the top of the torso. Laceration of the spinal cord with surrounding hemorrhage. Laceration also of the left lung and spleen. That just means that they were cut through by the gunshot wound. The lungs were collapsed. There was blood within the chest cavity and the abdomen, and there was fractures of the left humerus, which is the upper arm bone and shoulder.
And what did you opine as the cause and manner of death in this case?
So the cause of death is a gunshot wound involving the base of the neck and torso. The manner of death is homicide.
And you were not there, you cannot say what happened. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
What you can opine is from the one picture, the angle, from the way the stippling is. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And then what you just opined when you had the two photos, the stippling on the arm and the stippling on the neck, her arm may have been up in this position.
That is a possibility, yes.
Now, was there a toxicology report done in this case as well?
Yes.
All right, let me, sorry.
I did not perform the testing, but I do sometimes interpret the results to determine cause and manner of death, yes.
And that toxicology report is part of State's Exhibit 50.
Yes.
Okay, I would like to go over this toxicology report. Who fills in the top part of the toxicology report?
I do not know if it is auto-generated from the information that's within the computer system or if it is manually input, but the toxicologist is responsible for making the report.
And this report, toxicologist would have been Michael Bell.
That is correct.
Now, the results. Ethanol. Will you go over the results starting with ethanol?
So no ethanol was detected. Ethanol is alcohol. There was methamphetamine found within the blood at about a 200 nanograms per milliliter. A screen was also positive for methamphetamine. A urine screen was also performed, which showed amphetamine as well as a metabolite of cannabis.
Okay, so I would like to start back when you said in the serum/blood methamphetamine, 224.3 nanograms per milliliter. First of all, did I say that right? Is that nanograms per
Yes.
milliliter? Okay. Is that toxic levels?
No.
Okay, so did that figure into her cause or manner of death?
It did not help the situation, but it did not cause her death.
Okay. And when I say toxicity levels, does that vary upon the person and their tolerance level?
Yes.
And the methamphetamine, when you said it did not cause her death, but it did not help, does that contribute to maybe how fast or how slow an individual can bleed or bleed out?
So methamphetamine can constrict blood vessels and can lead to possibly bleeding out faster.
The next one is the urine screen. Well, no, serum, screen positive for methamphetamine. So what's the difference between the first one and the second one? One just says serum, one says slash.
So a blood screen, we use an automated machine that does a screen. Screening tests are very broad, and they will pick up a wide range of drugs or substances. To quantitate after the screen, once you find positivity upon the screen, you go back and you look for those drugs specifically to determine a concentration.
And the last screen, urine screen, it says positive for amphetamines. That's different than methamphetamine.
So amphetamine is a metabolite of methamphetamine.
Okay. So what does that tell you as a professional when you find a metabolite in a body?
So considering that we have methamphetamine in the blood as well as amphetamine in the urine, the decedent did use methamphetamine and it metabolized through her system.
Okay. When you see that amphetamine, does that kind of tell you when or how recent the drug was taken?
No.
Did it have time to break down in her body?
The methamphetamine did, yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nixon, any questions of Dr. Waite?
Dr. Waite, in your PowerPoint, you use, I guess, the direction in which the trajectory of the bullet landed throughout the body. correct?
Yes.
Do you do that with trajectional rods? Or
Sometimes.
were trajectional rods used in this case?
I was not able to use a probe in this case. It is a wide pathway, and I do not have rods that are that long.
You stated earlier, I'm not familiar with medical terminology, but you stated that anatomical position means the victim was standing up.
So that is how we describe gunshot wounds, any type of injury. It standardizes everything because we do not know the position of the decedent nor how they were in the time or space of day when an event occurred. So we use a standard anatomical position to describe every injury in every case.
You spoke on the distance entrance gunshot wound of the left arm. You spoke that her hand possibly could have been like this.
Correct, it is possible.
Is it possible that her hand could have been like this?
Yes.
When I mean like this, I mean, could her hand possibly been reaching forward as if she was reaching out for something?
I do not know, but it is possible.
How tall was the victim?
The length that we recorded is 65 inches.
And if I was to tell you that I'm 5'11" and a half, how many inches would that be in medical terms?
I'm sorry.
Like, how tall would I be if in inches, since you didn't give me how tall she was in feet? If I was to tell you I was 5'11" and a half feet tall, how many inches would you think that would be? Or
So 5 times 12 is 60 plus 11, that would be 71 inches, I think, if my math is correct.
okay. You stated that the gunshot wound came from the base of the back of the neck and moved forward through the body.
Correct.
In your expert opinion, in your expert opinion, how are you stating, in your expert opinion, how is it that you believe the victim position was?
That I do not know.
Okay, so could this gunshot wound to the base of the neck possibly be done if a person was in a bent down position from the front?
I don't understand what you're,
So it's stating that the victim was shot from back to front, right to left, downwards, correct?
yes.
I would either, so that would mean that I would have to bend over her, taller than her, or?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Again, this is describing from anatomical position. So
Okay.
the entrance is in the back of the neck. The projectile traveled to the front, so therefore it traveled from the back to the front.
Okay.
So where the decedent was positioned or where the shooter was positioned, I have no idea.
Okay. Is it possible that this could have been done from the front of the body?
Entrance wound is in the back. So again, I don't know where positionality of people, arm, hands, anything was.
So you're not able to tell where a person was standing and where the person was at the time of the shooting, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any redress? Was the gunshot wound to the back of the neck did it cause death instantaneously?
It was pretty quick. It did sever through the spinal cord. It wasn't the brain stem which controls the majority of stuff, but it was fairly quick.
The 2 gunshot wounds to the arm, do you have an opinion whether those happened before or after the gunshot to the back of the neck?
I do not.
Thank you. You may step down. Thank you, doctor. Call your next witness. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Go ahead and have a seat, please. Keep your voice up. Speak into the microphone.
Okay, please state your name for the record. Spell your last name.
Zachariah Oles, O-L-E-S.
Where do you work?
Akron Police Department.
What do you do there?
I am a patrol officer on midnight shift.
How long have you been with the Akron Police Department?
4 years.
And prior to that, did you have any law enforcement or military experience?
Military, yes.
And what did that entail?
I spent approximately 5 years in the United States Navy and then approximately 6 years in the United States Army.
And when you joined the Akron Police Department, did you go through training academy?
I did, yes.
And are you currently a recognized certified law enforcement officer in Ohio?
I am, yes.
When you are working with the police department to wear a uniform as you are now?
Yes, sir.
And you regularly patrol in a marked cruiser with operating lights, sirens, and insignia?
Yes.
Now, as a patrol, I want to take, first off, in 2022, were you working the same assignment you do now?
Yes.
And so that was still midnight shift back then?
Yes.
And did you work a regular part of town?
Say that again?
Did you work a regular part of town?
Yes.
And what was that?
At the time, it was District 11.
Okay. And what part of Akron did that cover?
That entailed the Market, Arlington, and Exchange area.
Okay. And at that time, did you have a regular partner?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
It was Officer Film.
And as a patrol officer, what do your duties usually include?
Actively patrolling the area includes responding to calls for service and traffic enforcement, things of that nature.
And when it comes to calls for service, are there occasions where you would actually go outside of your district to respond to a call for service or provide backup to other officers?
Yes.
And does that just kind of depend on the nature of the call?
It does. It depends on the priority nature of the call.
Okay. I want to take you to July 25th of 2022. Did you have occasion to respond to a shooting on Maryland in the Kenmore neighborhood?
I did, yes.
And that location, was that in Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
Yes.
And do you remember the nature of the call?
Yes, it came in as a shooting.
Okay. And I mean, we have shootings where somebody's just shooting off a gun out in the street or somebody gets shot. Do you recall what it entailed?
It came in as a shooting. It's differentiated as opposed to a shots fired call. It's its own separate call.
Okay. And when you arrived, what was going on?
At the time, my partner and I were the second unit on scene.
And who was the first unit? Do you remember?
It was Officer Farr and Officer McGarvey at the time.
And the apartment that we're talking about, do you remember who made entrance first?
It would have been Officer Farr and McGarvey were there first.
And when you arrived, what did you and your partner do?
We made contact with that other unit to then go clear the house with them.
Okay. And what does that mean, clearing the house?
When we clear the house, we search for the suspect or any other potential individuals in that house. Make sure it's clear and safe for the scene to.
And when you were, that night, did you have operating body cam?
I did, yes.
And did it record your activities that night?
It did, yes.
And have you had a chance to review your body cam from that night?
Yes.
And did it, upon your review, did it accurately reflect what happened that night and your activities?
To the best that a camera can, yes.
Okay. And sometimes there's stuff that happens that isn't quite picked up on camera?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd play clip from Officer Oll's body cam, be marked States Exhibit 53, I believe?
I have 52.
52? I apologize.
Officer, that's on a swivel, so if you need to swivel that around. Thank you.
And just in case, with your body cam, when it turns on, is there sometimes a dead space before audio kicks in?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll have picture but no audio?
For the first 30 seconds, yes.
Okay. Oh. What's going on?
Your screensaver's coming up on the.
Yeah, I know.
Honestly.
Do you have your, it's not the connection, it's your laptop. Do you have it set to,
No. I haven't done anything different.
okay, can you plug it back in?
Why don't you shut your computer off and turn it back on? That's what all good IT people tell you to do.
You want to speak with him?
Step outside for me.
I'm going to speak with him? Okay.
Hey, sir. Akron Police. Hey, there's a dog.
There's a little chihuahua.
Yeah, it's okay. Akron Police. There's a back door open. Right here, we got an open door. Is there another? Open back door.
No,
Okay,
there's no other victim, no.
I feel like are you going to put out a description? Yeah, you can check underneath that. What's the description of the...
So I want to pause it right here. Time mark 2:18 for this particular video clip. At this point, there's a lot of people in the room. Can you just describe what's going on?
So at this time, after we've cleared and confirmed that the scene is safe, EMS was approved to come into the apartment and start working on the victim.
Okay. And is that the end of, and so the EMS personnel, is that them in the middle of the screen?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then the officer over to what would be the left of the screen, who was that?
That's Officer Farr.
And then the officer, I know his face is currently blocked, but standing on the right, directly in front of you, who was that?
That's his partner who came with him, Officer McGarvey.
Oh, and to keep it paused, in the background lying on the couch, was that the victim?
Yes.
I didn't hear it. Looks like she got hit in the base of the skull in the back. What is it? Ron for Ron?
Marijuana service. Preliminary service. You have to go to upstairs. Tax review.
Okay. Yeah. Who's Brian? Who's Brian? That's her boyfriend? And he was part of this. So Brian, Adam, and Quinton were also. Who said that? Adam did? At what door? Yeah. Was there a back door?
Yeah.
Oh, she got it right.
Phil, there's a back open glass, sliding glass door.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what, do you know what Quinton was wearing? Yeah. Does it say Quinton on it? Oh, where's he live? On this part of Wilbur? On a little bit? What's that? That way? Somebody's gonna check if there's a red car. What kind of red car? A red Jeep in the back? Patches. Yeah. So it's right here. Actually,
Dead singer. General Cut.
you two were back in school.
You guys stay there, General.
General probably, yeah, she's still got some electrical activity, but okay. Yeah, I got Yeah. Brian and her? Okay. How long have they been over What's the possible suspect, Phil? What's the possible suspect? The possible suspect's Quinton Nixon, 31-year-old black male. I'm not going to see if I can. Possible suspect is going to be a Quinton Nixon, 31-year-old black male. Looks like they went out the back sliding door. Shot in the left arm, back left arm. Yeah. Quinton Nixon, black male, 31 years old.
I'm just trying to get caught up.
Copy, you got a correction. Negative. Yeah, hopefully that's good job of that. Slower than one just grab it. We're getting ready to come through, guys.
Yeah, so why don't you come this way? Go to the other side so they can get her out.
I'm sorry. Quick full-on reference shot.
Stand by for a bolo.
For officers on scene, Quinton Valdez Nixon. DOB 718 and 91. He's 5'11", 195, brown over brown. His last OL picture has him medium skinned with a little short afro. Last address on the OL is Everton, but he doesn't have a current one. And a bolo. He lays out and about.
And a bolo to the head.
I'll plug the paddles there, Cliff, just so we're going down. What do you need here? Monitor. I got it. Yeah, red bag on the, I'll grab it, I got it. Got a bag? Yeah. Oh, you want to look for a fire?
Sir, does that video accurately reflect from when you entered the apartment up through when EMS took the victim out?
Yes.
We saw on the video there were two separate bedrooms. You went into the one, we saw how the glass door was open. Did you still go into the other bedroom?
I did, yes.
And was your body cam working then?
Yes.
And were you able to review that body cam?
A little bit, yes.
At this time, state would move to play what would be marked as State's Exhibit 53. And just to pause for one quick second, and back it up. At the time that you went in later, could you have turned off your mic for your body cam?
Yes.
And do you recall why you went into this particular bedroom?
I do not recall exactly why I went to the bedroom.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
I would ask that the prosecutor have the witness identify the exhibits he's testifying to.
He asked him if he reviewed his body-worn camera. He said yes.
And I do want to pause this right at approximately 27 seconds into this clip.
That objection's overruled. Go ahead.
The little black dot up here in the wall, do you recall that from that night?
I do, yes.
Do you recall what that was?
It's a bullet hole.
And pausing again, this white spot on the TV. Do you recall seeing that?
I do, yes.
And what was that?
That's also a bullet hole.
And then, no, it's not pausing. We see that there is also another black dot and kind of a line along the door. Do you recall those from that night?
I do, yes.
And what did those appear to be from your experience?
A bullet hole.
So from your experience, could it have been the bullet traveled through, grazed down the door, hit the TV, and went into the other wall?
Yes.
Does that video accurately reflect when you went into Angel McClain's room?
Yes.
And then in the course of your being on scene, did it come about to be known that a neighbor had a surveillance system?
Yes.
Was that the downstairs neighbor?
Yes.
Did you make contact with them?
I did, yes.
And when you made contact with them, did that neighbor access their system?
Yes.
And were they able to find video of people from that apartment?
Yes.
Were you able to observe that video as they played it?
Yes.
And did you take any action to try to preserve that video yourself?
I did, yes.
And what was that?
I moved my camera to get the best angle that I could of his video at the time.
And why did you do that?
Just in case to preserve the video. In some cases, some individuals can't pull the video from a hard drive, or it's more difficult, or something of that nature, just in case they get a secondary backup for the video.
So it was kind of just proactive preservation?
Absolutely.
And was that recorded on your body cam?
It is, yes.
Were you able to review that portion of your body cam?
Yes.
And was it an accurate recording?
Yes.
All right. So at this time, State would move what will be marked as State's Exhibit 54, Your Honor.
Yep.
Just in case there's background up there. Oh, yeah.
So, first mail, 118 technically. But I don't know, who's this look like to you? Look, gun in hand.
Oh, yeah. That looks like that Adam dude.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but it's hard to tell. Look, he's pointing. He turns.
That's a champion?
Yeah.
That's what Adam, that's...
Yeah. So that was, you think that's Adam?
That is Adam.
Okay. Then, second white dude.
Brian.
Okay.
Yeah. Brian's all tatted up.
Okay. So, last dude, see, takes purse out, drops purse.
Yeah, that's definitely Quinton. The female jumps out?
Yeah, about 2 minutes later.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it that...
It might be the one that
Angel?
was seen. No. Mm-mm.
Oh, really? It's not Angel?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm gonna go ask some people. Sorry to keep opening your door, man. You good?
Yeah, if they can record it, this is probably the best way.
It's all good.
It's normally quiet over here. It's normally quiet over here on this part of Maryland.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Normally it's the boulevard in the north.
Yeah, sometimes it's quiet. It's like they the only issue.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's the only issue. Normally I'd be at work right now. I was off tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Where you work at?
Lydell with Sale.
Okay.
Yeah, I work over there on I operate production. I work third shift. I just took the night off.
Oh, okay.
And I have
Well,
to see all this
we
crap.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, it's good timing for us, I guess.
Yep.
So. Yeah, so she's gonna. Yeah.
You guys know them guys pretty well, huh?
So just with like talking to the other people already up there, and based off of statements, we could determine kind of who's who. All right. I'm gonna.
Does that video accurately reflect when you recorded the surveillance?
Yes.
And we heard on there was a second person, a couple of things. One, your mic was actually on this time. Is that because you were with the homeowner?
Correct. Citizen contact. Yes.
And then that other person we heard talking to them, was that the homeowner?
Yes.
And so when you recorded this, was he actively accessing the system and making sure it played for you?
Yes.
And then you had discussion on there where you were actually mentioning that's Adam, things of that nature. So by the time you made this recording, through yourself and other officers, had you been able to determine who was who at that point?
Yes.
The video that you recorded showed that it was like 1:33. Were you able to determine why that was?
I believe because the system was off due to daylight savings time.
Okay.
So I think the timestamp on that video was different from real time.
Okay. And do you remember when the call was that sent you out there?
I don't remember. I don't remember the specific time.
Was it closer to 2:30 in the morning instead of 1:30?
That sounds about right.
And then when you went back through the choice to start the video where it started, how did you guys determine that? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I don't recall if he had the video already pulled up or the timestamp.
Okay. But do you know approximately how far back, did you ever have a discussion with him about how far back he looked or in that regard? Do you recall?
I don't recall. No.
Nothing further.
Any questions, Mr. Nixon?
Officer Oates,
Is your microphone, you guys,
yes, ma'am.
I know it's getting late in the day, but we got to try to keep our voices up.
You were the first one to come in contact with, I believe his name is Lyndon Gale downstairs, the guy that had the actual cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
And basically, just to clarify, you preserved the video on your body cam for evidentiary reasons, correct?
Yes, sir.
At no point, or was there any point prior, hold on, excuse me, at any point did he show you anything on that video of people leaving? Did you see a video of anyone climbing back up into the home?
I do not recall that.
Do you know who took the video into possession and gave it? How did you guys obtain the video? That's basically what I'm asking. Who was it given to? What's the process of that?
Our process of that point was to hand it over to our crime scene unit.
Okay.
And once they process it, they take possession of it.
Okay. So crime scene unit would have maybe the full duration of the whole video, if there is any more than what was seen on your body cam, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But just for the record, once again, you watched that body cam and you were able to identify everyone in that body cam, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see any male go back into the home after coming out?
I don't recall that. No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Mr. Hess, regarding it, if there, just to clarify, you did not video from before that clip. You did not see any video from before that clip that we just played?
Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat. Unfortunately, that chair does not move. It just swivels, so keep asking for a new one.
Can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name?
My name is Jamil Talley, Talley.
Where do you work, sir?
Akron Police Department.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a sergeant for platoon 4 shift.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Been a sergeant for 1 month.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How long have you been with the Akron Police Department?
It'll be 5 years in December.
And prior to being with the Akron Police Department, did you have any law enforcement or military experience?
No, sir.
And when you did join the Akron Police Department, did you go through a training academy?
Yes, sir.
And are you currently properly certified law enforcement officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, sir.
When you are working, do you wear a uniform as you are now?
Yes, sir.
And do you patrol
Hold on,
in a
let me
marked...
stop you. Is the light on your microphone blue or red?
It's blue.
Just got to keep your voice up a little bit. We're having a hard time hearing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, if you can try to make sure you speak into the microphone a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
When you are working, do you patrol in a marked cruiser with operating lights and sirens?
Yes, sir.
And now that you are sergeant, are your duties a little different from when you were patrol officer?
Just a little bit.
When you were a patrol officer, I went actually in July of 2022. Did you have a regular assignment at that time?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I was patrol car 7 for midnights.
And what area of Akron did you patrol in?
Kenmore.
Okay. And did you work with a regular partner back then?
Sorry. Had a partner on and off pretty much. Normally I was with Officer Laurel Johnson.
Okay.
Laurel Johnson.
And when you, and as a patrol officer, what did your duties include?
Just typical thing a patrol officer does, respond to calls for service, proactive police work, traffic enforcement, things of that nature.
And I want to take you to July 25th of 2022. Do you remember the early morning hours of that day?
Yes, sir.
And did you have occasion with your partner to respond to a shooting on Maryland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you did when you arrived?
So we were dispatched and arrived a little bit late because my partner was busy with something. When we got there, I spoke with my sergeant, spoke with the other officers who were already there, asked what needed to be done. Pretty much directed me to ride with the victim to the hospital. So I was with the victim in the ambulance while she rode down to the hospital, and I was there with her when she was pronounced deceased at the hospital. And from there, just head back to the scene and just stayed on scene and worked on the report until we were relieved.
Okay. When you were working that night, did you have operating body cam?
Yes, sir.
And was it functioning?
Yes, sir.
Did it record your activities that night?
Yes, sir.
Have you had occasion to review your body cam since then?
Not recently.
Okay. But at some point in the past, were you aware of the body cam?
Yes, sir.
Did it accurately record your activities that night?
Yes, sir.
And did that include your riding with the EMS to the hospital as well as your being at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
If you leave again, ma'am, you're not coming back in. It's too disruptive. Thank you. Go ahead. Yes, 55.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would play what will be marked as State's Exhibit 55.
Grab the heavy right now. I'll push one. And then you can do general call. We'll just send a couple out right here. I'll just do a couple.
This time I'll just pause it at timestamp 2:30 of this particular clip. Officer Talley, we see that machine to kind of like force respiration and heartbeat. Had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the time of this car ride, because I know this particular video keeps going, did Miss West, excuse me, did the victim appear to ever respond?
No.
So I'll just stop that clip at that point. And then you were at the hospital later?
Yes, sir.
And were you there when they were seeking to provide treatment to the victim?
Yes.
So at this time, state would move to play what will be marked as State's Exhibit 56, Your Honor. And did this also accurately reflect your time at the hospital?
Yes.
And so you just stood outside of the emergency room where they were at?
Yes, sir.
And is that standard protocol under these circumstances?
Yes, sir.
And just since there is no audio while this is playing, because there is no audio, is your mic off?
Yes, sir.
And is that also standard procedure?
Yes.
Sergeant Talley, does that accurately reflect when you were at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And the 3 o'clock in the 3 a.m. timestamp that was on the video, is that the approximate time that it appeared hospital personnel stopped trying to render aid?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further to this time, Your Honor.
Call your next witness. You may, oh, sorry. Mr. Nixon, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
I didn't think so. You may step down. Thanks.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
State Law Detective Frost.
How many do you have after him?
I have 2, 3.
Okay. So after him, we're going to just take a short afternoon break. We're going till 6 o'clock tonight.
2, 3. Well, we have the one officer Farr tomorrow. He's in training.
I realize that. Whatever you have today, we're getting through. Come on up. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat. Excuse me. Keep your voice up. Speak into the microphone. You may proceed.
Will you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name?
Donald Frost, F-R-O-S-T.
Where are you employed?
City of Akron Police Department Crime Scene Unit.
How long have you been employed there?
I've been employed with the City of Akron almost 31 years. I've been in the Crime Scene Unit since October of 2001.
Okay. Good grief. Where were you, what unit were you in prior to 2001?
I was in patrol.
Okay. What training or education do you have to be employed with the Akron Police Department?
We go through a standard police academy, which is approximately 4 months in length, covering the basics of law enforcement. Once you bid into the crime scene unit, there's an additional 380 hours of training specific to evidence preservation and collection.
Okay. Two things. One, you're going to use that swivel TV, but just not right now. Can you push it back? It just swivels back, just so I can see your face when you're testifying. Thank you. All right. And you said that extra 300-something hours, was that to be in the crime scene unit?
Yes, once you bid into the crime scene unit, then they send you to a variety of schools which are specific to evidence identification and collection.
Is that ongoing? Do you get updated training every so often?
Yeah, there's once you get the minimum amount, there are additional schools available, but it's not a structure that you have to go to. It's sort of on a case-by-case basis based on availability.
Okay. Will you tell the court what the crime scene unit does and how it operates?
The crime scene unit acts as a support system for either patrol and/or the detective bureau in the collection of physical evidence or tangible evidence specific to a case. Specifically things like fingerprints or blood or touch DNA collection, photography, videography.
Okay. And how does the crime scene unit get involved in a case?
We're typically notified by either a supervisor on scene or by a detective that's requesting our assistance at a particular scene.
And once you get to the scene, what happens?
We get a walkthrough briefing from one of the officers most knowledgeable. Usually it's a patrol officer and or a case detective that has already been on scene for a while, and they've already gleaned some information to provide context to the nature of the case that we're investigating.
Who decides who goes to a scene once you get a call?
It's based on a rotation of basically whose turn it is from our unit, also based on who might be most available or who might have the most knowledge base about a specific scene. Like we have some detectives that are better at video collection, or we have some officers or detectives that are better at fingerprints. So there's a variety of things that affect on who actually goes.
When you say who actually goes, do you all work in tandem? How do you decide how many and who goes out?
Again, that's on a case-by-case basis. This particular evening, there was 2 of us, which is minimum staffing, so we both responded to that scene.
Okay, you referenced this case, State of Ohio versus Quinton Nixon. I want to turn to that on July 25th, 2022. Did you get a call to go out there?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and that was at 2260 Maryland Avenue?
Yes, that's correct.
Was that in Summit County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
Once you got on scene, were you briefed?
Yes, we were briefed that there had been a shooting inside the apartment and the victim had been taken to the hospital, and we were there to document the scene and evidence that had been found.
Okay. Now, when you document the scene, do you take that briefing into consideration, or does that briefing guide you in documenting the scene, so to speak?
The nature of whatever the crime is and whatever the case facts are at the time of our arrival sort of guides us how we need to proceed throughout the scene in terms of what the case detectives are looking for and what might be important for the case.
Okay. Will you please tell the judge how you went about, you and, who was the person with you?
Detective D'Annunzio.
And will you please tell the court how you went about documenting this scene with Detective D'Annunzio?
Detective D'Annunzio accomplished the crime scene photography. He also operated the 3D laser scanner to document the scene. I did the crime scene videography, so I operated the video camera.
Okay. And again, I state that you both work in tandem, so what he did, you were present for?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Because there's placards and there's evidence collection and things of that nature?
Yes.
And I want to get into that. When you do see a piece of evidence you believe you're going to collect, how do you denote that? Or show that that's what you want to collect?
We try to mark it visibly with a placard. They're typically numbered placards. That way, when you're taking a photograph of the scene, there's a visual reference in the photograph of where the evidence is, because sometimes the evidence is very small and it's not immediately visible in a photograph, but the placards are bigger, so they're more easy to see. And then the photography will progress to each smaller item in sequence.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you some photos. Again, you say that you did not take them, but you were with Detective D'Annunzio when they were taken. Is that fair?
That's correct.
While I'm numbering these, will you please tell the court how you go about taking photos? Do you start in general, get more specific?
We start with the overview photographs of the scene to give context to its location and the orientation of anything in the scene that's important in terms of structures or large items of evidence. And then we will progress with our photography, moving into specific items, mid-range, close-up, and then when appropriate, we'll actually take macro photographs to show very specific detail.
Will you please detail for the court how you take video as well?
Video is accomplished very much in a similar manner in terms of overview, mid-range, and close-up. However, with video, we also try to do what we call panning of the scene. That's a slow movement laterally across the scene to show the interrelationship between different items or areas within the scene.
Now, when you're taking this video or taking photographs, you may or may not know what these items relate to at the time. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Your job is to document the scene.
Yes.
After you document the scene, do you have anything else to do with the case normally?
We document, and then once we have completed initial documentation, we will attempt to identify and collect any evidence that has been found by patrol officers or the case detectives, or if we see something that is pertinent to the case facts as we understood them.
Okay. I'm going to show you photos marked from 57 to 72. Just take a moment and look through those real quick. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Now, is it fair to say that those are not
Yes, that's correct.
The photos that you just saw were mainly of the evidence, the placards.
Yes, that's correct.
So I'm going to go through those. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 57.
That's the ID number for Detective D'Annunzio. Whenever we initiate a series of photographs, we typically begin with our identification to show who is actually taking that sequence of photographs.
Exhibit number 58.
This is the nearest street sign intersection to show a geographical location of where the crime scene is approximately within the city of Akron, Summit County.
Now, to be fair, if I was showing you the rest of the pictures, would it start with the outside of the house and start going to the inside of the house?
I believe that we photographed in sequence of the importance of preserving evidence because it was raining that night, so we typically start outside, and that night we probably would have done that as well, and then moved inside where the scene is more secure and less prone to be damaged by the environment.
I'm going to go back to the other ones, but State's Exhibit number 8, would that be the way the outside looked?
Yes, that's the south side of that apartment complex, the front.
Now, again, I'm going to the placards. State's Exhibit number 59. What are we looking at in that photo?
This is on the back of the couch near the south side living room window, and we see one of the two 9mm casings that was found on the back of that sofa.
State's Exhibit number 60.
Okay, this is more of a mid-range view of that same sofa by the south side window where we found the two casings.
And if I did it in order, normally you do a zoom in photo next.
That's correct, yes.
All right, thank you. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 61.
This is behind the front entryway at the south side of the residence, and placard 2 is marking a laser sight, and placard 3 is marking a cellular telephone underneath the sandal.
And now, placard 62.
This is a close-up of that laser sight that was behind the door.
And again, you're just preserving evidence. You have no idea if this is pertinent to the case or not, or what have you.
Correct. These are items that were identified as items of interest to us by the case detective or officers that are on the scene.
And photo number 63.
It looks like a photograph of the sandal, but it was actually a photograph of the cell phone underneath the sandal, yes.
Placard number, what's in State's Exhibit number 64?
This is a holster that was found, I believe, on the sofa.
State's Exhibit number 65.
This is in the middle of the living room floor, and there's a cell phone that is on the floor down there underneath the table that was flipped.
And State's Exhibit number 66.
This is simply a close-up of that same cellular telephone.
State's Exhibit number 67.
This is, I believe, in the dining room. This is a unfired cartridge marked as placard 6.
And when you say the dining room, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 16. Do you see placard number 6 in there as well?
Yes, underneath the one chair in the dining room, adjacent to the front door, which we were just looking at.
Okay. And you're calling it the dining room because there is a dining room table in there?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 68.
This is a close-up of that unfired 9mm cartridge by the chair in that dining area.
State's Exhibit number 69.
This is a close-up of a backpack in one of the bedrooms It was identified to us at the time as possibly of interest, but I believe it was discarded as of interest after we had documented it.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit number 70.
This is a cell phone, I believe, on that backpack or the bed. I don't remember exactly where that phone was, but I believe it's right there.
Okay.
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit, I'm sorry, these are other ones. State's Exhibit number, this is actually State's Exhibit number 26. And I'm going to, oh, shoot. Your Honor, can I draw? Can you put the drawing so I can?
Well, I tried. Oh, there you go.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. And I'm circling, do you know what State's Exhibit number 26 is showing?
This is inside the east side bedroom. That is a bullet hole that's an exit from the wall where the bullet traveled through that bedroom northward.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 27.
That is a close-up of the bullet hole.
I'm going to show you. You referenced that it traveled through a wall. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 13. And will you please describe for the court what I just circled?
We're looking at the north wall of the living room, and you've circled the entry bullet hole where that bullet traveled from the living room through the wall into that adjacent bedroom.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 71.
This is a close-up with scale of that bullet hole.
Is that typical or procedural that you'll put stuff to scale?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the entrance bullet hole?
Yes, from the living room. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I am going to put back up State's Exhibit number 26. And do you see what I'm circling?
Yes, I do.
And please describe for the court what I'm circling.
This is actually a exit hole where the bullet traversed through the flat screen television after it entered into the bedroom. It struck the back side of the television, went through and exited through the viewing screen, continuing northward.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 28.
That is a close-up of that bullet hole in that television.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number, here it is, State's Exhibit number 29, and I am going to circle something. Please describe for the court what I just circled.
That is the bullet hole into the very north side wall. After the bullet exited the flat screen television, it continued and entered into that north side wall.
And State's Exhibit number 72.
This is the backyard or the north side yard behind the apartment complex where officers on scene had found a purse and a wallet abandoned below the balcony of the bedroom.
All right. And you stated that you had taken a crime scene video as well. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
Prior to me showing that, after placards are put down, evidence is tagged and photoed, what's done with the evidence?
Well, once it's been photographed and video has been accomplished, then we will begin itemizing and collecting it and packaging it for transportation to the station.
And is it taken, what happens once it's transported to the station?
Once it's transported to the station, it's re-itemized and we enter it into our electronic evidence system and then give it its final packaging before it's taken to either the Detective Bureau vault for storage until the property room can recover it in the morning, or if it's during property room hours, we'll take it directly to the property room.
Okay. And does that evidence get tagged under a certain case number that it corresponds to?
Yes, the case number that this case is, it's tagged under that number.
Okay. And that number follows this evidence throughout wherever it goes. Say if it goes to BCI, if a gun goes for test fire and operability, we'll always be able to track that item collected and reference it to this case or a case.
Yes, the case system, which is also encompasses the evidence module, has a chain of custody where every time the evidence is moved from one point to the next, that move is documented.
Now, not only did you do a crime scene video, at some point in time, did you record or get a video from a neighbor, surveillance video?
Yes, the downstairs apartment, the apartment directly below, they actually had a surveillance security system, and they had video of what happened at the scene. Not what happened inside the apartment, but people leaving the scene. Okay. Because the cameras face outside, so one was facing the back of the building, the south side, I'm sorry, the north side of the building, the backyard, and then one was facing across the parking lot, I believe, looking eastward.
Did you scour that video to find what you were going to record, or did the tenant in there show you what to record?
The tenant in there showed me what they had recorded. They had identified, they were reviewing it before we got there, and they identified a certain portion, and I went ahead and I collected that onto flash drive.
Okay, so you collected the portion they showed you.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you collect anything from hours before, minutes before, days before?
No, I did not.
Okay, just the portion that showed you.
That's correct.
So if there was anything of relevance prior to that, you would not have collected it.
Correct.
Was the time stamp on that correct?
No, the timestamp was off by, I believe, 1 hour and 2 minutes.
How do you know?
I just compared the live feed camera stamp on the playback as it was playing live to my watch to see exactly what the time differential was, and I wrote down the time differential and calculated it as 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Is that standard or typical? Do you normally do that?
Yeah, there's a lot of systems where the time isn't accurate, so we always try to establish actual time versus system time and then calculate that differential.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 73 and 74. Do you know what we're looking at? And I did not show that to the defendant. Hold on.
Yes, I recognize those.
State's Exhibit number 73. What are we looking at?
This is an overview of the front door of the downstairs apartment, the apartment directly below the apartment where the incident occurred.
Is that where you retrieved the surveillance video from?
Yes, it is.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 74.
This is just a close-up of the address placard on that door.
And that would be 2256.
That's correct.
I'm going to play for you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 75. We're looking at 995. What is that?
That's my ID number. So I started with my ID number at the beginning of this video sequence, just like Detective D'Annunzio started with his ID number at the beginning of the photography sequence. This shows who accomplished this particular crime scene video. No, for some reason the microphone wasn't turned off during this recording. Normally it's turned off, but this time it wasn't. Here we see the intersection sign, and we see the apartment complex. That's the balcony for the location of the incident. Now we're looking at the south side or the front door. And then we also see the front windows of the apartment down below where the video cameras were that we captured video from. And now we're just panning the side of the building, which is the east side. There's the parking lot. Now we've moved northward and we're panning that same side, but now we're panning towards the backyard where the balcony was, where the people were jumping off, and where the purse and the wallet were found. Here we moved up a little bit. We're a little closer to that same balcony. Now we're looking out the bedroom door of that same balcony, but from inside the bedroom. Now we're just doing a pan overview of the bedroom where the people were jumping out on the back side of the complex. Now we're panning over to where that backpack was and that cell phone. There's the cell phone near placard number 7. Now we're standing in the hallway outside of that bedroom.
Hey, watch out, I'm swinging your way.
And here we're panning.
Are you standing right now?
No,
I'm
hallway.
videoing.
And now we're panning to the living room where we can see placards 2 and 3, where the laser sight was, and the other cell phone. And we see the one placard on the back of the sofa where the 2 casings were found. Now we're panning from that one bedroom around to the bathroom to the other bedroom where the bullet penetrated. So the bedroom that was on the left was the one where the people exited on the balcony, and this bedroom on the right here is the one where the bullet entered and went through the television. And there we can see the bullet hole in the living room wall adjacent to that bedroom, the adjoining bedroom wall. Yeah, we're just looking at the same bullet hole in the north living room wall. Here we're inside the bedroom where the bullet penetrated. Here we see the exit hole where it traversed from the living room through the wall into the bedroom. Now here I closed the door and I'm panning to the right to show the television where the bullet penetrated through the television after entering the bedroom. And then I'm panning a little farther to the final bullet hole in the north wall of that bedroom. Here we're showing the back of the television where the bullet entered into the television before exiting the front and entering that final wall. And again, this is the front of the television. And we're just panning from that exit point to the entry into the north wall of the bedroom. Here we're back in the living room, and we're panning from the hallway left to the kitchen/dining area where the live cartridge was found underneath the dining chair. And this is just a mid-range of that same dining room table, and we're zooming into the live cartridge underneath the chair at placard 6. Now here we're panning from that dining area to the left across the front door over to the sofa by the south side window where we found the holster and the 2 9mm casings. And here I'm just continuing to pan. Now I've moved over a little bit to resume my panning to get a little more room so we could view the other side of the room. Now we're just panning over to where the overturned table was and the love seat there that was underneath the bullet hole. This is underneath that overturned table and the cell phone at placard 5. This is just a mid-range of the laser sight at placard 2 and of the cell phone underneath the sandal at placard 3. This is one of the 2 9mm casings that was on the back of the sofa at placard 1. And that's the other casing that was on the back of the sofa against the curtain, same placard, same general area. And this is the mid-range close-up of that holster that was on the cushion of that left seat there. Yes, it does.
Now, in that video and the photos, I showed you several things you photographed. I'm showing you safe exhibit number 19. Did you see that sword on the wall?
Yes, I do.
And a shield?
Yes, I do.
That does not have a placard, and I'm going to guess that you did not take it with evidence. Is that fair statement?
That's correct. We were responding to a shooting scene where somebody had been shot, and we were recovering ballistic evidence. No mention had been made of any edged weapon being used in the assault in any way.
But you did document it with a photo?
Yes, as part of our overall documentation, that's correct.
And if there's any other edged weapons or blunt objects such as State's exhibit number 25. I'm sorry, Your Honor, can you put it up? Here's what I believe to be a hammer on the bed. You see that?
I do.
Okay, was that collected?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, again, it was documented in photo?
Correct.
And why wasn't it collected?
At the time, it was not part of the case facts we were presented with in terms of what happened, so we had no idea that it was evidentiary in any way, if it was at all.
So this is not like on TV where you just don't collect everything?
Right. Any evidence we collect is probative in nature based on the case facts we have at the time. I did not recall seeing a machete at all.
Had you seen a machete, would you have taken the machete as evidence?
No, not based on the case facts we had at the time.
Okay. Again, it would have been documented via video or a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All righty. Mr. Nixon, you may proceed.
Deputy, excuse me, not deputy, Detective Frost. So you're in charge of videography and photographing crime scenes, correct?
I do photography at scenes where I do the photographs. In this particular scene, I did not, but I did do the videography at this scene.
Okay. In your earlier testimony, I heard you speak of where a particular I guess it would be you testified and stated that the holster of the gun was located on the couch cushion, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any knowledge of anyone before you get in there moving it on the actual cushion?
No.
Did you know that another officer prior to you getting there moved that holster onto the couch cushion?
No.
You stated that there wasn't a machete on the scene anywhere, correct?
No, sir. I said I did not see one. I did not say there was not one.
Okay. Were you in charge? Well, let me see. Did you take a video pan of, I don't know which bedroom it would be, the bedroom with the sword on the wall? Was that you that took the video?
I did all the videography, so any videography in that room, that's what I would have accomplished if it's from my video camera and not from a body-worn camera of an officer.
Okay. You stated placard 7 was a backpack that ended up being discarded because it wasn't evidence or considered evidence later.
Well, the placard 7 was the backpack and the phone. They were in
Okay.
close proximity, so both were just marked with placard 7.
I guess my question would be, when trying to keep the integrity of the crime scene or making sure things don't get moved or cross-contaminated, how do you go about doing that?
Once I arrive on scene, we make sure that a perimeter has already been established by the responding officers and detectives. We assist if any additional perimeter needs established. Once that happens, though, we're all trained that we try to minimize our interaction with the crime scene to document it as closely as possible to how it was when we first arrived.
Okay. And the pictures that the state just showed you, the exhibits, what exhibits was that? The exhibits the state's just showing. 57 through 72. Did you take, are those your photos?
No, sir.
Okay. So if something was moved on a crime scene, you wouldn't, if something was moved by an officer on the crime scene, how does that work? Is it standard procedure? Like, is is it okay for that to be done?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Basically, if you were to accidentally kick something or move something on a crime scene, how do you go about, do you document that? Is there like, I accidentally kicked over a pop can that was such and such, like, is there any documentation of what you've moved once the crime scene has been secured and you are on it? Like, do you document your, I guess, humanly mistakes?
There should be documentation of any changes made to the crime scene, whether accidental or intentional.
Okay. Okay. So you said that you did the video. So it was it Detective, how do you pronounce his name?
D'Annunzio.
D'Annunzio. He did the photography, correct?
Yes, sir.
So did Detective D'Annunzio ever tell you or document to your knowledge, or the best of your knowledge, do you know if he moved anything on the crime scene by accident, or
Not to my knowledge, no.
it was never documented of such nature?
I don't know if he moved anything. He never communicated it to me if he did, and I don't remember seeing any documentation to that effect.
Okay, and in the bedroom with the sword and shield on the wall, you videoed the entrance, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any machetes or knives besides the one that was hanging on the wall?
No, sir, I did not.
You guys are, it's standard procedure to wear gloves before touching any evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What about if, would you happen to know what's the standard procedure for if EMS is called to a scene and this scene isn't secure yet? Do you know if they're supposed to wear gloves or if they're allowed to move things on the scene?
I'm not familiar with EMS procedures.
Is there any so there isn't a protocol, or would they have to tell you if they moved anything on the scene? Like, would it be documented?
If they informed us that they moved something, we would document it.
Oh, so it's not mandatory?
I can't speak to their protocol, sir.
Okay.
You doing all right? Doing all right? Are you doing all right? Well, as soon as he's done, we'll take a break.
Seeing is that well, put it in a question. You videographed or you videoed the room with the sword on the wall, and you stated that you didn't see a machete or a knife besides the one that was on the wall, correct?
Correct.
So I can Yeah. Well, not this one. Your Honor, I would like to show him pictures of the crime scene.
Defense exhibits what?
We used one earlier, Defense Exhibit F, and I believe we're on H now.
All right.
Yep.
You may, thank you.
Can you take a look at those photos and describe what you see in them to the court, please?
Exhibit F is a picture of the closet in the bedroom where the balcony is, and the exhibit H, is that correct? H is a picture of the back wall where the sword and the shield are hanging on the wall.
Correct. And in those pictures, can you see a blue basket on the floor?
Yes, I can.
And I believe, can you see, is there an item under the blue basket?
Yes.
Are you visibly able to see what that is?
Not clearly, not from these printed photographs.
Okay.
Is there a way to zoom in on the digital?
Yes, there is. Your Honor, may I?
Do you have it on your? He's talking about the actual digital photographs. That's in your. That's in the evidence.com, most likely, I would think. Correct?
Yes.
Zooming in on those is going to be as grainy as it was when Mr. Crew was on the stand this morning.
Well, his video, I mean, I have his video, but I don't think I'll be able to zoom in on it.
Do you have the digital, not his video, do you have the digital photographs from evidence.com?
Oh, okay.
He's saying the digital copies be better, and you can bring it up and zoom in, but you're going to have to you're going to have to find it.
Yes, ma'am.
And they're probably not labeled, right? Correct?
Nope. Yes.
Okay.
They're not.
So I'm going to suggest we do this. Terry needs a short break. So we're going to take a break. You can look through it and find it. And
Yes,
then when
ma'am.
we come back, you can continue. And you may. And Detective Frost, you'll remain under oath. Don't talk about your testimony with anyone during our break. And then everybody be back at 20 after. 4, in case anybody gets confused. I know, I'm sorry. I was just trying to get this witness in. But the good news is, Joe doesn't have, Joe doesn't have to start up.
Yes.
She's down in the hallway.
We got that part. Cool. Okay. She made that very specific. Because Jeremy is 20 after 5. 6, yeah.
I'm already in the
Okay.
We're at the point on this. I know that they're. That is
We need to see the exhibits for reference.
You're welcome.
Push the door right in. Snip is outside.
Yes.
Sir. Oh, sorry. Can I show you some? So under display settings, if you scroll down to multiple displays,
Right.
right now this is extending, so you're basically, that's an extension of your screen. You want it to be duplicated. Keep changing this.
And that'll put it back.
So now this shows, it
Up there.
duplicates your screen.
Okay. So the PowerPoint just
the click share to work. Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm trying to get the click share to work.
I understand.
Yeah.
You got to click on the click share icon, I guess. There you go.
Now see that plus sign up at the top, next to the garbage can?
Yes, ma'am.
Click on that, if you're trying to zoom in. You might have to realign it. There you go.
What exhibit was this?
We're going to call this Defense Exhibit I.
Oh, this
Or,
one?
well, it's the picture, so what is that?
Digital version of Exhibit F.
Okay, thank you.
So, Detective Frost, can you visibly see the object under the blue basket?
I see an object.
Can you make out what that object is?
Not exactly. I see what looks like possibly a serrated edge on the left.
And then on the right side of it?
I see a color differential running along the axis, not inconsistent with the edge of a blade.
You said it's not inconsistent?
Correct.
And and the other one was H, correct? And the physical exhibit H?
Digital version of Exhibit H, yes.
Yes.
I think you got to click the big box up there in the right-hand corner next to the axe. Yep, there you go. Now you can zoom in.
Yes, ma'am. Can you see that same object that we were just speaking of?
Yes, sir, I can.
What does that look like to you?
It's hard to tell. It's a little out of focus, but it's not inconsistent with a machete.
Okay. So, for the record, you're stating that it's a little out of focus, but it may or may not be a machete.
Correct.
Do you see the object obstructing it on top of it?
Silver cylindrical object. I can't quite make out what that is.
Correct. And as I go back to the previous exhibit I showed you, which was F. And mind you, at this time, no one besides the crime scene unit was on the scene at this time when these pictures were taken in this shot. Can you verify that? That it was just you and you or either Detective, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
D'Annunzio.
Yeah, you were either Detective D'Annunzio were the only ones in the home or taking these pictures at the time?
We were the only ones taking pictures and video.
Okay. Can you verify that that is the same object in the picture you previously just identified?
It looks like the same object, yes.
And can you see the, I believe you stated it was a cylinder object on top of what looked to be but may or may not be a machete?
Yes.
And do you visibly see the direction of the object now moved on top of what may or may not be a machete?
Yes.
Does it look like that object was moved on top of the machete from picture F to H?
Yes.
Do you have any, was there any, did Detective D'Annunzio, well, let me ask you, did you move that?
No.
Do you know if Detective D'Annunzio moved that?
I do not know.
Was there any type of notation or anything that somebody moved it?
I don't recall seeing a notation to that effect.
Okay. One more time, just to clarify with the court, earlier you stated that it may or may not be a machete. You notice a serrated edge on one side, on the left side, and a discoloration on the right, correct?
Yeah, it looks like a serrated edge.
Your Honor. Yeah. I have an exhibit that I would like to show.
Yep.
Yes.
You may. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
Detective Frost, I would like you to look at that picture and state for the court what it is that the picture of. What is the picture of? What is it that you're looking at? Excuse me.
It is part of the nomenclature has been cut off by the picture enlargement, but it says with saw, duty tool and sheath, no slip handle, and it looks like the survival knife, although part of survival is cut off, with serrated, I'm guessing edge, machetes for craft, outdoor hunting, cutting trees, and work.
And you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but does that picture look like the serrated edge on that picture?
It looks similar.
What about the other side with the discoloration to the right?
Also looks similar.
Okay. Going back to Exhibit F, I believe. H, excuse me. Going back to Exhibit H.
Mr. Perry, hand those back to him, please.
Sorry.
I mean, he's putting up the digital version of H.
Little green. Can you see the digital version?
Yes.
And do you see the same object that we spoke of under the blue basket?
Yes.
And once again, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Can you look at the Exhibit I I've given you and look at the digital version of Exhibit H?
No, I think it's F. F or H. Can you look at the back of the picture for me? Detective Frost, can you look at the picture, the up and down picture, and tell me what, yeah, that one, what exhibit that is on the back?
This is Exhibit H.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you look at that picture, Exhibit H, and then look at what you see on the screen, the actual digital version of Exhibit H, and then also look at Exhibit I, and can you make a comparison?
From this picture, they look dissimilar.
How is that?
The printout from online, did you call this Exhibit I?
Yes.
There's a circle near the end of the blade.
Correct.
I'm not sure what that is. I'm not seeing that circle clearly on this picture.
Correct. Is it safe to say that all machetes aren't made the same?
Yes.
Do you still see any resemblance of a machete in the digital picture on the screen?
Yes.
So you stating on record that you still see a resemblance of a machete on the digital picture on screen?
Yes.
And does that picture match the physical printout of a machete that was handed to you, Exhibit I, without the circle?
They're similar.
Okay. So in situations where, I asked you earlier, in situations where things are moved on the scene, is it, how would you go about explaining it, basically, if it, basically, if there's proof that something's been moved on scene from one picture to another, how would you go about explaining it? Like, do you report this or to a higher up, or shouldn't it have been noted in the case?
If it's identified and noticed, it should be documented.
And do you have any documents or any notifications of this being moved?
I do not.
When you did your video, did you see this object?
No, sir.
So it's safe to say that you didn't see this object, and it's a reason why it wasn't marked as evidence?
Again, the case facts we had at the time were a firearm incident, so we weren't looking for edged weapons or blunt objects.
At the time, you also didn't know what fully happened as well, too, correct?
That's correct.
So is there like a selective process on what to choose as what's evidence and what's not, even though you don't know the totality of the circumstances of what happened on the actual crime scene?
We observe the scene and we try to interpret it based on the case facts we have at the time, and we do our best to document what has been identified as evidentiary.
Can you say that you did that on this scene?
Yes, sir.
I guess the question I'm getting at is, how could you say you did that and there's visibly something under this basket that resembles a machete, which you have identified, maybe or maybe not looking as like a machete, but similar to a machete, and didn't, not knowing the whole totality of the scene, didn't mark it as evidence or inquire about it. I thought that was the purpose of investigation, correct?
You can never know the entirety of a scene, especially during initial response. It did not appear to be consistent with a firearm, so that's probably why it was not documented.
Okay. I guess there's no further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and close your system out. I need to change it back over. I was talking to Mr. Nixon. There you go.
On cross-examination, you were asked about State's Exhibit 18 and State's Exhibit 21 and the positioning of an object on what appears to look like a machete. Do you notice that there is a placard number 7 close by as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that someone could have, when you went to put the placard down, stepped on it, kicked it, things of that nature?
It's possible.
Were you walking on the floor when you were putting down placards?
I don't remember if I put down that placard or if Detective D'Annunzio put down that placard. I don't remember exactly which one of us did, but yes, we were walking on the floor.
Okay. So if something is done, if you intentionally move or disrupt evidence, you would document it. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
If you unintentionally or accidentally do something you're not aware of, is it fair that it may or may not get documented?
That would be correct, yes.
And in this case, with a placard nearby, is it fair to say you probably were stepping in that area since there's a placard right there?
Yes.
And on cross, you were asked about who took the photos, and it was D'Annunzio. Is that correct?
Yes.
You worked in tandem that night.
Yes.
All the photos fairly and accurately represent what you saw that night?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Detective Frost, did anybody attempt to retrieve the projectile from the wall in the bedroom?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Officer Nicholas Smith.
Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may proceed. Go ahead and have a seat. Keep your voice up. Speak into the microphone, please.
Can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name?
Officer Nicholas Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Where do you work?
Akron Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you been with the Akron Police Department?
A little over 6 years now.
Prior to being with Akron, did you have any other law enforcement or military experience?
I was a military police officer in the Ohio Army National Guard.
And for how long did you do that?
About 3 years.
When you joined Akron, did you go through police academy?
I did.
When you were doing military police, did you go through any training for that position?
Yes, they have a military police basic course.
And are you currently properly certified law enforcement officer in Ohio?
I am.
When you were working, do you wear a uniform as you are now?
Yes.
And do you patrol in a marked cruiser with operating lights, sirens, and insignia?
Yes.
I want to take you back to 2022. In late August of that year, were you working a regular shift?
Yes, I was working platoon 4, which is 7 p.m. to 3:30 a.m.
And were you working in a regular area of town?
It kind of depended on the night, but I can get pulled anywhere in the city.
And when you are working as a patrol officer, did you have any particular duties?
Respond to calls for service, initiate traffic stops as needed, investigate incidents.
I want to take you to, I believe it was August 24th of 2022, to an address of 525 Gridley. Do you remember being called out there?
Yes, I do.
And what got you called out there?
We received a notification from dispatch that there was a suspect that had a possible murder warrant at this residence. So I typed over our computer-aided dispatch to try and get other cars to come down with us and check for this warrant.
Okay. Now, this particular night, were you working with a partner?
I was.
Who was that?
Officer Pelfrey.
And were you the only two who responded to this address on Gridley?
No, there was probably about 4 to 6 cars, all that were 2-man that responded.
Okay. Do you remember if any sergeants or other supervisors also responded?
Yes, we had a sergeant initially respond, and later lieutenant and captain both came out.
Okay. And why so many officers to this one address?
Well, if it's a warrant for murder, then it tends to be a little bit more serious. We're concerned about officer safety.
Okay. Did you know any of the details of the underlying allegations for the murder, or if weapons were involved, anything of that nature?
No, we just knew it was a murder warrant.
And when you arrived, do you remember about what time that was?
I would think it was probably around 11 p.m.
Okay. And what was happening when you arrived?
When we arrived, we initially surrounded the house just to make sure that there was no possibility of anyone escaping before we made notifications. Officers went up, knocked loudly on the door multiple times, announced ourselves as Akron Police, and attempt to gain some type of response from someone living there.
Okay. And did you get was there any response?
No.
And when you first arrived, did you take a particular position? What did you do?
So I ended up working Overwatch security. So I went across the street with my rifle to take position in case the person with warrant decided to pop out a window and try shooting at officers.
Okay. Did you have operating body cam that night?
I did.
Okay. Have you had a chance to watch that body cam?
I have.
Was it working properly?
Yes.
And did it accurately record the activities of that night?
Yes.
So when you arrive on scene, did you immediately take Overwatch?
No. We initially tried to surround the house, like I said, first, and verify whether or not if someone was there.
Okay. And starting off, were you able to determine if somebody was there?
One of the other officers saw the suspect inside the house.
Okay. And did he speak out when he saw this person?
Correct.
And you heard that? You heard that as well?
Yes.
Did anybody after this come out of the house?
I didn't see anyone, but I wasn't in a good position to see the other side of the house.
Okay. And so what was the name of the officer who called out that he had seen the suspect?
Officer Heath.
And once he called out that he had seen the suspect, what occurred at that point?
We took back from the house a little bit to take more of a defensive position. I believe there was another attempt for announcements to be made, and then our supervisors informed us that we were probably going to make it a SWAT call.
Okay. And could you hear the attempts to try to get somebody to come out?
Yes.
Was it being yelled out to the house?
Very loudly.
Okay. And would that have been one of the supervisors who arrived on scene?
Yes.
And then you've made mention that there was a decision that SWAT might be called out?
Correct.
Did that occur?
Yes.
And how long were you on scene before that occurred, if you know?
I think we were on scene for about an hour before SWAT began to get there, and then probably about another 45 minutes to an hour before they were fully in place.
And during this time that you were waiting for SWAT, were there still any attempts to get the person to come out of the house?
When the SWAT truck first arrives, there was a SWAT negotiator that comes out with a loudspeaker. So yes.
And were they successful?
No.
And during that time, you stayed on Overwatch?
I did.
And what's the process? What's the process from there once SWAT arrives? How does that affect what you do?
SWAT moves in the positions which they arrive. So if the sniper team arrives, they tend to take the position that I had, and then they replace officers as they arrive on scene.
Okay. And did they immediately, so when SWAT began arriving, did they immediately take the Overwatch position that you had been on?
I believe they was one of the first ones relieved, yes.
And then once you're relieved by SWAT, what?
Your microphone should be, make sure your microphone's still blue and on.
Yes, I was relieved early, and then I just stood by and waited to see if there was anything else needed.
Okay. So I want to, you did watch you did have occasion to watch your body cam though?
Yes.
And so I wish to get this ready.
Ken Masich, come in here.
This should now work.
Oh, never mind, just popped up.
I was making sure it pulled up properly before I.
76.
Okay. This time, Your Honor, State would wish to play a short clip. Be State's Exhibit 76.
Yeah, our suspect's going to be here. We saw him in the window, or the officer saw him. He's going to be inside when we just over the door here. Happy.
You want me to get one from the other side to come down?
Is there enough officers on that side of the house? Yeah, I see one in the backyard. Okay, well, one of you guys who's parked down there, once you got one of your crews, you bring it down the street.
You want to bring it up?
Yeah, whoever it is, one of you guys.
So a couple of things with this, Officer Smith. first begins, we also have to clarify, on 8:23, about 10 p.m., would that have been when you first responded?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You know, the 24th, when this bled over into the next day, would have been when SWAT was out?
Correct.
Okay. When this first starts playing, it looks like you were kind of in a defensive position watching the house.
Correct.
And then you came up as a person was coming out.
Correct.
Was that person the suspect?
No.
And then it looked like there were other officers still shining lights in the house, things of that nature.
Correct.
And was Officer Keith among that group?
Yes, he was.
And then it also sounded like it looked like it might have been Sergeant Stainer was present.
Correct.
On scene, directing the rest of you patrol people.
Correct.
And then after this clip, did you go back to an overwatch position?
I believe we moved some vehicles around so that way we could better. That night, I believe he had a shaved head.
So after the SWAT team brings him out, puts him in the cruiser, did you stay on scene?
Yes, I did.
What did you end up doing after that?
It was the district I was working is where we responded, so I was one of the last officers to leave the scene, and they asked us to stand by because the detective bureau was bringing out a search warrant for the house.
Okay. And how long did that take?
Probably about another 45 minutes.
And so during that time, you just stayed on scene, kept the house secure?
Correct.
And was anybody from the neighborhood coming up, the homeowners, anything like that?
Yes, I believe one of the residents of the home showed up with some of her family. They asked to get in the house, and we told them that they weren't able to because it was being secured as part of a crime scene.
Okay. And then after everything, you mentioned that there was a search warrant. Did detectives come with the search warrant?
Correct.
Or at least obtain the search warrant?
Correct.
Was the house searched?
Yes.
Who did that?
I, along with Officer Pelfrey, searched the house. Pelfrey.
You mentioned that there was gas deployment.
Correct.
So how did you search the house?
When detectives arrived on scene, they were initially going to conduct the search of the house. However, the residue and remnants of the gas was still potent, so they asked myself and Officer Pelfrey, who had gas masks on scene, if we wouldn't mind doing the search since we were able to don the gas masks.
Okay. And did you do so?
Yes, we did.
How many stories was this house?
It was 3 stories with a basement.
When you conducted this search, did you find anything?
Yes.
Do you recall what you found?
I found an AR pistol and a shotgun that had these stocks sawed off.
Okay. And did you have your body cam working at that time?
I did.
And did it record the search?
It did.
This time, Your Honor, State would play what will be marked Exhibit 77. Officer, was that video an accurate recording of your finding the AR rifle?
Yes, it was.
And it looked like you, on video, it looks like you took out the drum magazine, emptied it, etc., and secured it?
Correct.
And provided it to the detectives?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis?
I was never charged with any of these weapons that they're showing me, and neither of these weapons were used for or at the initial scene of the murder, so there's no relevancy for them to show these weapons.
Mr. Villette?
Your Honor, the relevance of this goes to the state of mind of the defendant and the overall circumstances, especially because this was a month after the murder. There had been a change of appearance. He had locked himself into his house, was not cooperating, coming out, presented a danger to the officers and the community, and this weapon is part of that course of conduct and circumstances at the time of his arrest.
You can show it to him, doesn't mean it's getting admitted into evidence. Did you say there was a shotgun and a pistol?
Yes, Your Honor.
Show you what's previously been marked as the state's exhibit 77. Just ask you if you recognize this.
No, it's got to be 78. 77 was just
I
the,
apologize. 78.
Yes, this was the AR pistol I located.
Do you recall what bedroom this was in?
I believe it was the northeast bedroom on the second floor.
Do you recall when Officer Heath saw the suspect? Do you recall what window or bedroom, what room that might have been from?
I believe it was the window on the stairwell going up to the second floor.
And how does that relate to the room that you found this particular rifle in?
So if you continue up the stairwell to that second floor, the bedroom would have been off to the left, and if you make a left turn, it would have been the right-hand corner.
So would that have been a room that the suspect, as seen by Officer Heath, would have been able to access that room easily?
Yes.
Did you have any difficulty getting to that room?
No.
And then in terms of where this window was in the stairwell versus the room, was this, like, how to put it, was the stairwell going up to this room, like from the first to second floor, or second to third?
From the first to second.
Okay. So if a suspect was going to the third floor, they would have passed by this bedroom, or the stairwell would have taken them potentially to this bedroom?
Correct.
Was that the only firearm that you found in the house?
No, it was not.
And show what's being marked as States Exhibit number 79.
same basis. Mr. Nixon?
The exhibits that are being shown, I'm looking at them on the screen, and I previously had an issue with them providing me body cam and actually labeling the names of whose body cam was whose. On this screen, it shows that they're labeled, but my discovery is not labeled.
I understand, but you were given an itemized copy with the numbers comparative, so I understand your frustration, but it's your objections overruled. You may proceed, Mr. Villette.
Thank you, Your Honor. Looking at that clip, is that an accurate reflection of when you found the shotgun?
Correct.
What room was that in?
That was in the attic or the third story room.
And to your knowledge, do you know where the suspect was found?
I was told by other officers, but I was not there.
Okay. Well, was that information relayed to you before you went on this, before you did the search?
Correct.
And what were you told?
I was told that the suspect was on the third floor in a crawl space.
And
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
This is hearsay.
Overruled.
is that information important for you when conducting a search of a home?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
It lets us know what areas the suspect would have had access to hide stuff or to try and conceal stuff from us.
going to show you what is being marked as State's Exhibit 80.
Objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Nixon. State your basis.
These guns were not found on my person nor in the crawl space that I were in. They have no relevancy to the case. They were not used in the murder.
All right, so I will let him identify it, and whether or not I admit it into evidence will be a conversation we have at the close of the case. Go ahead, Mr. Villette.
Let me show you what's being marked as State's Exhibit 80. Ask you if you recognize this.
This is the shotgun I recovered on scene.
And because it didn't quite show up, could you just, for the record, describe what the back handle area looks like?
It looks like it was sawed off and duct taped over.
And the shells that are included with this are the shells that were in the shotgun?
I was unable to clear that shotgun because it was currently jammed. In the video, you can see that there is a shell that is in between the loading chamber or the chamber and the loading port.
Did you search both rooms of the upstairs?
Yes, I did.
Did you find the entrance to the attic, cubby, what have you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you. So I can get this to switch over. I'm going to show you what's being marked as State's Exhibit 81. This is just like a still screenshot. Do you recognize this screenshot, what it's from?
Yes, this is the attic.
Okay. And then what I'm pointing to right here, this small opening, is that the cubby that we're referencing?
That was what was described to me, yes.
And where was the shotgun in relation to this cubby?
It was in the other room underneath the mattress.
Okay. Watching your body cam, it looks like there's the stairwell that comes up and then a room on each side. So there's equal access?
Correct.
Just one moment, Your Honor. And when you, after finding the shotgun, did you also provide that to the detectives?
I did.
And did you yourself ever have any direct interaction with Mr. Nixon?
No, he was placed in the cruiser I was sitting in before we went in and did the search, but I never had any interactions with him.
Mr. Nixon, cross-examination.
Can you state your name again for the record, please?
Officer Nicholas Smith.
Officer Smith, you stated that I was seen through a window in the stairwell, correct?
That's what was relayed to me, yes.
So you didn't visibly see me in that stairwell yourself?
No, I did not.
Do you have any knowledge of me having any weapons in the cubby hole that I was hidden in?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was any officer shot that night?
No.
Were there any guns discharged that night?
Just the gas launchers.
Would you happen to know if any of these weapons were fingerprinted or tested for DNA?
I would not know that information.
You stated that you found these weapons both in separate rooms away from where I was recovered, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you, officer. Who do you have left? Bring him in.
Well, yeah, he wrote the SWAT report, didn't he? I think. Is he SWAT? Still.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat. You may proceed.
Will you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Lieutenant Todd Sinsley, Sinsley, City of Akron Police Department.
How long have you been with the City of Akron Police Department?
Just shy of 23 years.
And you stated you're a lieutenant?
I am.
How long have you been a lieutenant?
Almost 2 years.
Okay, and what was your prior position prior to, what was your prior position?
I was a sergeant in the patrol shift at the time.
Okay, and that is your title. What unit are you in?
I'm in the Anti-Violence Bureau, and I'm the commander of the Street Narcotics Uniform Detail and the Gun Violence Reduction Tactical Team, and I'm also the SWAT commander.
Okay. What is the Street Narcotics Uniform Detail? Is that SNUD?
It is SNUD unit. It's primarily a street-level narcotics unit. Our investigations can vary from street level all the way up to major drug offenses. We do search warrants. We do confidential informants, stuff like that.
Prior to becoming the commander of that unit, were you actually in that unit for a number of years?
I was. I've been a detective, a sergeant, and now the lieutenant in that unit.
Okay. And what year did you start in that unit?
2011.
Okay. And then you talked about the gun violence reduction tactical something.
Yes, the GBRTT is easiest to say.
Thank you.
That's a unit that's made up of ATF agents and City of Akron police detectives whose primary focus is to deal with violent crime in the City of Akron, primarily gun-related crimes.
Okay. And another thing, you said you are what in SWAT?
I am the commander of the SWAT team.
Okay, and SWAT is Special
Weapons and Tactics.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What type of training or education have you had to be on the Akron Police Department and all those commander positions?
I have a bachelor's from Kent State University. I had 6 months in the academy. I've been to DEA school. I've been to SWAT team leader school. I've been to several narcotics trainings. I've been to gang and gun interdiction trainings and several yearly trainings that the city makes us go through.
Okay. So I want to focus on your commander of SWAT.
Yes.
Okay, not SNUD or GVRT right now, SWAT. Okay, I want to talk about SWAT in general. How does SWAT get involved in any type of case or called out to any type of scene?
We can be called out from patrol supervision who deem that the call needs special weapons and tactics. Usually that involves somebody who's armed or barricaded in a house, or somebody that poses a risk to patrol that they don't have the tactics or tools necessarily to deal with that particular individual.
Tell the court how you get to a scene. How do you mobilize? How do you go?
So once the decision's been made that the SWAT team's going to be called out, then a page goes out. All the members of the team, there's usually around 40 of us on the team at any given time. We'll get notified via our cell phones. We'll respond to the radio room, let them know that we're en route, and then we proceed to the scene. Usually it's close, but not right at the location, and we set up a command post.
And is it fair to say that can take some time?
It usually takes around 30 to 40 minutes, depending on where people live or what time of night it is.
Okay, you said you set up or establish a command post?
Yes.
What is that?
It's just an area. Usually it's one of our trucks. It's a large, it looks like a motorhome almost, where we have TVs, computers, stuff in it, tools that the SWAT negotiators can use to try to make contact with our individuals that we might be dealing with. And then it also has all of the equipment and tools that the SWAT team itself would need, like less lethal gas or chemical munitions, breaching tools, mirrors, other electronics we might need.
Okay. You talked about electronics, and there's a lot of stuff in that truck that you set up the command post. Do you all wear body-worn cameras?
We do not. The SWAT team does not.
Okay, the SWAT team, no member on the SWAT team wears a body-worn camera when you go out.
They do not.
Okay. Let me just ask one more time. On July 25th, 2022, did any members on the SWAT team have on body-worn cameras?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry, on August the 24th, 2022, did any member?
I knew what you meant.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you. But for the
they
record.
did not, yes.
Okay, August 24th. Okay, so we got to August 24th. Let me turn your attention to that day. Did you receive a call out or page regarding 525 Gridley Avenue?
I did.
Is that in Summit County, Ohio?
Yes.
Tell the court about that.
I was at home. I was asleep when the page went out. I was a sergeant at the time that this occurred. I responded, and sergeants are usually primarily delegated to be team leaders. Captain Yohe at the time was the commander of the SWAT team. I arrived, spoke with him, and I became a team leader for the reaction team on the rear of the house. So once I got that assignment, I gathered SWAT operators as they would get there. I assigned them to less lethal chemical munitions. We had mirrors, we had breaching equipment, and we had a less lethal shotgun in addition to a taser.
How did the call go out?
Patrol had received information that Mr. Nixon was inside of this house on Gridley, that he had a murder warrant for his arrest, and that they were, in addition to the warrant, and had confirmed through the homeowner and resident that he was inside. They were also typing a search warrant for the residence, which was in progress when I arrived on scene.
Okay. So when you get on scene, do you get briefed about what's going on?
We do.
Okay. Does that happen like at the command post before your team gets set up?
It does. Patrol briefs us on what they've been doing, how long they've been trying to make contact with the subject. Usually we're using the cruiser's PA system until we get our negotiators on scene, and then they have Bluetooth speakers that are large and are able to keep them a safe distance away from the scene as they announce and try to make contact.
Okay. Now you just mentioned patrol officers. Were patrol officers normally on the scene when SWAT get there?
They are.
Patrol officers was on this scene at 525 Gridley?
Yes.
What
Lots.
happens with the patrol officers when you arrive?
So once we have enough SWAT operators on scene to get opposing corners is usually what we'll do, one in the back and then the opposite on the front, so that we can cover the whole house with those two teams. We also deploy sniper elements to the front and rear so that we can see and have overwatch. Once we are sure that we can then take over the perimeter duties of the house, we relieve patrol from their positions and send them back to the command post for reassignment.
You said sniper elements. What's that?
We have sniper operators that are designated as snipers on our SWAT team. They work in tandem, a sniper and a spotter. They find locations near the house where they can get a good vantage point to help us see what's going on in the house and potentially be there to deliver lethal force if it's necessary or something should arise.
Okay. Now, if there's lighting around the house, what do you do, if anything, with the lighting?
In this case, there was lighting shining right at my reaction team on the rear of the house. It was a motion-activated floodlight pointed to where we were staged on the rear, so I instructed our less lethal shotgun officer to shoot out the light with a beanbag round. It's like a tiny little bag about the size of your fist that's filled with bean bags, and it shoots out of a less lethal shotgun, so we disabled that light by shooting out the light bulb.
Why?
Because we didn't want Mr. Nixon to know where we were at or where our tactics were going to be at the time.
So is the goal to get the suspect, the defendant, to come out the house?
The whole goal is we're maneuvering and putting pieces in place to deal with potential threats, but we're trying to give time for our negotiators to make contact, also allow the suspect to make the decision to come out on his own, because the last thing that we want to do as a SWAT operator is make entry into the house, because obviously the suspect has time to prepare himself, he has time to fortify himself, he has time to arm himself, make plans. So really what we want is for him to come out on his own by his own choice.
Okay. Him being in that house, he would, so to speak, have, or any suspect, have a tactical advantage. You all don't know what you're walking into.
We don't know what the weapons. We knew that he had made threats, that he was suicidal by cop, and that he had potentially been armed with several weapons. That's what we received from patrol when we arrived on the scene, but we weren't sure what weapons those were.
Okay. Now, the negotiator is trying to get...
Hold on a second. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
I never made.
We're not arguing. So what's the objection based on the question? Or the answer, I guess.
He just said that I was suicidal by cop. That was never verified, or I never made that.
All right, you can question him on cross-examination. Go ahead, Ms. Easter.
I forgot. Jesus Christ. You... Hold on. Just hold on for a minute. Set perimeter and try to get him to come out. Oh, the SWAT negotiator. How long had you all been on scene trying to get him to come out before action was taken?
So we were on scene probably within the hour of when the patrol officers initially arrived. Our SWAT negotiators had started PA announcements probably half hour to maybe 20 minutes. I mean, they were using the cars immediately, patrol was, but an actual trained negotiator was probably 35 minutes. And then from that time until the time we made entry would have been making announcements. So 3 hours.
And within that time, do you know if anyone came out?
There were, what we've received from patrol is that the homeowner and another individual had come out of the house willingly when they made contact at the house, and that they confirmed Mr. Nixon was inside.
Okay. Who makes the decision to take further action if someone does not come out the house?
So the next step is made by the SWAT commander, and that would be to deploy chemical munitions, in this case OC canisters and CS canisters, which is like tear gas. OC is pepper spray, CS is like a nerve reactant, so it causes watering eyes, runny nose, coughing, makes you not want to be wherever that gas is. And that was the next step that the commander took in this particular deployment, was to deploy gas.
Will you please tell the court how that gas is deployed methodically throughout the house?
Sure. So what we want to do is always give the suspect inside the option or the ability to get out. We don't want to go in, obviously. The goal is to force him out of the house. So we start at the top level and we work our way down. So we will start putting gas using launchers. They look like, it's like a big rotating can, and then it shoots canisters about 4 inches long up into the windows. They break the windows while they deploy gas. We start in that upstairs attic window. Once we get enough gas in there that we see smoke coming out, then we'll move to the second floor. The thought being that if he was in the attic, the gas should push him to the second floor. Then he's got time to stay there. And if he's going to stay there, now we're going to deny him access to the second floor, and we will not put gas in the first floor. That would be our ultimate. We would try to avoid that at all costs because we want him to have the ability to get out one of the first floor doors. So that's what we did we shot a lot of gas into that house that night.
And you shot a lot of gas through windows?
Yes, attic windows. We actually shot the soffit of the house as well, like the little eave part, so that we could try to get it into the attic better. And we shot the second floor bedroom windows.
A lot of broken glass in the house?
A ton of broken glass in the house.
So what is the procedure, or how long did you wait after you deployed chemical munitions?
So this was almost 4 hours from the time the patrol arrived to the time that the decision was made by the SWAT commander to make a slow and methodical search of the house. It's really what, now as a SWAT commander myself, I don't want to order our guys into that, but we really had no choice in this. So we use a shield, and the first guy uses a ballistic shield to lead us through the house, and we do a slow and methodical, meaning we're checking every place that a person could hide, and we're not moving until that area is completely clear and we're confident, and then we proceed through the house. So there'll be one guy in front with a shield and the rest of us following behind.
Okay. And you did that, when you go into the house, did you enter on the first floor?
We did through we entered through the front and rear at the same time, I believe. Or we might have stacked on the front. I think it was actually just the front on this house.
Now there's a basement, do you divide and conquer, or do you all go to the same place, or?
On this particular one, we held on the basement, meaning we left operators there to hold it so that nobody would come up, but then we proceeded through the rest of the house. We usually try to do the basement last. Just preference, I guess, on each team leader, at least my opinion, I like to do the basement last.
When you're going through doing a slow and methodical search, are you giving any commands to come out still, or is that over?
Those commands have been done for 4 hours, so we really don't want to give away our position in the house until we come to a place where we think somebody is, then we would potentially start to announce.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you come to a location where you believe the suspect was?
We did. We actually found it was in the attic. It was a knee wall, so to speak. It's about 4 feet high, and then there's a little cubby door where you would put storage items in. It looked like there had been disturbance to that door, so we pulled that door off. But clearly none of us want to, and I'm not going to force anybody to stick their head into a cubby hole that there might be an armed individual in. So we held on that door and called up for our eyeball camera.
Okay. Now, before we get to holding an eyeball camera, I'm going to show you what's been previously identified and marked as State's Exhibit number 81. Your Honor, can you put the crayon or the markers?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
I was never given this photo in discovery.
It was testified to by Officer Smith that that's a still photograph
Yes.
from his body-worn camera.
Okay.
So you did receive it. It was just in video format.
Do you recognize this photo, Detective Sinsley?
I do.
What do you recognize this photo as?
The attic of the Gridley location and the cubby hole that Mr. Nixon was hiding inside of.
Okay, do you see the little utensils in different colors at the bottom of the screen?
Sure do.
Will you please pick one and circle the cubby that you're describing? Okay. And that area, can you describe that area? Can you stand up? Do you got to sit down, bend down, crawl down?
So you can see like there's this line up here is the ceiling line. So it's kind of like brought in off the roof line. So you really couldn't stand, at least a person, an adult-sized person couldn't stand there without having to hunch over or bend over. And to get into that cubby, we had to actually be on our knees to get down in there.
Were you on your knees?
Not initially, because obviously you can see there's a bunch of stuff out here that's disturbed, and we kind of saw that as well. There was clearly something that was leading us or drawing our eye to that door. That's often a place where people will hide anyways, so we would have been checking it regardless, but it did look like there was something fresh about it. Until we could actually get the eyeball camera and see if there's somebody in there, nobody was going to get right up on top of that door.
Okay. Excuse me. Now, you said you got an eyeball camera. What is an eyeball camera?
So it's it attaches to like a broom handle. It links directly to the team leader's phone in his pocket. It doesn't record. It doesn't go to our Axon. It just basically gives you a live picture. Instead of using a mirror, which we have mirrors that we could use, this gives you a better 360 all at once instead of having to rotate the mirror and look at different angles. You put the ball in, it has camera on all of them, and then you see all of the areas of that room at once on your phone.
Okay. Is it describe the picture? Is it a 3D picture?
No, it's not great pictures. I mean, you really can only see forms. You really can't see like detail other than body shapes and It's black and white because it's a low light type of a tool, so it's not great, but it does allow us in these circumstances to see things without having to put your head into that little hole.
Tell the court what you were able to see without sticking your head in.
We could see a body that was partially hidden to the right of that door by insulation and some other things that were inside of the room, inside that storage area.
Okay. What did you do once you saw a body partially hidden?
So now we start giving commands because obviously we see him in there. We want him to come out on his own because we're not going in there. Matter of fact, I don't know if any of our SWAT operators fully kitted up would actually fit through the opening as it is anyways with their plates and their helmets and their rifles. So we're going to give it orders and try to get him to come out on his own. And in this case, Mr. Nixon chose not to.
How long were you giving orders, approximately?
I mean, I would say less than a minute. I mean, we don't want to completely be standing out there letting them know we're out there, but we also want to give him the opportunity to at least verbally acknowledge us or say something to say he's coming out on his own or give an indication that he's going to come out. But in this case, we heard nothing. So I made a decision to deploy a OC canister grenade inside of that little room, and we did that.
Okay. What happened? How many canisters? One canister?
Just one, and it was like this big, but it puts out a decent amount of gas. Now, mind you, all the operators in that room are also going to, no matter how good your gas mask is, they're going to get a little bit of taste of the OC spray too, but it's better than the alternative of having to go in there and try to fight with him in a small space.
Okay. What happened after you put the OC spray in there?
Within a couple, 1 or 2 seconds of the OC spray inside of that little cubby hole, Mr. Nixon dove headfirst through that opening, striking his head on the little frame of it, and then had his hands out in front of him. He was probably exposed to us from the middle of his chest up. The rest of him was still inside of the cubby hole. So the operators that were up on their knees nearby that grabbed his arms, pulled him the rest of the way out, and then we handcuffed him.
Okay, and when you pulled him the rest of the way out, did he drag on the ground?
He did.
Was there glass on the ground?
There was.
Okay, and how did you handcuff him?
We used zip ties.
Okay, as he was drug on the ground, could he have gotten cut by glass?
He could have because several of the operators that were actually handcuffing him got glass injuries to their knees and their hands as well.
Okay. And when he dove out, did he get any injuries to his face?
He did have a slight scuff to his right eyebrow, I believe it was.
Was he bleeding anywhere?
And from his right earlobe was bleeding.
Was he able to talk? Was his eye?
He wasn't very cooperative with us to talk about, but as the team leader for this operation, once we took him outside and put him in a cruiser, it's also my job to determine if he needs medical treatment. So I went to the cruiser, I spoke to Mr. Nixon, asked him if he needed medical treatment. He said no. I asked him if he wanted to talk to me about what had occurred up in the room. He said no. Most of my focus at that point was getting the rest of the operators who also had damage or injuries to them. I wanted to get them treated by our tactical medics. But I did have our tactical medic check on Mr. Nixon before we cleared the scene. Mr. Nixon actually had less injury than several of my guys, so.
Okay. And you said tactical medics. Were they on scene? Is that something that's on scene?
So Akron Fire Department has tactical medics that are attached to our SWAT team. They go wherever we go. They're in plates. They're in helmets. They go where, I mean, they didn't go in the house with us on this one. They could. We didn't think it was necessary, but they also check everybody out once we're done to make sure, no matter who it is, whether they need EMS or not.
Now, you said when you deploy that gas that, well, you know what, maybe you didn't. Testimony came out that when that gas is deployed, or maybe you did, your eyes water, you're snotting, you're just, did that apply to Mr. Nixon?
It did. He had definitely had the effects of the OC gas inside of there.
Okay. Did he ever state it was hard to breathe because of that?
I believe he was, but we were all having trouble breathing, so, yeah.
Okay, and did you document that in your report that he made no mention of no injury?
I just told the on-scene patrol supervisor that I had interviewed him or attempted to interview him about the apprehension. He said he didn't want to talk to me. I did get notified later that he claimed that he had force used on him. I informed the patrol supervisor that had not happened. I was standing there.
If force had been used, is there something called a use of force packet?
I would have completed a use of force package to not only protect Mr. Nixon, but to protect SWAT officers that were involved in it had there been force used, because in this case, a murder suspect potentially armed in a cubbyhole who had not willingly given himself up, it would have been realistic or reasonable if there could have been force used against Mr. Nixon. However, in this case, there hadn't been.
After the defendant, first of all, the individual that came out of that cubby that you pulled out the rest of the way, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Will you please point to that individual and describe what he's wearing?
A gentleman in the orange and white outfit.
Your Honor, will you please let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, when the defendant came out, God bless America. I'm going to show you exhibits 82, 83, 84 in conjunction with exhibits 33 and 40. Take a look at these. That is State's Exhibit 33. Excuse me, State's Exhibit 33. I'm not going to keep doing it. That's State's Exhibit 33. Can you discern who's in that picture?
Mr. Nixon?
Okay. And is that how he looked when he came out, meaning was his head shaved and things of that nature?
Yes.
Did he come out with a shirt or no shirt on?
I think it was partially on, partially off, or down around his waist. I don't remember specifically.
Did you all take his shirt off?
I did not.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 83. I don't know if you can see.
It's good up here.
Oh, is it?
Uh-huh.
So I'm circling something by his ear. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did he have that when you all brought him down from the attic?
That was noticed when he was sitting in the back of the police car when I spoke with him. It's blood coming from his right earlobe area.
Okay. Do you know how he could have gotten that?
I would assume from the glass or when he hit his head coming out of that cubby, but more likely probably the glass that was on the floor that cut everybody else as well.
Okay. Did you, when you were up there, stomp on the defendant?
No, one, I would have documented that we had used force on Mr. Nixon, and two, nobody could kick or stomp. They were all kneeling.
Okay, so I asked you and you actually answered, but you didn't see anyone else kick,
No.
stomp, hit? Okay.
No.
I am going to circle something over his eye, which appears to be another scratch. Do you notice that?
Yes.
Is that something that the defendant could have gotten when he was dragged out of the cubby as well?
Yes, or when he hit his head on the, I'm assuming it was his head or part of his arm. Something hit when he was diving out of the cubby hole. Could have happened then, or it could have happened when he was on the ground getting handcuffed.
State's Exhibit 40 is a close-up. Do you see that a little better now?
Yep.
Okay. Oh. State's Exhibit number 84. I don't know if you can see this. And please let me know if you can't see. It's right there. Can you see that? Let me clear it. But can you see that?
The scuffing.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Again, is that something he could have gotten when he dove out or when he was brought out and handcuffed on the floor?
Yes.
What was 82?
I'm looking at it. That's why I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 82. Do you see any injury or anything on that photo?
I do not.
If he would have gotten any bumps or bruises in his head, what could that have been from?
Either from diving through or from when he was getting handcuffed and held to the ground with body weight. So.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
This is hearsay. He wasn't in the cubby hole, and he also stated that he wasn't close to the cubby hole. He could have never possibly seen my head being hit. In his report, he stated that he heard my head get hit.
Well, you get to cross-examine him on that. Overruled.
Okay. To be clear, were you there when the defendant came out the cubby hole?
I was about 5 feet from the cubby hole, behind 2 or 3 operators.
Okay. Did you see him getting dragged out the cubby hole?
I did.
Did you see him try to jump out the cubby hole or leap out the cubby hole?
We actually heard a bunch of commotion, then him hitting something on the cubby hole, then his arms coming flying out.
Okay.
So at that time, everybody actually brought their rifles up, thinking he may have been bringing a rifle or a firearm because of how loud the noise was in there.
And because of how loud the noise and you knew he was in there, did you assume either a rifle, because you pulled your rifles up, or him hitting his body on something?
We didn't know what it was, so we just were preparing ourselves.
And from this incident, you prepared a report?
I don't believe I would not have done a report that night.
Okay. It just reads at the bottom, Reporting Officer Sinsley.
What report is that? Oh, we did charge him an additional charge. Yes, I did do that report.
What is it?
Obstructing official business for hiding in there. We did do that report. I'm sorry, I thought you meant for the original incident.
All right. After he was brought down to the car, what, if anything else, you and or SWAT did at the scene?
I would have told, I did tell Captain Yohe what had happened up in the attic, that we apprehended him, that we were getting the Thames personnel to check him out, and that we had several operators that also needed checked out. by the medics because of glass. Then we relayed everything we knew about the house to patrol, but also let the detectives know that it was going to take a minute to let the gas leave the house before they would be safe to go inside without protection.
And at that point in time, did SWAT vacate the area?
We did.
Did you have any other dealings with the defendant or State of Ohio versus Quinton Nixon?
No, ma'am.
Hold on for one moment, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nixon, cross-examination.
Sorry if I move this back, Your Honor.
You may. Thank you.
For the record, is it lieutenant or sergeant?
I'm a lieutenant now. I was a sergeant at the time.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Are you familiar with the body-worn camera policy for SWAT and APD officers?
Yes, I'm writing it.
Pardon me?
It hasn't been developed yet. I'm writing it right now for the SWAT team.
So there wasn't a previous policy or any guidelines set in order prior to you writing it?
Correct. The SWAT team's not required to wear body-worn cameras.
Can you tell the court how many SWAT team members breached the home that day?
I couldn't give you the exact number. I could give you a ballpark. 2 reaction teams, probably of 6 guys, plus a team leader, so 12 to 15 officers.
And you were counting yourself as one of the members that breached that home that day?
Correct.
Were you one of the members that was upstairs?
Yes.
So you have recollection of every officer or SWAT member at the time that breached that home?
We would have a detailed list of that in the CAD, the computer-aided dispatching.
And is that detailed listing presented to detectives?
That's presented to everyone. That's in the call log, so everybody's ID number that's on that call is on there.
And that detailed report, it would state who went where and did what?
No, that's what I would do that, sir.
Okay.
I was the team leader for that.
So can you tell the court which officers were with you upstairs?
I could refer back to the call notes and try to determine that for you.
Okay.
If we're going down the path that you were beaten and we're unconscious, we're not doing that. I've already ruled on it. So if you want to ask him specific questions regarding his testimony here today, you may ask. If not, the cross-examination of him is going to be over. That is for another day. That, you file a civil lawsuit if you want. You do whatever you want with that. But I've ruled as it applies in this criminal case.
So, Your Honor, if I can't cross-examine him now about that, how would I preserve the evidence for a civil case?
I'm not your lawyer. I don't give you that kind of advice.
Right. Okay, I guess the question would still be, what officers breached the home with you upstairs?
2 reaction teams and 2 team leaders would have breached the home.
Would you happen
Me
to have,
being one of them.
Would you happen to have their names and their badge numbers?
That would be included in the call notes that are in the computer-aided dispatch.
So it's not, I mean, this is SWAT team, correct? This is, your guys are like a family, correct?
Correct.
So you would know who was right beside you, behind you, moving at the time of the incident, correct?
I would know that the reaction team that was with me would be somewhere near me. They wouldn't be necessarily right next to me. I can tell you this, if it would make it easier for you, everybody except the 4 snipers would have been inside the house and the commander, if that solves the problem for you.
Would you happen to know what SWAT members put me in zip ties?
No, but I was standing right behind them as they did it.
How could you not know who was in front of you?
Well, because we're all wearing green helmets, green vests, green pants, and we have gas masks on, so I couldn't really see their name tags that are on the back. And at the time, we were trying to get you into custody.
You stated that I dived through a cubbyhole and hit my face.
I said I assumed you hit something. I don't know whether it was your face, your arm, your shoulder.
In your written report, it states different. Do you remember what you wrote in your written report?
I could look at it and I can tell you what I wrote.
Yeah. That's the first page. This is the second page. I don't have that page with me. This is just a written narrative. That's the only thing. I have to. Exhibit J will be Officer Sinsley's typed report, included narrative of what happened tonight.
I'm familiar with it.
Can you read it for the court, please?
The entire report?
When I read the report, it stated that I received injuries from diving through a cubbyhole. And that is what you testified to today, correct?
Correct. And it's also in this report.
But you also said today that you assumed that's how I got the injuries, correct?
I said to Miss Easter that it could have been from hitting your head or it could have been from the glass on the floor.
Is it correct as well that your report doesn't state that you assume that I hit my head? The report states that you said it as if you were sure, correct?
What I'm saying here right now on the stand is that I believe you hit your head on the cubbyhole, but you could have also struck your shoulder, your torso, other areas coming out of the cubbyhole. But in addition to striking your head on there, you could have been injured in the glass.
do SWAT members cover each other's backs?
I'm not sure of the question.
Earlier you stated you guys are like a family. You guys cover each other's backs regardless of what the situation may be or arise, correct?
I wouldn't say regardless of the situation.
You seen the pictures earlier that was produced from the state, correct?
Yes.
And you testified stating that I had a gash or a cut over my right eye.
Looked like an abrasion.
Abrasion, hematoma, as well as you seen my ear bleeding, correct?
Yes.
If I hit my head on the, or you assume that I hit my head on the cubby hole, which is small, how would I have hematomas all over my head and my face?
You didn't have hematomas all over your head or your face. You had one above your right eye, and your right earlobe was bleeding. You had a small scuff to your left shoulder or upper chest area. Your injuries were actually less than the majority of the 4 operators that I had injured that night from the glass in the room. So that's why.
So you said the 4 operators, would you happen to know their names and their badge numbers?
I would not. They would be on the list.
Can you show me this list or tell me?
It would be on the computer-aided dispatch list that is part of the call notes of this call. They didn't, their injuries, although were more than yours, they did not require medical treatment, and so it wasn't documented.
Did you know that I require medical treatment?
I heard that you had asked for medical treatment later that night, yes.
Did you know that the jail denied me access and I needed medical treatment?
I did not know that.
Did you know that there was a report about this?
I did not. I knew that there was a follow-up and that your pictures have been taken.
Objection, Your Honor. This is objection.
The only thing I knew is that you've claimed to have been assaulted in the attic, and that pictures have been taken documenting the injuries or lack thereof, and that and I informed the patrol supervision that I had already talked to you, and you didn't want to talk to me about it.
So, for the record, it was you and 4 other people or members that detained me in the attic.
There were more than 4 others in the attic, and me.
You just said that there was, okay. So, when writing a report for a SWAT breach, it is up to the commander to type out the whole report, correct?
No, I wasn't the commander at the time of this incident. I was a team leader.
Okay. So, are you familiar with City of Akron Police Division, Stephen L. Milet, Chief of Police, effective date May 30th, 2023, number P2023031, subject mobile recording device procedures of Akron Police. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with policy number 2,
What's the date? What's the date on that memo?
2023?
Okay, so that's after this arrest. Move on. It's irrelevant. It's in 2023. This happened in 2022. So if you want to talk about whatever the policy was in 2022, be my guest. But that is irrelevant.
Your Honor, he also stated that there wasn't anything before him.
Mr. Nixon, we're talking about August of 2022. If you have a question regarding a policy that existed at that time, you may ask. Anything after that is irrelevant.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any knowledge whether Akron SWAT has been accused of force, abuse of force, I guess?
No.
Have you ever been accused on Akron SWAT of being using abuse of force?
No.
You stated on record earlier that I was suicidal by cop. Someone told you that on, I don't know how you got that information. May I ask how you got that information?
Patrol officers had told us they've received information alluding to that fact and that you were armed. And also schizophrenic, I believe, were in the notes of the call.
Did you get any type of information stating that I was scared of the police and I had been bitten by a police officer?
No, sir.
I mean, by a police dog?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No questions.
You may step down,
Thank you,
Lieutenant.
Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, I can't believe it. It's 5 after 6. We're going to adjourn for the day. And I've been informed that Mr. Perry does not have any hearings in the morning, so we are going to start at 8:45
Okay.
with the state's witnesses. I have an 8:30 civil pretrial, and then after that, we will begin with your witnesses.
May I put one thing on the record, Your Honor?
You may.
This. Okay. Your Honor, I had spoken to you and the defendant and standby counsel about a witness yesterday that our office had picked up because he did not have a ride. That witness name was Ronald Crew. He got here approximately 8:50 yesterday morning. That would have been October 1st. And he stayed all day until we adjourned approximately, I don't know what time, 5 o'clock yesterday. He did not have a way. We brought him. So afterwards, I took Mr. Crew, actually Jeremy, Prosecutor Villette, and I took him home. And on the way home, we stopped by McDonald's, and I have the receipt at 5:18 p.m. And ordered him food. He got a quarter pounder with cheese, fries, and a high C orange. It came up to $11.78. I'm putting this on the record, Your Honor, so there will be no appearance of impropriety. I did that because he was here all yesterday, not for any testimonial type issues. I also did that because the defendant filed a motion prior. He wanted to know about any inducements or anything like that to any witnesses, Your Honor. I'll be more than happy to submit the receipt into evidence if you like.
Your choice if you want to submit it as an exhibit. It would be a court's exhibit. All right, thank you. We're adjourned.